I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. Good morning. I kind of came to a conclusion about something. The big question is, why do expats vlog? Now, it's not a far-fetched theory. It's one I've always considered from others and actually from myself. And I'll discuss this. One of the uh, one of the conclusions I've actually come up with is actually it's a coping mechanism to vlog. If you're an expat living in the Philippines, but it's not just for expats living here. It's for also those that want to be here. They're coping with their lifestyle in their country, and their escape, although maybe they're not in a position to escape yet where they live, they have these goals and dreams to remove themselves from the environment they've been living in for a very, very long time. And it's a coping mechanism that we all, I think, have it within us. They're not happy where they're living and they want to be somewhere else. But here's the crazy thing. And by the way, one of the reasons I do shows early in the morning, because I do get up early, and that's when I have to say my clearest thoughts are actually in the morning when it's quiet and you're not really distracted by a whole lot of shit other than some roosters crowing off. But I think that's when I get, and I kind of give my best famous philosophy that I tend to be known for. And here's what I come up with. I think it actually is a coping mechanism. And why? Um, Even though you may be settled in a foreign country, and you've got all the comforts that you'd hopefully have in the country that you came from. It all really comes down to this. Again, you are in a foreign country, and even though you got the partner, you've got you're settled down, and you are making the best of your existence in a such foreign country. Yeah, hello. Um, you're still not really. You're still never really settled in a foreign country. I mean, you think you are, but look, when you've been living all your life in an entirely different world, really, and it is a different world. I mean, comparatively, it is a different world when you're actually living outside of your home country. in, it's been described as a third world country, quote, developing country. Apparently, you're still missing all the elements that you've grown up with and you've become accustomed to. And that's why this inert need to vlog, especially for those that are now living in a country that's so different than what they have learned and been accustomed to and the culture that they came from. Sure, you get settled in, you can even own your own home, you have a great partner, everything else, and some don't. And that's where it comes in too. I think you're not fully, even remotely feeling settled or even that comfortable if you're actually living in a foreign country and you don't have a partner, whether girlfriend, married, or whatever. You're still lacking. You have this void. And that's, I think, what keeps people vlogging, because I think there's this really inert need to, even though you got away from your country for whatever reason. Some people were running away from something. Some people were running towards something. I don't know what you're talking about. You talk about Big E? We're kind of getting off topic here, but explain if you can, and I'll keep on talking. Do you know why I've been on here? And I've been trying to figure out why, and this is pertaining not just to me. Why do I keep on vlogging under even adverse situations on here? Well, first of all, you got to expect that there's always going to be adversity on social media. You should know that from the start, and you should expect it. Even the best channels on here, the best shows, the best vloggers, they're always going to have hecklers. They're always going to have somebody in there that don't agree with you. They don't like your voice. They don't like the things you talk about. They don't like they just don't like your philosophy of life or whatever. But that's what makes us unique, and that's okay, because we don't have to agree to everything we hear. Oh, I make comments on lots of shows when I hear some crap they're talking about, and I say, wait a minute, man, this ain't making sense. Why are you saying this when you're one side of the mouth, and you're saying something on the other side of your mouth? I mean, which is it? And we hear that a lot. I know nothing about someone losing their job. I know. I don't know. I kind of come to the conclusion that, and I could speak for myself, and people wonder, why does Frank keep on doing vlogs? There's been a lot of adversity out there. Well, first of all, I can say that I'm very stubborn, and I just don't give in to people very easily. I'm extraordinarily stubborn, actually. Hold on, I gotta do something to clean this table off. I'm just waiting for my tea to cool off. I mean, it's not brain science here, but it's something that I've given thought to many times, actually, and I never really came up with a conclusive answer, other than, yeah, people need to still have some sort of contact with other foreigners that speak your language and understand your, the cultural differences. And when you are removed from what you've been used to for how many years of your life, and you're just in this foreign country, and you seem to be the adaptation seems to be there. I mean, you try to adapt, and I think you do the best that you can to adapt to it, but I still think there's always something missing. As much as you wanted to get away from your state or country, whatever, where you lived, it's quite a venture to remove yourself, sell everything you own after you spent your whole life. Your family's been from that country. You've got history from the country you came from, but still, you're all settled in, right? I'm settled in. But there's always something missing. That's what it is. Oh yeah, you adjust to the culture, you learn the good and bad about where you're now living. But there's this need to converse with people outside, also besides people in the country you now reside in. And some people choose to make a lot of local friends here too, but they always find that they're having the biggest problems, and the less problems, if you're dealing with Filipinos. I think you're more comfortable with the Filipinos. But I think you're uncomfortable with foreigners. Because whatever your reason, whether you're running away from something, you're running towards something, but you've had problems or something just was not satisfying you in the country you lived in. So I call it the great escape. I can only speak, certainly in my example, that I had nothing really anymore to look forward to in America. I lived in 3 different states and even worked in another state a couple of times briefly. Nothing to write mom home about, really, over in Alaska. But you're still never going to get rid of your cultural roots and really fully feel at total ease of where you're living. Now, certainly a country like the Philippines with its various laws, and some of them are very similar to the United States and some are very dissimilar, and it might be drastic. For example, there's really no juries out here as far as I know. In America, there's a jury that makes decisions, and there's really no juries out here. That's not like a leading factor here, but I mean, I'm just giving an example of something that there's difference in laws out here, and a lot of laws are basically are related to laws, for example, in the United States, we get here in the Philippines, in the judicial system and so forth. I think, and the lawmakers out here, they have copied in many ways a lot of American law, and they come up with their own standards here in the Philippines by sort of a juxtaposition of the legal system in America, just like we, or rather people in the Philippines here, and Filipinos take the Western culture, their music, their style, and everything else about them. They absorb Western culture. It's one thing to absorb Western culture, from their own country here, but you removing yourself from another country, coming here, a drastically different place in so many ways, the infrastructure and everything else, kind of puts you in a spot of, I think there's a bit of discomfort, actually. Because it's not everything you had at your old home. I mean, you gave up everything to come out here. Literally, you gave up everything. If you had a house, you sold it, your belongings, everything, to begin a new life in a place called the Philippines. A beautiful country, beautiful people, a very different culture, very different culture. And maybe you think you're coping with this culture, but chances are that you're not. And some people pretend to say, this is the greatest place I've ever been. I love everything about the culture and everything else. No, you don't. That's the problem. You can't, just like they say, you can't take the spots off a leopard. You can't remove all your history and experiences from the country that you came from. It's ingrained in you. So it's an uncomfortable level of experience that you have when you're living here, I think. Just like the culture shock that I first got when I first ever came to the Philippines, It was major culture shock. And I've talked about it numerous times. Oh, I'm not saying that I regret moving here at all. I think that's the best thing I ever did in my life, really. I have no complaints about that, but I think we all have this inert need to live this very similar lifestyle that you had culturally and conveniences and whether it's the slang of the language, whether it's just a history of where you grew up in that you can't retain over here, you know. So when you do move to this country, the initial shock, of course, is seeing something so radically different than where you came from. I mean, poverty like at levels that you've never seen before, and that hits you like a ton of bricks like it did me. I was overwhelmed when I first came here. How are people living like this? Why aren't the government helping? I mean, what the hell is going on? I don't get it. Why are children in the streets selling towels and stuff and begging for money? Children shouldn't be out working. They should be enjoying themselves being a child. Being a child. They shouldn't be on the streets having their parents send them out there to make money, or perhaps from some organization of some sorts that are forcing them to go on the streets to make money, getting very little back for their efforts. That's what I'm really thinking. Now, suffice to say, I'm not complaining about my life out here. I think I'm more comfortable here than I've been all my life, really. But we all want to get out of our safety and comfort zone. I mean, I left New York because no matter what I did, no matter what goals were going to college, I'm going to be a photographer, this and that. Suddenly, my needs were more important than my endeavors. And that's why I moved out of New York and I went to Seattle, and I needed a change. I think this is happening with a lot of people. You needed a change. Then, you're there for a set period of time. The grass, they say, is always greener on the other side, but not necessarily so. So I moved out of that state, and how everything led to Hawaii and everything, and how I wound up here. Even to the point where, I had to disappoint my child when I was living in Washington State and say, I'm going to Hawaii. She just had her baby. Like dad. And then on top of that, you think the distance was bad. I go from living in Hawaii, which was not around the corner from my daughter and my grandchildren, but to move to the Philippines, being even further out. I think to a point I could understand my daughter, the way she was thinking. And I want to bring my daughter into this. I'd rather not. But when I think about things, I understand some of her frustrations. And in a way, it's sort of my fault that I inadvertently distanced myself from my grandchildren, because of the fact that I needed to change. But, your children don't realize that too. They like to go through changes and stuff, whether it's changing a boyfriend, changing their socks, changing their marriage partner, whatever, or moving from one city in the States to another because, maybe the rents are cheaper or a better location. Everybody has to make decisions about something. Henceforth, the changes come in people's life where they make decisions based on their own needs. And sometimes I guess you have to be really selfish. I mean, sometimes I think you really do have to be selfish, and you got to think about yourself. So all these people you hear out here, all these somewhat known vloggers out here, who are on like a daily basis doing shows, and when I listen to them, and now that I see things differently, this past year, really, I've seen things a lot differently. People have the need to vent. That's why they come on it. They need to vent. It's an actual need to cope with the fact that they've gone through such change. They want to talk to other people, or speak at least, even if they don't have a live show. They want to talk about their experience being out here. It's their way of actually coping with the changes. It's a chill. It's a change that you wanted. Every one of you that's living out here. And then there's a lot of you that are afraid to come out here. You're afraid of change. But you're living vicariously through people like myself on here, and all the people that you hear on here, and you get so involved in the drama, you get so involved in the soap opera, it becomes a continuing story that you need to hear. You need to hear it. There's a story that starts, and sometimes it never ends with people. And people tune in because they want to hear what you have to say. They want to come out here, some of them, but they're really skeptical about coming out. Let me listen to these shows. Let me make my own decision. Well, this is the place for me to live. And you should. And you should take the time to do that. Yes, absolutely should. I am totally convinced it is indeed a coping mechanism. And why do people get so frustrated on here? Why do people turn so bitter against each other on here? It's their frustrations. Their life, they might be still be in the country. They never left. And they want to come out here and they're thinking about it. And then some of them say, no, maybe I'll visit. And then they visit and they absorb some of the culture right away. It hits you in the face. Boom. It just hits you in the face. But then you get kind of used to listening to this. I'm not sure if I want to come out again. I'm not sure if I really want to live here. But I've been exposed to a little bit of the Philippines because maybe I made a visit here. And I'm still fascinated, but I'm really not sure I want to be here. I'm really not sure I want to be here. But I'm still fascinated from what I listen to. And maybe I can relate to some of the things people talk about because, I've been there and I have a little bit of experience of being in the Philippines, and I just want to hear more. I just want to hear more. And then you get involved with everything that goes on in here, the drama and everything else. And then sometimes you get very bitter. Bitter because, on one part you want to be out here, and another part of your body and your brain is telling you, I don't want to be out there. It sounds like too much responsibility for me. I hear what people are going through and the laws and changing of the tourist visas, from having as much as 6 months, and now it's down to 2 months. It's just too many laws, too many rules. Oh, look what happened to these people. They wind up in jail and real easily, and you can get yourself in a big world of hurt out here. And they're all in fear. They're all in fear. They want to be out here so bad. And some people totally live their life vicariously through those of us that actually do live here. And we can name people on that, but we won't. We're not going to get into that drama shit, really, as far as that kind of stuff. But I think it is indeed a coping mechanism. And I think it's a coping mechanism for me. I'm pretty convinced of why I even still do shows on here. Yeah, you're comfortable, and you got what you wanted. You got the woman, you got a stable existence. The home, friends out here, neighbors, friends, acquaintances. It's all good. But I think the picture is just never really complete because you are still out of your element. And you will continue to be out of your element for as long as you live in a foreign country. Like the Hawaiians used to say, but they used to say it as a wisecrack. Born here, not flown here. That was a popular bumper sticker. Hey, I was born here, not flown here. Don't tell me what to do. This is my culture. Screw you. You're in my land or you're in my country. Abide by my rules. You're never going to become part of our culture. You're just going to accept it. And you don't have any say in anything out here. And you don't, to a point. Yeah, you could bring somebody to court. You have the right to do that, even though you're not a real citizen of this country. You do have those rights. You have those rights. Amazingly so, you do. as I found out, of course. You do have the rights to do that. But how much more rights do you have than somebody who's born here? Yeah, that's questionable. The law is kind of funny in that way. They'll hear what you have to say, but it'll take a little push and shove, perhaps, to initiate something legal, and it's going to have to be something good. Otherwise, they'll ignore you. We don't care to hear about some problems that some freaking tourist is having out here. You weren't even born here. You weren't even, you're not one of us. And you'll never be one of us. But legally, we have to listen to complaints, and legally, we have to take these complaints, and we have to go through all the motions of making decisions on these complaints, because that's what we have to do. We have to show that, well, we do have a legal system out here, and that we have to abide by our own written laws, whether it's to local-born people or tourists that live here. And they got to go through all the motions, all the legal motions. They have to go through all the motions, and they don't really want to. Okay, getting back to, anybody with money has rights. Yeah. Savino said, what a pain it is to stay in these places. You got to get your visa renewed all the time. Well, I don't know. It's sometimes you think it's unheard of when you think that. I mean, the world is free. Nobody owns or should own any of the soil on this earth. It should be universal. It should be for everyone. It should be for everyone. Yeah, I know. It's what's a way of making money, Savino. The visas, everything else. It's a way of generating income. That's what it basically is. It's generating income for the country or state, whatever, It's just a way of generating income. And they find more ways and more ways to suck money out of you until you're fucking, like every bit of moisture's been sucked out of your body and you're now a fucking mummy. That's what it really comes down to. Like the show I did yesterday on what's happening in the world and all that. This is some serious shit I was talking about. And I know some people don't take me very seriously. And I know there are people that do. There actually are. But when you think about everything I said, it's true. When you really think about everything I said, this is what has actually happened in this country. The basic thing is nobody even trusts their own country. That's the problem. I think people have lost trust, not only their own governments, but with their own friends, their own relatives. I mean, come on, when a relative turns on you, even your child, I mean, what are you left to think at that point? That your child could do this to you, someone that you raised and took care of and you loved, and that they can do that. If they can do that to you, anybody can do that to you. Think about that. Oh, people talk about me, my kid, I'm a bad father. I was a wonderful father. That's not the point. People change. People don't agree with each other. And people are on the odds with each other sometimes, on the outs and odds. Some of it's preventable, and I think some of it's not. But people go through changes. Just like a woman that goes into menopause. She goes through changes. I think we all change as we get older. I think older is being wiser. I still say it. And people talk about money is power. Yeah, to a degree money is power, but I'd acknowledge it's a lot more power. I don't come up with all my little philosophical rantings, as some may look at it as. It doesn't come from nowhere. It comes from experience. It comes from taking the time to have some deep thought about your whole life, what you've been living or what you think you've been living, and facing some realities in your life. That life is not perfect and it never will be. Not everything is going to go your way. That's just the way it is. Just get used to it or accept it. The reality. Yeah, seemingly anybody with money is. Yeah, it seems that way. It certainly does. Because money is backing somebody up who did something very, very wrong with their money to achieve something that should have never been part of any effort at all to do, except for hate, except for getting even with somebody and trying as hard as you can to ruin somebody's life to make you happy or somebody else. But I am really convinced that it is absolutely a coping mechanism when people move to a different country to get into vlogging. I don't know what they did before there was the internet or vlogging and all this shit. I guess they coped in their own ways. But I think this is a mechanism for all of us, including myself, to have your own platform. No matter what the odds are, no matter what the adversity is, to be your own little soapbox, to stand on, and say, hey, this is how I feel. Whether you say something that's righteous or not, you're still expressing yourself, and you have the opportunity to get on a little platform and yell out to the world, the British are coming, or whatever. All right, back to, let's see. All right, somebody's concerned about Big E. Okay, I just want to read your comments. Is it true that Big E lost his job? I haven't heard that. And that came from somebody. If it comes from Discord, it must be the truth. Come on, man. Found it on Facebook about Big E. Pennywise says, greetings, citations, Frank. Guten Morgen. What pain is, as Savino says, when you stay in these places, you got to get your visa renewed all the time. That's just a pain in the ass, yeah. Certainly. It is a pain in the ass. Why can't you just live there and not have to worry about a fucking visa? It's just how everything has to do with money. I've been saying it on 1,000 shows. It all has to do with money. Raising revenue. No, it shouldn't be that way. You should be free to go into any freaking country you want. Unless, of course, I'll believe in one thing, that they should check your records. Yeah, I would believe that. You don't want any more scum coming into your country. When your country has got their own problems to deal with, right? And they don't want any more problems to deal with foreigners coming into their country that are murderers, rapists, and so forth and so on. Thieves, scammers. All right, there has to be you got to be a little bit on guard. I would agree with that. Absolutely, no problem. But, there should be freedom at borders. Limited freedom, of course. You got to check people out. You don't want the scum of society coming into your country. That's where I stand and say, absolutely, man. Absolutely. When every country has their own, shall I say, crosses to bear, But I think there should be border freedom. If you're not coming to the country to do any harm, of course they don't know that initially, unless you're really investigated. And how many countries are going to take the time to do that? And up till now, they've let people in this country here that should never be in here. I could think of a particular vlogger couple, and one of the ladies, she went in a goddamn pharmacies, a number of them, and with a makeshift bomb on her to go get some pain pills or some shit. And she's out here vlogging away, talking about everybody else like her shit doesn't stink. You know what I'm talking about here? I think you know what I'm talking about. This is exactly what's happening. Well, where were they at the border? Where were they when she came into this country? Got my point? They didn't investigate her. Yeah, I think they should be a little bit selective who they allow into the country. You don't want no rapists and perverts and shit to come into the country. I can see that. If you're an imminent danger to the locals out here, you shouldn't be in this country. If you really are, you should, Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree with that. But it's not always the case. They don't do the investigations that they should, because there's a lot of people that shouldn't be out here. There's a lot of even vloggers that should not be out here at all, that are basically using women as their fucking, as scumbags and sperm depositories. And that's all they do is use and abuse these women that are very vulnerable out here. And there's a lot of poor women out here that want to move up in life, and that's what they do. Some of them do it legitimately, and some of them don't do it legitimately. They'll use a man, drain everything they can out of him, but then you got to look at the other way around. The guy's draining the Filipina for services, sex, and be an indentured servant. I'll take care of you, but you better do the dishes, you better clean everything, clean my ass too. Maybe that's why I want you, because I know that someday you are going to be cleaning my ass. Isn't that the truth? They think ahead. Some of the foreigners think ahead. They figure, well, if I have to get some private nursing in the United States or a country they come from, well, it's going to cost a lot of money. And if you're retired, they're going to take your whole Social Security check. You're not going to see a dime of it, because you have to cover the state's expenses for housing you and having a nurse to wipe your ass and clean your dribble from your mouth if you're an invalid. That's reality. That's reality. Okay, so let's see. Frank. Many aren't coping. They need the money. Yeah, well, they make mistakes. They didn't plan things right. Okay, I'm still going to read your comments anyway, whether it's something I want to talk about. Why is Big E still working if he was so well off? He should have money saved up so he can just retire and enjoy life. He may not be as well off as he claims to be. Same thing with Don C. Pennywise says Don C should be retired from working life and just enjoy life, but yet he still works and is obsessed with Frank's life. Well, I can't agree with you more. I've been saying this all along, but finally you're listening. It's taken a lot of time, but people are finally putting it together. Finally, it took this long that people are reading between the lines and saying, wait, something is not right here with these people. They claim this and claim that, and they're living a five-star lifestyle, but the question is, are they really? One big farce. There's one big smokescreen of hiding the real truth about what's going on in their life. Look at these people living frustrating lives. One woman isn't enough. You got to have a harem. Get another woman pregnant, and they're all living together. I mean, that is so fucked up. That is like so fucked up. What's the purpose? Some people, use money as power. They use money as power. Oh. But when the money disappears because the Filipino drains you dry because she's been using you the whole goddamn time, where's your power now when you're out of money? Where's the five-star lifestyle? Where's the fancy restaurants and all the traveling? It's gone. Then you're nobody. And then these Filipinos don't want to even look at you because maybe you're not the best looking person in the world, or maybe you're too freaky looking, you got gigantism, and you're overweight. But the money seems to compensate for that, doesn't it? It certainly does. The money compensates for your inadequacies, doesn't it? It absolutely does. Get any woman you want practically. But there's some women out here that don't want you whether you have money or good looks or anything, because if you're a creep of a character, they don't have to subject themselves, or you're so fucking gross they don't even want to fuck you. Not for any money. There are some Filipinos that do have scruples and say, look, I know I got to make money, but this guy, I don't want to touch him with your dick. Yeah. I can think of a guy that's living in Thailand right now that women don't even want to touch with somebody else's dick, because they don't meet the qualifications that this Thai woman or Vietnam woman or Filipino woman or Malaysian woman would want. We don't want to go that far. We need the money, but this hairy-chested, big fucking bellied, big ball of flab, smelly armpits, smelly breath, rolls of fat, And they're saying, I can't do this. I need the money, but I can't bring myself to do this. And a lot of Filipinos experience this. They say, I need the money, but shit, this is pushing it a little bit too far for me. He says, yeah, after he can't get any more money from anybody else, he scammed. Okay, let's see. I'm missing some statements here. Okay, Esavino says, yeah, he's got 3 kids. Esavino says, yeah, after he can't get any money from anybody else, he scams many people. Pennywise says, all they need is money in Thailand to get a girl. Esavino says, all he can get is his ladyboys now. Pennywise says, rolls of fat and loose skin. Yeah. You gotta face realities, folks. Never mind what people fucking say on here about other people. If you take a good, it always comes out accidentally, or, people find what you say on Facebook when they don't think you're listening, and they put all these facts together. So people are always hiding something, Brevis, they're all hiding something. Every one of them is hiding something. They ran out of here to get away from trouble they had. And then they come here, what do? They start more trouble. Look at Barry Lee Jordan. Prime example. You can't get more prime than that, okay? Barry couldn't cope and make it in America. He was in trouble with child support and other, there were also other criminal traffic violations and so forth. There was trouble with the family, probably borrowing money from everybody. He was a drinker. His record with women, he even assaulted his wife over the custody, the physical custody of the boy, and went to jail for 6 months for that. I mean, the guy can never stay out of trouble. Then he comes over here and causes trouble in this fucking country, and he expected to get away with it. But I was just one of the few individuals that had the fortitude, who had the audacity of actually pursuing this bastard and saying enough is enough. That's who I am. I'm the enough is enough person. Push me far enough with something, I'm going to take action. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much money you have. Because evidence is evidence, as fact is fact. Money does not always help you out, although it's a good thing to have. And some people buy their way out of certain situations, don't they? They sure as fuck do. So no, I don't know what's going on with Biggie. I know somebody, didn't I just say it in the show the other day? Somebody wrote, it wasn't me, I can tell you that. I've done things like that in the past, but no, I've never done that since. But that somebody was sending, this was what, spoken on the other format, at Discord. But yeah, somebody did send me a little communique in regards to the fact that somebody's been sending in a bunch of shit to Big E's workplace, which is well known on here, by the way, at this point. Name of the company and everything else, the purpose of the company, what's their businesses, all that crap. I found that in the past, but I can honestly tell you that if he's having any trouble with his job or something like that, it has nothing to do with me. No, I did that shit one time before. I never did that again. I never did that. I did that with Pinoy Troll, and I did that with him because I was just fucking pissed and frustrated and said, fuck this, I don't give a shit. But no, if there actually is something going on with that, you're the one that brought up the statement. I'm just addressing it. No, I have nothing to do with that. I can honestly tell you that. Apparently there are people out there that don't exactly like him. I understand why. Believe me, these people don't have the support that they think they have. It's only the other trolls that support these kind of people. It's not, it's not everybody, but there are some people out there that absolutely are disgusted with certain people on here. They do things very covertly, and they do things very stealth, and sometimes they come out with it and slip, and then everybody else knows about it, and then it gets broadcasted like everybody, because it's just like a guy who wants to start a fire. You got a fire starter, you got a, pyromaniac, whatever. They always stay around the scene to see the damage they cause from the fire. The same thing goes with trolls and everybody else. They're going to be around in the scene, but they want to get some credit. It's almost like they want to be discovered. It's almost like they want to take the credit of what they did. And it's slipped. Sometimes it's a Freudian slip, slip of the tongue, whatever, But they want to take the credit for it. So they have to mention in some way or give hints about it that they're responsible for it. And that happens quite a bit too. It's like, see, you fucked with me. Now this is what's going to happen to you. And some people will give credit and sign their autograph to that. And some people won't. They just want to see people just suffer and, silently. But yeah, a lot of that does go on. So no, I really don't know I don't know what's happening. I don't know what you heard, and I don't have all the details. Pennywise says, I heard that the reason no one has seen or heard the AI specialist's wife on camera is that she is a cathoi. Has anyone heard that? What is a cathoi? I'm not familiar with any Thailand terminology or anything like that. What's a cathoi? No clue. I don't know everything. Pennywise says sick grandpa may know as he has visited their home and had a cookout on the expensive Weber grill. Oh, I remember that. Look, there's so much going on behind the scenes with these vloggers or trolls. And it always, you always say, and I'll continue to say it always comes out in a wash, and it always does. It may take a number of years, but everybody seems to get exposed on here. My life is like a freaking open book for the most part. There's things I absolutely don't talk about at all, but better yet not, But because I'm so expressive and I'm not that private, and I have nothing to hide, my life, my family out here, and yes, they are my family, and people don't want to accept that. Dicks, they don't want me to be happy. They don't want anybody to be happy on here because of the fact they're living in so much of their own personal turmoil and misery and loneliness that's what causes their bitterness, and that's why they attack people on here. I've been saying this for years. I will continue to say it because I continue to believe that. Kathoi is a Thai word for ladyboy. Oh, I don't know that. Oh, is anything possible? I mean, anything is possible, that's what I'm saying. But I'm not going to go that far out on a limb and say that because I don't know. I don't know if I've ever even seen a picture of her, honestly. I don't really care, But people it's just, it's the same thing. It's spreading of rumors. That's what causes trouble, guys. Rumors until proven, Now, one could say about like Ricky, for example, the fact that, and it wasn't anything put in his drink, he publicly showed himself with his tongue down a lady boy's throat. I mean, we could believe that because we've seen it. And he was foolish enough to let that happen on camera because he was too drunk to care. But I don't care how drunk you are. You know your sexual choices. And I don't care how fucking drunk and stupid you are. You know the difference between a man and a woman. If you already have that knowledge, that's a lady boy, and you went that far, and whatever happened after that show at the bar, whether he took this lady boy to his apartment, I don't know. There's a good chance that, yeah, maybe Ricky is bi-curious, There's a lot of foreigners that come out here that are bi-curious. They see an opportunity, see a very attractive, what seems like a woman, then they figure out, well, it's not a woman after all, but shit, she looks good. But she looks good, man. Who's going to know if I actually get together and actually experience this? I'm not going to tell everybody. Yeah, I think that happens quite a bit. Pennywise says, Ricky was making out with Tim the Chin. Yeah, that was a classic. Tim the Chin, I like that. Oh, that was classic, man. Oh, such classic moments we've had on YouTube, haven't we? We really have. Whether it's Fazio exposing himself and whatever, and several different incidences. Classic moments, absolute classic moments. You can't beat that with a stick. So in other words, people can't afford to talk. I mean, look at some of these things that they actually publicly put out there that they have to live with, you know. Pennywise says Ricky really expanded his horizons on that stream. Yeah, he certainly did. Ed Savino says, you think Big E and Ricky has something going on? Well, I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. You got to, why don't you ask them? I don't know, and I don't really care. Like I said, guys, there's nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing that surprises me anymore, certainly here on YouTube. Nothing surprises me. Life takes challenge. You think I ever think I was in a position where me and my daughter would be at odds? No. I love my daughter. No matter what problem she's having, I'm always going to have a love for my daughter. But sometimes in life, you can't make the choices for other people. People are going to do and think in the way they want, and, you know, it's part of life experience. People change sometimes, too. Not everything they do is right, but sometimes they think it's what's right for them for whatever reason. Like in my daughter's situation, maybe she has some different thoughts that, well, maybe it's the best thing I'm not in touch with my dad, that we don't agree. You know, how many times can somebody ask for advice and you give them, they don't want to listen, and how much can I tolerate that? You got to understand something with anybody, whether it's my daughter, whether it's anybody, everybody feels that they're not doing something wrong, and they don't want to admit when they do something wrong. It's always the other guy. It's not them. It's never them. I mean, it's never them. It's never them. But it is. And people are just too proud and too stubborn to admit at fault. Hey, I will never say I'm not at fault for something that I actually did. And you know why? I'll tell you exactly why. Because I have to live with myself. Very important point. You have to live with yourself. If you know you did wrong. You know how we talk about how Barry's girlfriend put this complaint in on me, right? Yeah, truthfully, guys, it was an invalid complaint. It wasn't right. It really wasn't right. But it's amazing what you'll do to people please somebody. When somebody coerces you to do something, and especially if there's any possible money involved to sweeten the deal. A lot of these things happen that way. But then later on, they suffer the consequences, and they wish, God, I wish I'd never done that, but it's too late to change it now. It's much too late to change it. I can't change it now. It's already done. Now I got to face the possible consequences of what I did for lying and putting somebody's life in jeopardy. Because that's exactly what's going on. You're putting somebody's life in jeopardy. Trying to take somebody from their loved ones at an older age, which is a horrible thing to do, to separate two loving, a loving couple and family because somebody has a gripe against you or somebody coerced you to do it or sprinkled the little pesos on the deal or something, whatever may have happened. It's wrong. But that person has to live with it, no matter what consequences come out of this. They're not getting away scot-free. Either legally or morally, they have to live with themselves. These good Catholics. Fucking hypocrites. That's why me and organized religion just don't go together, and it never will, ever, ever, ever. Do what you want, practice what you want. It's all good for you. But what's good for you, whether it's religion, politics, or whatever, or just opinions, that's your gig. It's not everybody else's gig. It's not mine. Yeah, a lot of wrong has been. Good morning, dear, again.
Again. Hi.
Whatever works for you may not work for everybody else, but, you have to do what you feel you have to do, whether it's underhanded, whether it's criminal, whether it's just plain not right. But again, you have to live with your fucking self, man, later on, and that's sometimes hard to do. I would never try to break up a family. And a lot of people think, oh, well, what do you think you were doing with Barry and Shaw? Well, if I had believed it was a real relationship based on love between both of them, I say, yeah, I caused a lot of damage. But it wasn't love, not on Barry's part. I can't speak for her, and I won't try to speak for her. I can speak for Barry because we know his track record. We know what he did, and we know what he continues to do. So I have no quarrel with that. If anything, I have helped his girlfriend. Absolutely. Because she wouldn't have had a future with him. As you can see now, she doesn't. It's over. Whether either one of them like it or not, it's done. Because you're never going to be able to, come back in the country. Okay? That's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. That's it. Done. Finito. And I think a lot of people, because we have actually real love. It's not based on trying to suck off the tits of somebody else. That's what Barry did. That's what he did. And he continued to do. Where you going, Sal? You think Big E and Ricky... Okay, we all know Barry was... Yeah. It's common knowledge. His girlfriend maybe doesn't see it this way. She's really jaded or something. But I think the people did her a favor. I think I did her a favor. Certainly not worth putting a fucking complaint in on me. She should be thanking me. And later on, she'll think about this later on and say, after, having some thought about this as the time goes by, she's going to realize after she meets somebody who's really special and can offer her everything she needs, real love and, somebody who's not a criminal, she's going to think back and say, yeah, Frank and everybody else was right after all. But then I tried to screw Frank up. Now they got the guilty complex. Oh, I don't know if she'll feel any guilt from this. I don't know her that well. But for her to go this far, it's just not right. And have to put me and Gilda through all this crap. It's just not right. I just got over this shit with Barry, that I got to still deal with this crap. And I know what's going on. I'm not going to bluntly say what's actually going on. When I said there was a Mexican standoff, a lot of you don't know what I'm talking about. Or who I'm talking about. I'm not going to discuss that on here. I just tell you that there really is a so-called Mexican standoff going on as we speak. Yeah, Barry used every girl in his life. I'm kind of loving this show this morning because I think we're just letting everything out of the bag here. That everything from our coping mechanisms, that's exactly what's going on. And I sort of knew this, but it just kind of came to a head this morning. Times, why do you continue vlogging? So much adversity out there, so many creeps and psychologically warped people out there. Well, nothing ever took, I've always faced challenges in my life. And this is just another challenge to me. I like a good challenge, actually. I think I've talked about that before. I don't know why, but I like a good challenge, especially if I win. If it's warranted, if it's warranted. Where do you want to go? You want to go back in? If it is warranted, there's a big difference. Otherwise, you walk away from a situation. You could do that. You could walk away from any situation. For example, like I always say, you don't like somebody's show, you don't have to listen. I don't have to listen to any of the troll shows. They don't have to listen to my show. See, you actually have those choices. You do. And I'll get people that write me on an email and say, oh, yeah, you're going to get yours, blah, 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 and I hate you and all that. And I don't always give them a big paragraph or anything on it. I said, but yet you still watch. So is it me or them? Who's really having the problem? They are. They'll talk about you and they'll try to bring up to you that, oh, I think this about you and that about you. But again, I always give them a simple answer, but yet you watch. And I always say the same thing over and over again. Nobody's putting a head to listen to my show. Nobody. And I mean nobody. I don't force anybody. You come here voluntarily. So it must be something that, you actually like about what I have to say. Maybe I'm the most blunt motherfucker that's ever been on YouTube. That's a good possibility. But you see, I'd rather just express my feelings. I talk about everything. I talk about personal things. Never had to bring my daughter in this at all. But it had to do with certain topic matters and stuff that might have been related. And people come up with their own conclusions. Well, what did Frank do to his daughter to make her, estranged? I've hinted on a lot of stuff on here. Of course, I get the bad end of the stick, but they don't know the whole story. I've talked a little about what's going on psychologically with her and so forth, politically, psychologically, geographically. Don't always make me the bad guy when you don't know the whole story, when you didn't experience it. Just like you can't tell somebody that they're living this horrible life in the Philippines. What makes you think that? Is it more wishful thinking? Because they're not living, that's the whole point. They're not living the life that they would like to live. So henceforth that word comes in, used very commonly, certainly from me, the word vicariously, because they are indeed living their life vicariously through somebody else. It's like Popeye with the soap operas he's watched for 40 years. Everything to him is a soap opera, and he needs more of it, because most of the soap operas are now defunct. They're gone. I don't even think General Hospital's still on. I don't even know. But that's his life, drama. And he doesn't have it. He has to go to YouTube and cause drama. Horrible things he says, wishing I was dead. Mike Cason, hoping he was dead. The only way he's coming out of the hospital is with a toe tag on. This is the kind of people we're dealing with on here, man. This is for real. Pennywise says, Frank, I bet Barry regrets the day that he hopped on the back of Gigante's motorbike. He did say that, actually. Motorbike, and visited you on Bentine Island. Gigante probably regrets that he was the cause of Barry's predicament. Gigante has actually said that. He actually has. Gigante has said that. It's funny that you brought it up. That he feels responsible for what everything's going on because he's the one that, came down with Barry and agreed to come down on a motorcycle. And that's what happened. Ed Savino says, so do you think if you walked away from Barry 7 years ago, that this may not happen if I walked away from him? I'm not sure what you mean. In other words, would you say if I just turned my head to all the horrible comments he made about me and all that stuff? Well, that's what got him in trouble, really, because I could tolerate a lot on here. Obviously, I'm here how many years under a lot of adversity, but I'm still here. It means I could tolerate a whole lot, but then sometimes there's some things I can't tolerate and I won't tolerate. And with Barry, it just became very continual. And that's the one thing, and I'll continue to say, you don't have to like somebody or something like that. You have the right, for whatever reason. But the one thing you never do in this life, and there's a few things you never do. You never attack somebody's parents. You never call a straight man a gay man. You never call somebody a pervert or a child molester or a pedophile. Those are fighting words. See, there's certain things you could excuse. Absolutely. But you can't excuse that. Look, you may have said something in jest. You may say something in anger, and maybe what you said was wrong. And I've done a few things like that myself. I, for one, will admit that in moments of anger, I said things I didn't mean. And guess what? If you go back in history,
I've apologized to certain people regarding that. I said sorry. It was out of my anger. I got caught up in a vortex. It was true. I was telling the truth. But some people continually do that. That's the difference. And what Barry did on his shows, he continued to do that. He didn't want to stop. He was so cocky, he figured nothing's ever going to happen to me or immigration's never going to catch me. It's not going to happen. It did. He got caught. And that made him even more upset with me. So he went on a rampage with me. Rampage Barry. He went on a rampage and he continued to do shows about me, calling me a sexual predator. Nothing in the Hawaii civil case had nothing to do with criminal. Nothing in there had to do with harming a child. But of course, they proliferated the bullshit on this to try to make me look bad. And Barry went along with that. And almost on a daily basis, he would call me a pedophile, thinking nothing will come out of this, that the Philippine government does not care. He kept on thinking I got freedom. No, certain freedoms you have in the United States that are still limited too, but you probably have less freedom of speech out here in certain ways. You know, you're not a citizen here. You're very limited on what you can talk about in the government, politics, and all that stuff. You can't. You could, but that could get you into trouble. That's why you don't see a lot of shows really slamming the government out here, because that's the last thing you want to do, especially if you're living out here. That's something you don't want to do. But it's what he did. He slammed the government. He slammed the Filipino people. He slammed the Muslims, wish they'd all die and kill all the children. He slammed Filipinas. Like all they're good for is a fuck, and they're stupid, and their jobs are cleaning up shit. And that, that Americans are far superior than Filipinos intellectually, job-wise, money-earning capacities. Barry just, hit the jackpot on stupidity on what he said on his show. If it wasn't his calling me a pedophile, he would have suffered anyway from everything he said. Dave Phelps was kicked out of this country pretty much in so many ways, but we won't get into that. He's not the topic matter. I'm just saying. Yeah, Barry overestimated his Teflon Don status. Yeah, I think that's what's happening on here. They overestimate whether they have money and they think it's a tool for power and control over women and other people on here. It's that thing, look at me, I'm traveling, I got the money, I'm eating at 5-star restaurants. That could only go so far. If the only way you could get in a relationship, and I'm being so fucking serious about this, if the only way you could get into a relationship is to show the woman how thick your wallet is, that's shallow. That means you can't get a woman otherwise. And look at some of these guys. Look what they look like. It would be very hard under normal circumstances to get a Filipina. They're not as easy as you think they are. They have their own likes, and just like anybody else does. They know what they're seeking in a relationship, the straight ones, the ones that are not looking for money. But it's a big enticement when you're living in somewhat of an impoverished life or close to it, that, as I always say, that you want to step up a little bit, 1 or 2 steps, or maybe 3 or 4 steps. Maybe the ultimate step is getting to America and getting a job and then dumping the asshole that, like John Blaze, they're eventually probably dumping the asshole that got you out there. It's a stepping stone to these Filipinos that have that kind of shit in their heart and mind to do, Nobody learns. Frank, do you miss the banter between you and Dave Phelps? No, I don't. Oh, you're always coming in late. I talked about so much today, Counterflow. I'm not even going to give you a review. Talked about so much. I guess you have to re-listen to the show. I can't go over it, so much. So, no, I don't know what's going on with Big E. I don't know about his job. If there was something going on, another rumor mongering thing going on that he lost his job or something because trolls were calling his workplace or something. I heard that. People were writing me something about that there were some people out there that were, and believe me when I tell you, I would have nothing to do with that. Would I have the capacity to do that? Absolutely would. And I've actually done stuff like that in the past out of frustration and anger. But no, I can honestly tell you, if something like that did happen with Biggie, no, those days are gone. Leave him and his company alone. But fate, sometimes happen, karma. And if anybody did call in on him, I could definitely tell you it wasn't me. I would actually take pride in saying that if I did that and got him fired from his job, I'd come out there and say, bingo, winner, winner takes all. But no, no. If that was true, and I don't believe it, nevertheless, it's just another rumor. But no, I would not have had hands in anything like that at all. Pennywise says maybe his work fired him for having a harem, immorality clause in his workplace. Count Flo says, I will listen later, no problem. I have to go walk. And okay, maybe this won't. Maybe this work fired him for having a harem. Okay, Count Flo, do what you need to do, man. No problem. Go for your walk. So leave me out of that. I have nothing to do with that. If that was, but I don't look. Half the things or more, or 75% of the things that are said on here are not true. Obviously, But I don't really take the rumor. I've been stupid enough in the past to fall for some rumors. But since that period of time, I've always learned to find out the real facts before I'm going to state it as a fact on my show. Until there's actually proof. I've proved that John Blaze is a liar. I've proved a lot of people to be less than they, put themselves out to be on their shows. I've certainly done that. Oh, you ready to walk? But she said you have to do something or something. I don't know. Well, I mean, do what you have to do. I'm glad you're up early doing that shit, man. I should be. Pennywise says, speaking of walking, Big E and Nico have not been doing any walk videos on their 10,000 steps and have gained weight. No, that's their doing. Like I said, it's their doing. I just give advice on here, that's all. Whether people take my advice or not, that's a whole nother story. I don't do things perfect in my life either. And I talk about it. I'm not afraid to say it. I don't do things perfect in my life. I've done a lot of stupid things, in fact, in my life. Some things I don't regret and some things I do regret. But I'm willing to be a man enough to say if I'm wrong about something. But nobody is going to wrong a right. Nope, to me, nobody is going to tell me how to live my life or tell me that publicly on shows that Frank did this and did that when it's not true. Of course, I'm going to challenge that. I don't have to because that's just called rumor mongering. And that's what you have, which is very commonplace on here, obviously. Yeah. Look, I don't really care what Big E and Nico do. We know enough about them to make our own conclusions. We know about Popeye. We know about every character on here. And I was wrong about some people. I met Mick Fisher, and I thought he was a cool guy. And, I'm not, and here's the thing. I'm not going to be Mick Fisher. I'm not going to talk wrong about Mick Fisher because I made a judgment on him when I met him, and that's when I kind of came to a conclusion that he was on a fact-finding mission. It wasn't a friendly visit to me. I think he even said that. It wasn't a friend. He wasn't trying to make friends with me. Although he was under the pretense of, yeah, well, I'm going to come to Bentine, like to meet you. He even bought us breakfast or lunch or something one time or whatever. I don't know. And I was willing to listen to him and see what kind of a character he was. He seemed like an okay guy. And I don't hate Mick Fisher at all, In fact, I like some things about Mick Fisher, believe it or not. He's a pretty intelligent guy. He's had some life experiences. And so I could definitely say I don't hate Mick Fisher at all. No. But the problem is that Mick Fisher decided to team up with Big E, and that's the problem. And there's a certain allegiance that people have with each other, So Mick Fisher's going to lean on Big E's side on, his ideologies of life and YouTube and what he does and what Big E thinks about people. So he has to appease Big E, is what it is, to continue this friendship. He doesn't want to go against Big E's thoughts and beliefs and so forth. Doesn't want to create a friction because they developed a friendship. and they need each other because they're both, I guess, living in the same country and all that. He needs the friendship. But do I think Mick Fisher is a bad person? No, I don't think Mick Fisher's a bad person. I think he's just too easily influenced, too jaded sometimes. I think his analogy of me is so far from the truth, but he had to satisfy Big E. You have to satisfy your master. Mick Fisher needs to think on his own accord, not be influenced by other people. That goes for a lot of people. Don't be influenced by anybody on here. So the value of the friendship between him and Big E, he values it apparently. But coming with that, you have to kind of adhere to some of Big E's values if you're going to be friends with him. I don't think Mick Fisher hates me, but he said some horrible things about me too, which I don't appreciate. He always offers comments on people's shows that are very negative about me, which I really don't appreciate because I haven't been making a big judgment on Mick Fisher. I really haven't. If you listen to me, I've only spoke the truth. He seemed like a nice guy when I met him, and he was very nice to me and Gilda and the family, and he was a gentleman, an absolute gentleman. Even his partner that he was with at the time that came with, I had nothing against this woman, but they made people believe that I had something against her, and they convinced her that I was an adversary. That wasn't right. Whether this chick, no name mentioned, it was his girlfriend and that was his business, but, he's had an influence on her too. So if Mick doesn't like me for some reason, if she's close to him and a good friend, she's going to believe what he believes in. Adhere to his thoughts and ideologies about who Frank Battaglia is and what I'm really all about. I have nothing against her either. Neither one of them. I don't. And I'll tell you that. Okay. Frank, were you locked and loaded when you met Mick Fisher? No. Look, Mick Fisher could drive me through the ground like a railroad spike if he wanted to. Okay? Truth be truth. Why would they want to do something so heinous to Mick Fisher that this old, frail, as they call me, man would want to really deal with somebody this guy's size and height? Look, I'm not going to pretend to be Bruce Lee or anything like that. I may have a few tricks up my sleeve, but would I really want to try that and risk being hurt or in a hospital? Let's get real. I may know a few things that could save my life, or maybe not. It's different knowing something and putting it into action when the time comes up. I admit that. I don't hide this thought. I'm just real about it. It's probably not a good idea to get into a physical confrontation with somebody who's like 3 times your size or more, and girth and muscle, if perhaps they have any. Of course not. I'm not that stupid. Give me a little credit. It doesn't mean I can't protect myself or don't have the ability to do it at whatever age I'm at. You might actually be surprised. I may surprise myself. I don't know. But nobody wants to deal with me anyway. There's too many legalities with dealing with me. That's a fact, and we all know that. And I wouldn't hesitate to impose a legality against somebody if they continue to be a threat to me, defame me, or whatever. That still goes. A guy that big, Pennywise says, would have to be kicked in the balls to even out the odds. Yeah, probably so. He don't need to know martial arts or nothing. Let's get real. I know there are points on a man's body that will disable him instantly. I think even I'm capable of doing that, no matter what their size are. I'm not going to give you all the points. I know what to go for. If I was really in trouble, unless the guy was on top of me, I would not have the strength to get them off me. Let's face the reality of that, folks. Really. Let's be honest. Don't get them on top of you. If keep your distance if you have to. And if they're bigger than you, they're probably not as fast as you. So keep that in mind. You got something they don't have, no matter how old you are, unless you're that decrepit. I mean, You're going to be faster than a big old gook, and at height and girth. Yeah, you got that advantage. Absolutely. Keep that in mind. We can laugh about this. It is laughable. But not everything works out the way you want in a confrontation. You know, I don't care what you know. I don't care what degree black belt you have. I don't really care if you're still young and have a black belt. I don't care. You might be at an advantage on some points, but you're not going to tell the person, okay, stand there in this position. This will allow me to do a good roundhouse kick, or maybe I can get a chokehold on you or something. Really, a chokehold against somebody that big. They got powerful arms. They can remove your arm just like that. I wouldn't recommend that. But people do have vulnerable points on their body that even an old, frail man that they say I am can do. And that's a fact. I don't want to be in a situation where I would have to find out, to be honest with you. I don't want to wind up in a hospital at my age. You heal slowly the older you are, and that's a fact. So, the idea is don't get into a physical confrontation with anybody. I avoided getting into a physical confrontation with Barry because I know he'd be hurt. But then again, let's be totally honest. Maybe Barry would be able to get in a lucky shot to me that could disable me. You just don't know. You don't know, even for someone who really is a dwarf like Barry. And you don't have these expectations. Maybe he learned a few things I don't give him credit for. You don't know. But it's a lot easier to throw a liquor glass at somebody's head like he tried to do, was going to do in TGIF. I wouldn't have any control of that, would I? Or if he pulled out that knife from his right pocket, would I be able to defend myself against that? Chances are, yes. Knowing what I know, what I can do. But maybe not. Timing is everything too. Being fast and timing is everything. Not that I don't want to talk. I really don't want to talk about physical violence. I'd rather not. Pennywise, Counterflow said at Pennywise, nothing a 2x2 won't stop. There you go. Frank, who is bigger, Jim of the Jim and Deck Cell or Mick Fisher? I think Mick Fisher is. Of course, I never met Jim in person, but I think muscle-wise, Jim has a lot more muscle than I believe Mick Fisher has. Mick Fisher has a little bit of a weight thing going on too, despite him working out, but I don't know what he's like today. It's been a long time since I've actually met him. I think with Jim's temperament and his strength, I would say that Jim would probably outdo Mick Fisher. Yeah. Because he has that temperament that goes along with his muscle. That's what I think. 2x4 is too big. A small bat would do. I got one of them. You can't carry a bat everywhere you go. You can't walk around in a protective shield, a protective bubble. You better know something. And you better think quick if something happens. You better think awfully quick. But your natural instincts, flight or fight, come in instantly. You'll know what to do. If you're in a situation you can't avoid, well, it's going to be fight. Or it's going to be flight if you value your life and you know that this person has so much more strength and youth on you, perhaps, that the odds are that you're going to get annihilated. Fuck the embarrassment. You walk away. Just walk away. Just like if somebody wants to rob you your money at the ATM or something or in the street, it's better you just give them the money. But unfortunately, here in the Philippines, it doesn't always happen that way. They wind up killing you anyway. Yeah. But let's say that they're not going to kill you. It's the best thing to do. It's just to avoid a confrontation with somebody who's robbing you, and just, you can replace money, but you can't replace your life. And you have to think in that way of thinking. It's a must. Survival. Don't try to be a hero in a situation like that, because it may not work for you. Jim also claimed to have been trained in MMA fighting. Well, I don't know about that. People tend to exaggerate. So I'm not going to say whether that's true or not. But Jim is too big and bulky, and I think a lesser sized man that's quicker could have the advantage on Jim to a certain point. Plus, Jim is too cocky, and his cockiness gets you into trouble. You're not thinking clearly when you're cocky. It's like Barry. Look at everything he put upon himself because of his cockiness. It works the same way with other situations, too. I don't know he's trained in anything. Pennywise says, Jim is MMA trained and always itching to release the Hulk within him. I don't know for a fact if he's MMA trained. I know he's into all this physical fitness. He's done some pretty good pull-ups. Well, they only seen 12, but that's enough. Pulling his weight up and down on a pull-up bar, chin-up bar. It takes a lot of strength to do that. But you also got to understand that the man's on steroids. Maybe that'll explain a few things to you. I know when I see their kind of bicep muscle, that's not normal. You don't get that normally. I'm sorry if you disagree with me. A lot of these people are on steroids. Oh, you made something for me, dear?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to go here. I think it's been a pretty damn good show, I'd say so. And the moral of the story, there's always a moral to it or something, is I think people are basically not always comfortable in their own skin in another country. They need to reach out. They need to do YouTube shows. They need to, keep some element of their life that they had in the States or whatever. Wow, this is interesting. It's caloric, but we got like a ham in there with potatoes and eggs. All right, I'll accept that. That's pretty good. Oh, Jim is admitting to be on testosterone replacement therapy. To some people that could work out really well, just for general well-being and strength, because you're losing all the testosterone. Could be a good idea to some people, but to use it for strength training and weightlifting, I don't buy it. But I bet Jim is on some type of gear when he works out. Okay, anyway, that's my show this morning. I think you guys are going to walk away from this show with a hell of a lot of thought. Why people vlog, even under most adverse situations. If you haven't listened to the show, go to the beginning. As far as the thing going on with Big E, don't buy all the stories you hear, or in fact anything else on here. Just rumor mongering. But if something like that happened, I have absolutely nothing to do with that. I can tell you that. Thanks for listening. Yowzer. Good morning. We are live as compared to being unalive. All right, build it and they shall come. That's what I say. Build it and they shall come. While I'm preparing my cup of green tea for the morning, waiting for it to cool off. Too hot. It's too hot. It's too hot, baby. One thing I don't like is mediocrity, really. And the copycat channel has been fallen to mediocrity. Can't even be original anymore because, well, I don't take my shows down now. That's kind of messing with their heads a little bit.
What Frank doesn't put on, we're going to put it on anyway. Well, now that I'm sort of kind of leaving on my shows, they're not too happy about that. But we're doing just fine here, everybody. It seems so far that even the comments they made on there are lame. And getting more lame as time goes by. They're dealing with a winner here, not a loser. So they got to kind of find more stuff to kind of throw little digs in there on the comment section. It's the same shit over and over again. Reminds me of most vloggers on here, which talk about the same shit over and over again. So exciting to go to the copycat channel, hear the same shit over and over again. I get a kick out of the show though, but they're not happy right now. No. Because, to copy anything is I leave my shows on now. Pretty sad. Okay, what do we have here? Let's put some hearts out there for the copycat channel. They try, but less than mediocrity, really. But they do keep me relevant, though, that's for sure. So now, extra punch for my channel because, well, I leave my material on as my show, then theirs, and it's kind of a promotion. They don't realize it. Don't tell them that they're actually promoting my channel. More hearts for the copycat channel. I haven't really checked to see who's saying what. I haven't been watching any new shows on here that I've subscribed to. But I know I'm not missing much. It's unfortunate that most of the YouTubers on here, if you miss one of their shows, don't worry about it. Don't cry about it. Just go back one back or the old ones. And you're probably going to hear the same thing that we're talking about. So you're not really missing anything. I don't know. Everything's becoming so redundant on here. Flying Circus is, oh God, Flying Circus. I hate to tell you this, but someone's got to tell you. You're blocked, so I can't even see your comments on any show. And I know you want me to see your comments, but I blocked you. Don't cry in your soup about it. Come on, be a man. How old is this guy now? 82 or something? Jesus Christ. He's not the oldest vlogger on here. Well, call him a vlogger. He's a troll. What is that guy? British, the Philippines, the guy that was doing all the, got in trouble with the BIR one time, all these religious people on his channel. He's building houses for them and pocketing money and buying a new truck. And what do you call that Philippines guy? Because I haven't listened to him such a long time. He almost got deported because of this. Actually, he had no licensing to do these charitable operations. Forgot the name of his channel because I don't really listen to it. I used to just tune in every now and again. And he's got to be like at least 83 now or something. And I don't know who's older. I don't know if it's Flying Circus or this guy. But he's up there. That's for sure. What, no thumbs up here? Come on, guys. Tom Sack, get some thumbs up. Oh, I see. The trolls. I have to take a guess at that one. So what's new, boys? What's the word on Discord? I hear they're firing up crazy. I know what they're talking about. I'm hearing is they talking about regular guy or I don't know. They're talking about somebody now. They're always talking about somebody on here. It kind of seems that the consensus of the people on Discord are kind of on my side. That's what I'm understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is my understanding. And we got 14 souls out there. 14 souls. That's a good start. Oh, and somebody's sending smiley faces. See, they love me, but they don't want to come on and say anything. These are my fans. They are my biggest fans. The trolls are my biggest fans. And it might be my only fans. But they still watch. And that's all right with me. See all the smile? I don't know if you guys can see that. These little smiley faces or something going across the comment section here. They love me. They love me. They love me. They really, really like me. Sally Fields quote. Oh, I'll be honest. I'm not sure what the hell to talk about this morning. This is a free for all this morning. Pretty much. Oh, I know you always like to hear of my misfortune. Well, my washer is kind of on the brink. So I'm going to have somebody come over today. Same guy that came over last time and helped get it going again. It's not agitating. It's not, there's several things has to be done. The timer on there, you have to manually shut it off. You can't go by the timers on there. And the washer used to agitate back and forth, two different directions. Now it only goes one direction, but right now it's not doing anything. It just doesn't want to turn on to even move. So hopefully we're going to remedy the situation with this gentleman who's come over before to our rescue. And so we don't have to wind up buying another washer. But boy, I'll tell you, if I did, look at it this way. I've had this thing for, oh gosh, let's see, I don't know. I'd have to say for 60 years. It's an LG, by the way. So if you're going to buy one of these washers, I would say to go with LG. Because let me tell you, we used that washer several times a day. For how many years? And it was still kicking all this time. I'd go with the LG. So let's just say we got our money's worth out of this puppy. That's a bad boy. It took a licking and kept on ticking, man. Still, other functions are working. Spinner works and all that, but again, the timer on there, you just have to shut it off manually. Not a big deal. But now the washer, well, we need that working. So we're going to see what this guy can do. Well, if he doesn't, not able to fix it, I guess a new washer is in the make. Unless we want to go Filipino style and do it by hand, and I'm not exactly going to do that. Just rained heavily again this morning. Unbelievable. This is probably up there one of the biggest rainy seasons I've had since I've been in the Philippines. I'm thinking it's got to be close or number one. Not worried about my well water. I'm sure there's plenty in the underground aquifer. You learn a lot when you have your own home out here, and thank goodness I'm not off grid. Some people are living off grid. Pardon me. I think I woke up about 2:30 for some reason and went back to sleep. I'm not sure if it was raining and it got me. I have no idea. But I wake up at least once. Doesn't mean I get out of bed because I got to take a piss or nothing. My prostate ain't that bad.
I'm just a light sleeper, but my body has a time clock. I don't know. All right, we got 12 souls out there, and nobody is actually talking. I get the feeling that, oh, well, wait, I'm answering my own stupid question. The trolls, they're not going to post something on here. They're not going to make a comment. You know what I did? Oh, maybe these are some obscure names. I don't know. I found a block list on here, and there was a few people on here that I released from being blocked, and I don't remember who. And it can't be the complete list. I mean, what I've seen on my block list in the past, it must have been 500 people. I'm not kidding. I don't know about 500 people, but there was a lot. But when I go to look at the block list, it didn't show a hell of a lot of people on there. I'm not sure what. Oh, there comes the first thumbs up. I think I know who it is. Okay. Yeah, you're going to have to help me a little bit this morning because I'm not, I don't have any particular subject matter really this morning. I should be a little bit more well prepared for my big shows. You're going to do a Broadway show, be prepared for it, you know. You got to have material for your audience. And that brings me back to the copycat channel. You know, when you're running out of material like they do, they don't know what to talk about in the comments section or how to title their show. All they really do is just, you know, repeat my show. They make a little laundry list of what I talked about this week, little captions. Damn, talk about time on their hands. Pretty pathetic. But now I just keep my shows on. So that's creating a little bit of friction with these guys. They don't like that. The whole purpose was that Frank usually takes his shows down. Well, I do if they're boring, but a lot of times I take my shows down. And then they'll just copy it and put it on theirs. But now that I keep my shows on, they're getting a little bit frustrated. Poor guy. So they got to find a way to handle this. Even the comments are becoming more lame. It's like so redundant. You know, the basics is Frank's not going to win. Frank's not going to win. It's not the words they're saying, it's their implications. You know, they can't face the fact that historically, nobody's gotten the best of me on here. A lot of people with bad intent, ill intent. They try really hard, but they never succeed, and that pisses them off even more. That's why they do these shows. That's why they make these comments. I've done very well for the time I've been on here on YouTube, despite such adversity, not created by me, by the dudes in the troll accounts, the sock accounts. Even they don't know what to comment on anymore. They come up with such lame stuff. Well, Frank thinks he's this and he's that. He's nothing, but they don't back up anything. Charles Luciano, I haven't seen your name. Did I unblock you or something? I haven't seen your name on it. I know the Luciano name on here. Were you going to take a poke at Ricky at SNR? I came pretty close that time, I'll tell you that. It was kind of a Obama situation, man. I had to hold back. You know, opportunity existed right there. But what would happen? They'd be taken out by the police or something. It'd be like a Fazio situation where, well, in that case, you know, Ricky came up behind Fazio, which was certainly not fair to Fazio, even though Fazio couldn't protect himself anyway. But yeah. You just never know with me, Charles. You just never know with me. I may lose my cool. But most of the time, I keep my cool. I'll know when the time's right and the moment's right. But as I said, I'm not into physical violence and all that. There's other ways of dealing with him publicly to embarrass him or whatever, or bring attention to him by other patrons of the store or whatever. I got it figured out. Don't worry about it.
I enjoyed hearing about your conquest as a young stud. I don't know if I was a young stud. Well, I mean, if you're single, you're single. Remember, I was only in a marriage relationship for a total of 7 years, and 5 of it was marriage, and 2 of it was, just boyfriend girlfriend shit. Single. Then the rest of the time, I never got married again. I mean, all those years, I was free to be, footloose and fancy free. What's a younger man to do? It's not my fault I met all these women. I'm glad I did. Some of them I wish I didn't. Well, I had a few I wish I didn't. No, I'm not anything. I'm not a damn stud. You know, I was always looking for a serious relationship. I wasn't really someone to say purposely want to just play the field like I did, but there was always a quest for a serious relationship. Always was, actually. Oh, I've had a few women that, were definitely overnights, purposely overnight, that I knew I wasn't interested in, but took advantage of a situation. That's happened a few times, but for the most part, no. I was seriously looking for a good relationship. And that's for real. I'm not really a runaround like that. I've had enough women in my life to, you would think that I was a big runaround, but it's really not the truth. I was always seeking a partner. And sometimes I made bad choices, or found out later it was a bad choice or something. But no, I could be very independent too. And there were periods of time I wasn't dating nobody, sometimes for long periods of time. I could handle either one, either being in a long term relationship or being out of a long term relationship. I could handle it. But when you get older, though, that's when you really got to start thinking about stuff because it's reality, man. It hits you in the face getting older, and you don't know what's ahead of you. Well, nobody does anyway, but still, hit your 60s, start your 70s. It's you get a little bit concerned. You can't live forever, but you just do the best you can. Keep on trucking. And that applies to even younger people too. Never, this is not, in a perfect world, you'll live to be a certain age, but the moon and everything, the stars and the sun, everything have to line up just perfectly. But if you're expecting a special eclipse in your life, don't bank on it. 'Cause no matter what age you are, anything could happen to you. You can be struck dead in a moment without notice. Just whatever. Your pancreas could go because you never know anything about your pancreas. You don't have any signs sometimes. You just never know. That's what I say to that. That's as far as I'm going to come to any health topics on here. I'm going to try to be really done with that. Hard as it is, it's been a great topic of mine that people have enjoyed. But as I said, I think pretty much everybody's on their own now. Pretty much. I give all the advice I can. And this is not shit that I make up either. These are things that I read and learn about. So we think it's coming from me. It's not. It's coming from, doctors, scientists, researchers, whatever, dietitians, all kinds of people. And I'm just basically relaying the information. Or as maybe I can attest for the things that I do. And that's when I'll talk about it as far as supplements, all that shit. But anyway, let's end that. I'm going to continue to do what I'm doing and let everybody continue to do what they're doing regarding their own personal hygiene, their own personal health, and all that stuff. Nobody's hired me as their dietitian or anything like that. You're on your own, boys. It's come to that time. You're on your own. What happens to you happens to you. Same as me. What happens to me happens to me. But I think I have a better chance than most of these people of not developing any horrific diseases
more so, even though I smoke. Where's my golden boy today, Mr. Counterflow? The golden boy. The show feels naked without counterflow. But there is some number one troll, because the minute I got on, although the thumbs up is down now, not off, but there was somebody with an immediate thumbs up. 17 strong. This is an open forum today, folks. I'm just passing the time while I'm waiting for my tea to cool off. Well, I could go on camera, but I'm just not looking my best for my lovely audience right now. And we got 2 thumbs up. Fantastic. It's a good start. Right on, right on. People were saying to me, how come you don't get monetized? And somebody said, I went on Social Blade and it says that you can't get monetized because blah, 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 blah. Well, did I say I was trying to get monetized? I may consider it sometime. Who knows? You never know. You never know. I'm not sure what good it's going to do me unless I get a new audience in here, but I know people are generally not that, coin friendly with me, as far as donations, because most of them are trolls. And a troll ain't going to donate to my channel. So I think to myself, what's the purpose? But you never know. I may come out here one day and have PayPal and have every damn thing you ever thought of. PayPal, Gcash. Already got the Gcash. I don't put it up here though. We're talking about small coinage here on my show, Kevin was at his in his glory. Was it yesterday? He made $30. Well, minus 33%. And he was in his glory. Now he can buy more ramen. Oh, he'll be back to the U.S. I guarantee you, he'll be back. He'll find an excuse to go back. It ain't going to be a total. He's not going to look at it. He's not going to make it look like a surrender. No, he won't do that. He'll be back to the U.S. I'll guarantee it. Because I think he's hit the end zone. I think he's. I don't think he'd go any further than he can where he's at now. He tries real hard to put on an image that he's killing it, and I'm so sick of that expression. I'm killing it. I'm killing it. It's coming from people that are not killing it, but they're just really killing themselves. And I get to view it. Nah, nobody's really killing it out here, except channels maybe like 8 miles from home or something, where it's not anything they do that doesn't have a sponsor. American, Filipino, what are you? And I don't believe that's your real name, of course, but nobody goes with their real name on here. I already make the assumption of that. But yeah, I don't know. Me being monetized, it's a thought to pursue that again, but I'm just not sure why, All these deadbeats that owe me a lot of money, like Don C owes me 50,000 pesos, a channel called WTF owes me 50,000 pesos, and what's his other name? Mike, what's his name? Owes me 50,000 pesos because they're the ones that said that Barry's never going to get arrested or anything like that, and they put up 50,000 pesos if I could get him jailed. They never came through. You're a German American married to Filipina. Are you living in the Philippines? And I know that's not your real name, I'm sure. I'm a German American married to. A lot of Germans come out here. I noticed that. A lot of Germans. A lot. Germany likes the Philippines, apparently. What did I do? I hit something in here I shouldn't hit. Go back. Okay. Oh, tell them. Oh, okay. Good for you there. I like these similar names. There's Taliban, there's Balamban. I've been to Balamban. I've been there before. People say I don't go anywhere, but I've been to a lot of different towns outskirts of Cebu too, not just Cebu City. And we got 18 souls aboard. Welcome aboard. How about a little thumbs up for the boy? God, the one thing I noticed though, and I'm actually getting tired of talking about age. I'm noticing more and more shows. There's a guy who devotes his show, you wouldn't know about him, but he's about 78. And he talks about exactly that longevity. He talks about what to expect when you're in your late 70s or something, and this and that. I don't know. Sometimes I get tired of hearing that. It's irrelevant age. Well, I mean, what's there to know? You're going to live and you're going to die. You just don't know when. Or maybe some people will know when because they had a long-term illness and the doctor tells them you've got 3 weeks to live or something. All right, then you know. But you can't live life thinking that, I'm a certain age and all that crap. I actually get tired of talking about this age thing myself, really. You don't have to tell me. I know I'm an older man. You don't have to remind me. I know what age I'm at. I know exactly what age I'm at. I'm aware of it. I'm aware of my mortality. What else do you need to know? I'm aware of it every single day. In many ways, I'm aware of it. No need to dwell on it. Age has becoming a big topic on YouTube because most people are retired. And age becomes a kind of a part of some, topic matter every now and again. Well, more than every now and again. It's pretty big. Who's claiming they're living a better life at their age, or who planned better than you, or whatever. I don't know. Same shit, I don't need to hear that shit anymore. I know exactly what age I'm at, folks. You don't have to remind me. I'm reminded every day I look in the fucking mirror. Reminded every day that maybe I need to do a little stretching. Every day. Nature lets me know what I can do and what I can't do. It lets me know real well. My tea is finally cooled off a bit here. Yeah, we're definitely on the laptop today. So I want to make use of this thing. So I had this guy come over this morning and check out this damn washer. If we can get it going or not. I don't really feel like going out and buying a new washer. Although this has done its job, let me tell you. There's some cheap expats out there that make their Filipinas wash by hand. Jesus Christ, how could they do that? Buy your woman, don't cheap out. Buy her a wash machine, man. She does probably enough work for you. They don't cost that much. You might be able to get a good one for $16,000 or something. I don't know. I think that we paid for ours. That's 7 years, whatever it's been. What has it been? Jeez, man. We've had this a long time. And when I say we do laundry every day, I mean we do laundry every day, if not a couple of times. So it's lasted that long. I mean, that's pretty good. So it's LG brand. Keep that in mind if you are going to buy a washer. I'd say buy the LG from my experience anyway. Don't buy some ultra cheap Chinese model. I don't know. LG's probably made in China for all I know, but we all know LG. They make televisions and all kinds of stuff, and it's a pretty fair label on electronics. I'd stick to that. Stick to a brand you could probably trust. I mean, I don't really even have an expensive desktop. I've got an Acer here, but it works. Had to refurbish just a little bit to be able to get online again here on YouTube. But it's all there. I'm working on it right now. People said you like the audio on here.
I don't know what the difference is. What's that? I live in Cebu, Tambalong. And Savino says, South Korea. Counterflow. I knew you were going to show up. Ace is okay, man. You know, let me see. What operating system is on there? I think I have 10, Windows 10. And the best operating system I've ever had, and people would agree, would be Windows 7. That was the best. And when it got beyond the 7, it really sucked. Yeah, Ace is okay. I'm working on it right now. It's A-okay, man. Ozzy Osbourne had his last concert. He was in a big black chair. Can't even walk anymore. God. Legends don't die. They just fade away. I don't know. Then, Phil Collins. Remember, he had his last concert. He was in a wheelchair or something. It just shows to show you, man, when you don't remain young, man. And people kind of look back in their careers when they were young and swarthy, and they were just energetic, and they look totally different. But that was years ago. Time goes by really fast, man. And how you know is if you're into music at all your favorite rock idols or whatever are either in wheelchairs or losing their voice, or they died, or just decided they didn't want to perform anymore, tired of the road trips or something. Let's face it, we're getting old. Counterflow says Savio, Luciano, Pataglia, and me, the Rat. Okay. The Rat Pack. The Rat Pack. Yeah, I like it. The Rat Pack. I like it. Maybe we'll go with that. The Rat Pack. Right on, man. But yeah, I was watching. I don't know his last concert. It was probably. I've been seeing on the feed on here with, and Black Sabbath, and yeah, fucker can't even walk. But shit happens. He's on a big show. At least he's willing to do that, and people were cheering him on because they loved, they loved the music and honored a guy. The fact that he didn't come back on stage to do a kind of a final show of his career, they know it's an epitaph. They know it's death is soon after. But whether you're really into heavy metal, which I'm really not, there's only a few metal songs. Some of his tunes are pretty good, but I'm not like a metalhead, man. A lot of people are. But they did something that they liked doing. That's all that matters. They became famous for it, and they, got the rewards of their fame. Some of it was not great rewards on their fame because there's always a lot of shit that goes along with fame. But they did something to accomplish something they love, and I got to give them credit. And let them have a final performance. Why not? Let their fans, who actually, the ones that made them wealthy and bought their albums and shit, give them a last show if you can. Phil Collins did that too, Or Casanos. So I'll say, welcome to a brand new morning, my friends. A brand new morning. I looked too creepy this morning to get on camera. I haven't even fixed myself up or nothing. So I promised that I was going to be going on camera when I'm on especially on the laptop, but I haven't put my makeup on yet. Anyways, talking about the copycat channel, they're going downhill big time. It's sad, but Riff Draft Radio went downhill. They all did. They all wind up. They all float. Remember, they all float. The internet's just barely floating. Now that I'm not hiding anything on my channel, and I'm not, erasing my shows. Now they're quite frustrated. Oh well, to have to deal with it, I guess. But they talk about the lamest shit on the comments section, and it's also very redundant too. The same people. Chubba Wubba, one of the leaders on there. I think I know who's behind Chubba Wubba. Well, it's actually
Chubba also goes under. Oh, I wrote it down. Don't have it here at the moment. Yeah, he's two different people, but I think I know who's behind Chubba. So, but he's probably the most outspoken on there. Probably Chubba. I love these names too. Chubba. They probably are fat, actually. Who's not fat on here? I'm not. Sun's coming out. I don't mind seeing the sun this morning because it's been awfully wet lately. I'm telling you, it's been a rainy season, man. I'm gonna have to make use of that enamel paint. I have to have a worker use it on something, but I need to paint the eaves underneath the house. 1 gallon ain't gonna do that shit. That stuff goes on. It's like it's thick as shit. It's almost like unspreadable. This enamel shit. I don't know if it's supposed to be watered down. No, it's an oil base. I'm sure you can't water it down. I'll put a little turpentine in there. So I don't know. I said I'm not an expert on paints, but I just don't like using this shit, man. Damn. I really don't. I don't want to be around this stuff besides the toxic fumes on there, but it just gets all over you. It drips a lot. It may be thick, but it drips a lot. You can't help but make a mess with this shit. You just can't. Personally, I'd like to put money together and just take care of everything I need to take care of around this house all at once. My roof is in good shape. I mean, the color is faded. The roof is it's a red roof, but it's still in good shape. But it's faded. You know, the color is faded to more like a burnt orange or something. You can see on one side of the house there used to be a tree over it, with the nice coloring of the paint, all shiny and glossy and all. But the roof is still good. It's not a big deal. And the one thing I just don't think I would ever do is to spray paint the roof because it'll look gaudy. There's people who've done that. It doesn't look like the factory finish and all that. It looks really gaudy. If anything, I'd replace the roofing. And would it be red? It might be like a blue color. I always like the blue. Red is just not like a favorite color of mine. I'm more of a cool toned person. I like the cooler colors, blues and greens and aqua and all that kind of stuff. That's what I like. Yeah, the blue roofs look pretty good, but the house is kind of a cream color, but that would still work. It's not actually a yellow, the house. It's actually a cream color. You'll see the difference on a yellow. It's called cream. And that'll go with the blue. But it's cream, but the trim work on the house is it's a chocolate brown, the trim work. I mean, I'm on the outside. I'm not worried about too much, except fixing any potential gutter leaking problem or whatever. The roof is going to hold out for a long time. It's going to come a time. I may be gone, but she's going to have to, dead and buried or whatever. The roof will eventually become an issue. Yeah, I like the blue. I like the blue. The right color blue. It just makes your whole house. But my roof, the road is kind of low. I mean, my roof doesn't show out on the road, really. You'll see the outside exterior of the house, but you don't really see a lot of the roof, the angle or whatever. But you still, you got to get up there now and then and clean the gutters out, that kind of stuff.
And if you really want to maintain your roof, you're going to have to get a pressure washer. That's the only way to go. You got to have a pressure washer. Some people want to repaint their roofs, but I don't think I've seen a success story with that. It does look gaudy. There's nothing like factory finish. Remember Earl Scheib? I'll paint any car for $99.95. You've got exactly an Earl Scheib job, is what you did, man. I had a car once. God, it was an unusual car. Was it a Fairlane? I should have kept it. My gosh, over in Seattle. I went to a cheap place like that. It was a cheap job. Odd color too, but odd kind of a blue. It was kind of I can't even explain, a grayish blue. But it didn't, for that money, they weren't going to put a gloss on it. They weren't going to go the whole route that normally what they do when they paint cars. You got it for $99.95 from Earl Scheib. That's exactly what you got for $99.95. Oh, Earl Scheib, yeah, of course, man. Came once after my school. My grandpa was painting a '60s Chevy Impala with a paintbrush. Oh, I know people have done that. Hillbillies do that. Can hillbillies do that shit, man? No, man, you can't do that by hand. If all fails, your car is looking that bad, you ain't got the money, you just want to clean it up. It's not like a fucking wall, You paint the wall if it gets dirty or something, but nah, you don't hit the car with a paintbrush. Barry might do something like that shit, but the average person's not going to do that. That was flipping awesome. Oh, he was a hillbilly barber. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I was right. Watch these barbers with razors. Yeah, the guy that comes over here that cuts our hair, gay dude, whatever he is, sometimes he takes to a razor to make some precision cuts, like in the back of your ear or your sideburn area, or actually the back of your neck. I don't like when he does that. I don't know where that razor's been before. If you make a wrong move, he could fucking cut your jugular or something. I mean, yeah, they use these razors by hand. They use modern equipment, but for certain things, they'll take the razor out. Oh, and Pennywise is back. He's becoming a regular here, sir. How about a thumbs up for the boy? A barber that wore a toupee. Did he? Like Ricky? How many people are convinced that Ricky's hair is a toupee, or you don't think it is? It looks awfully like a toupee, and I don't know. I think Ricky's actually bald. I've always thought so. You think that's Ricky's real hair? Why is it so funky? Why does he cut it that way? It seems like he puts a bowl on his head and just cuts around with a scissor or something like they used to do. That is kind of funky. It's very odd looking. And what does he take? Shoe polish or something when he colors it or something? And self-cut? I might self-cut. I think he's too cheap to go to a real barber or something. I think he's got it down, or he got a girlfriend to cut his hair or something like that. I don't know. No, I'm thinking of Ozzy Osbourne songs. There's a time when you have to retire, and Ozzy needed to retire completely. It's amazing. I forgot what age he's at, but it's amazing he lived that long and still rocking, as well as some other people. Rocking in the new world. Who's that? Yeah. Some of these people, they got some places in Hawaii too. Neil Young did, or James Taylor, one of them or both of them. I know that. And a big island too, where I lived. I know he had a property there. It was who was it? Neil Young did. Poor Ricky was whipped with the ugly stick. Can you guys possibly hold on a couple of minutes here?
Don't worry, Frankie will be back. Just talk amongst each other. That's fine. Be right back. Okay. Uh, Luzon Hour from Manila, up in Tagaytay, authentic. Where's Santa Rosa? All I know is Texas is having a hard time, man, with the flooding, man. Is this a sign of things to come? I mean, what's the deal on that shit, man? I don't know. Sign of things to come, folks. Just face it, you know. Sign of the time, sign of things to come. Cheers. Cheers to all you all out there. So, oh, where was I going with this? Yeah, Texas is they're having a hard time out there, man. The guy was showing a video of this dry riverbed. Okay, it was a dry riverbed, and they had the camera there, and they showed the water eventually coming through that dry riverbed, and then boom, how fast that water came. And that's like how fast nobody had a chance to react to this shit at all. They seeded the sky to make it rain. I don't know what they did. Maybe like a sci-fi movie, it just overdid it. Perhaps I don't know. Maybe they just overdid it. Anyway, but yeah, man, lives were lost. There wasn't enough. There wasn't enough warning, is what it really is. There wasn't enough warning. It happened in the middle of. Oh, that's the worst time, middle of the night. The people were surprised and did not. And there's all those children at that place that are missing. That's sad. The kids didn't have a chance. You can't fuck with Mother Nature, man. You just can't. People taking steroids and shit like that to build up muscle. It all comes back on you, man. I say it all the time. People don't listen, but whatever, man. I'm kind of done with that shit. Yeah, they were all sleeping. That makes it worse. A lot of the biggest disasters in the world that happen when people were sleeping. Hurricanes and shit like that. Then you always got that group of people. No, I'm going to stay here. The heroes. I'm not going there. I'm going down with the ship. The guy in Hawaii, who was it? Washington State when Helens went off. I forgot his name. Old coot. He wanted to stay. Well, he stayed, and he become part of the pyroplasmic flow. He's buried and gone. They liked him too. They liked his stories and all that stuff. There is wisdom in age, after all. There is. People like to hear his stories and all that. There's always some small town legend that comes out of these disasters, and he was one of them. Yeah, well, it's the worst time anything that happens when you're sleeping. Truthfully, if I had a tsunami here, where would I go? We can't all climb up on the roof and with the dogs and everything. My neighbor has a flat top roof. That the first place I'd be going is right there next door, right on his roof. Unless the water comes over that'd have to be some high ass water for that to happen. I just don't see that happening, but you just never know. But at least I got the guy next door has a flat top. That'll come in handy if it's ever needed. I'm not that far from the ocean, guys. I'm really not that far. Not really. Have an inflatable boat for emergencies. Well, yeah. Who thinks about that? Who's really going to go out and buy one? Unless you live in a really flood region or something, then you might want to you might want to invest in that. That might be a good idea. Get some life jackets. Hey, you never know. You say that would never happen, but you just never. I got to turn this fan on, by the way. Okay, much better. I will say yesterday was just really hot. Tire inner tubes. Well, here's the thing: what happens? A lot of people remember, like in Indonesia, they had a lot of movies on that too. You get caught up in the flow. It's not just the idea you might drown in the process, but you see, why is this hat not straight on me? Okay. You have a lot of other debris in there too. Like if you got whipped up by a tornado, you're probably not going to survive. Some people I heard have. But you got metal in there. It's like you're going to be put inside of a blender. Buy a jet ski. Yeah, that would be an idea, right? Fuck the car, get a jet ski, man. But it's going to be like you're in a blender, because you got cars, you got pieces of metal, you got branches, you got all kinds of shit floating around in the water, like in Indonesia when they had that tsunami. Wow, man. To survive that. Now, there's one girl in Texas, it was this one gal, they found her on a tree later on. They were able to rescue her, but would you believe if I told you that she flowed down a river or something 14 miles from the original point that she wound up in this situation? 14 miles. She survived being swept up. 14, that's what I read anyway. 14 miles. No, I'm still not thinking about getting it. Not at my age. I'm not, what's that? Anyway, it's, I really don't see her driving. She knows how to drive, but I don't see her using a car. She won't even use neither will I, really, the electric bike. The kids use that. They just chauffeur us around. That's what they do. They just chauffeur us around, which I'm fine with. I think of the expenses we put out every freaking month on our regular driver. But our driver is cool because I need something at nighttime or something or whatever. Hey, man, could you stop at the store, pick up some eggs or something like that? He'll do that for us. In fact, he'll get up early in the morning. If any of us had to make a trip and we had to get an early ferry, or one of the kids at 3 or 4 in the morning or something had to go for the ferry to visit us and to go back to SEIZURE or something. He'll come and pick up at 3 or 4 in the morning. I mean, yeah. And I was thinking about it, that this guy is actually, I haven't added it up yet. I'm going to start fresh with next month, and I'm just going to make a note on a paper. See, we don't just give him the standard fee, which is like 30 pesos per person. Because here's the thing. He has to come here to pick us up, right? That's a fee. All right. And then he has to take us to where we're going. And a lot of times he will wait for us because we don't just go to one place. We'll go to several places. He has to wait. That could mean more customers he could have had. I think my head is just crooked. So yeah, we pay him very well, but I've never added it up. No, she knows how to drive. She used to know how to drive a taxi at one point. Yeah, she did. She knows how to drive, but it's been a long time. I don't think I trust her on a motorcycle. I remember someone was trying to sell us one time. She was rather raggy on it, a scooter going around the block. Little green on it. Yeah, she did. Her ex used to drive, still does, drives a taxi. And she's been behind the wheel. I got to ask her about that. Does she do that? Just driving a taxi because it happened to be her ex's taxi, or I don't think she did it as a living. Well, she said she knows how to drive. I've never seen her behind the wheel before, but I'll ask her again when she comes in the kitchen with her dining room with her coffee. No, I got Ozzy Osbourne on my head. Besides my hat. Ozzy, man. Legends are born, I think. Legends are born, and I'm a legend. If I'm not current on the YouTube news feed on here with the local, then I'm a legend. I'm not creating my legacy here. People are doing it for me. I'm not even trying, just do a show every day. The copycat's kind of upset right now. Yeah, they're upset with me because, oh shit, Frank is keeping his shows on now. What do we do now? It's funny. Yeah, I think there's going to be a year of surprises here before the end of the year. I'm not going to say what I mean, but, well, legend in my own mind, right? Yeah. No, I have become legendary on here. Come on, let's face it. If people do their own shows about you, you're a legend. I didn't ask him to do a copycat channel, any shit like that. I am robot. I am iBot, whatever. I am legend. I have a question for you, lovely Gilbert. Lovely Gilbert.
What?
Oh, come here. You said you used to drive a taxi. Did you drive it because your ex? That was the
taxi
transportation?
kami.
Huh?
Practice.
Oh, you
driving.
practiced on a taxi. Okay. And that's what he had as transportation, was a taxi. No, she wasn't. She wasn't exactly a taxi driver. It happened to be the car happened to be a taxi, but no, she wasn't driving it for a living or anything like that. But she told me you know how to drive a car.
Yeah.
So if I had a car and I put you behind the wheel, you'd be a pro at that, right? Would you probably get in that car?
That's why I practiced that the manual.
Oh, she did manual. And I can't even drive manual. Hey, truth. I never drove a manual, never needed one because I always had automatic.
Because it's very hard.
Straighten out my head. I'm trying to. My
It's
my
very
head is
hard.
lopsided. Okay, that's better.
It's very hard to drive manual if you know already the automatic.
Yeah, if you're into automatic, it's just hard to drive a manual when you've been spoiled with an automatic. I don't know what the hell you need a manual for. What you might save a couple of pennies in gas or something, or maybe it's easier on the transmission or something. I don't know what's behind that. But what is it with this damn thing? Okay, yeah. Nah, I just want to get in a car and drive. Put it in drive and take it off. I don't want to deal with a clutch and all that. Some people love that. Some people love that. I think my head is just crooked.
That hat is
It's
small.
this hat.
Small.
That's the smaller one. Oh, that's not even my hat, probably.
It's a kids.
Oh, no wonder. Okay,
Where did you get that?
inside. I'm going to change. It's the wrong hat, that's why. Oh, that's not mine. No wonder. Okay, much better now. Okay, now we're talking. This is my hat. I was wearing a kid's hat, basically. So here we go. Better. Smell the hat and see if it is your head smell. Oh, I have a head smell? I didn't know that. What's that counterflow? At ED. Oh, you're talking to. By the way, I unblocked a few people on here, but I don't remember who I unblocked. I certainly didn't unblock Kevin or people like that, but I might even have Don C unblocked on here. I'm not sure. Still crooked. Oh, you're never happy. All right. Maybe I just got a crooked head. I can't please everyone. Oh, Pennywise, come on, be positive. Be positive. Come on, man. Elixir of life. Well, I'm still here. Must be doing something right. Getting her to take any vitamin. You got to understand when you're dealing with Filipinos, man. They're a creature of habits, and you mean well. Take certain vitamins every. Oh, I do take C every day. I said I never even see you taking C. When do I see you taking C? Tea, of course. I don't drink coffee. She does. She drinks coffee. I drink green tea. This is matcha tea. A step beyond the Lipton green tea. I still use that. But this is matcha. It has more good stuff in it. Oh, that's how I face my day with some green tea. I don't know about you. Probably coffee people. Matcha, I've sung that before. Yeah, matcha, man. I want to be a matcha man. Kevin's a ramen noodle man. I want to be a matcha man. Oh, anyway, this is a no real topic show here. This is like a free for all this morning, so knock yourself out, really. And if you've been blocked before, try putting a comment in. You may get through. I don't know. I unblocked maybe just some obscure people from the past, but you never know. Try writing and see. Oh, we got 21 in here in the house. Kevin's saying I've only got 3 or 4 viewers. Oh, come on, Kevin. You don't always have a lot of viewers. I've seen shows on there where hardly anybody showed up, and you shut down. Less chance of making money, I guess, but only 3 viewers. See, I don't have to worry about that because I'm not making money on my show, obviously. Do you see a little dollar sign down there? No, you don't. Because we're not monetized. I got the watch hours. Go Bobo's sister. I don't think you were blocked, were you? I don't think you were. Were you blocked before? I don't know if you were. So what's with Allo these days? He's been kind of obscure. He's been kind of a, and the only thing he ever posts on his show is just some shorts of somewhere he's been, street scene or something. What's with Allo? Well, I still think he's active because under a sock name or something. He's probably one that writes me a lot under that protonic, because he has a proton, which emanates from Switzerland. I understand. You were blocked, but you're not blocked anymore. See that? Go Bobo sister, I heard some rumor of your demise. Glad to know it is not true. Yeah, there's a lot of rumors out here, man. So Flying Circus is claiming that he's behind all the rumors, and Frank buys everything. No, I don't buy everything. You heard me. No, you heard me. You heard me. I say it all the time. Velo is here too. Gogo Bobo is a big ego lover. Well, so much for taste, but Gogo says no, big ego lover. Wrong. Let's see. Somebody wants to know what kind of oats I'm taking on here. What was this show on? Is oatmeal really healthy for your own? Guys, I've been eating oatmeal just about every morning for 20 years, and I eat eggs too, and happy healthy at 67. Are you taking organic rolled oat or which type? And I think they're talking to the guy who put the show on, not to me. Guy said the healthiest period of our life included daily oatmeal. My energy was sustained and I felt satiated. All my labs were great and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're not turning to a health show. I'm just reading some comments that came in on my phone for something. Our ancestors didn't eat oatmeal. Our ancestors didn't bathe, didn't cook, or even get heart surgery. It's usually a dumb argument to say what our ancestor did or didn't do. It's embarrassing to say for a doctor to say that our ancestors didn't eat oatmeal. I guess this is a doctor that put on a show. These were comments from it. The UK and especially Scotland has been eating and surviving off oatmeal for hundreds of years. Okay. And by the way, all right, here we go again. I can't help it. The consensus now is that don't worry about your overall cholesterol level. There's been people who had cholesterol levels over 450. They're saying that your body needs the cholesterol. The new thing now, here we go into the health thing, but I had to segue into this. For those that are getting their lipids and everything checked, all their LDLs, the new word in the street with the medical community is that people have been lying to you to get you to go on statin drugs. And you don't want to go on statin drugs because that is not a good thing to do. I'll just get this over with and say it. So I was going to say it on another show. Is not to worry about your overall cholesterol level unless it's like 400, 500. You're okay. They'd like you to have 100 or under or something like that. I don't remember. But if you go to 200 or something, don't worry. You go to 200, you go to 300, you're probably okay. That we need the cholesterol And there's a whole big spiel on that. You just have to look it up, so I don't go into a health show here. But they like to lead you to believe that everything you're doing is wrong because everybody has an agenda to push one of their products. And that's kind of how it's going. And yeah, unless your cholesterol level is super high, I mean, super high, don't be that concerned because your body needs the cholesterol in many different ways. That doesn't mean go ahead and eat greasy meat every day and shit like that, but the overall cholesterol level should not be a concern. It's not the cholesterol that kills you, it's the saturated fats and all that shit. So don't be too concerned about your cholesterol level. You could eat your eggs, you could eat stuff like that within reason, but you can go all the way up to 300, 400 or something. You're not going to croak. That's the new word. Why does Big Ego take his kids around like a traveling circus? Shouldn't they be in a classroom? I didn't want to talk about that clown. Seems like Big Ego forces the family to smile for the 2-minute YouTube video clips. Pennywise says Big Ego's family cannot be happy being away from the Philippines and their family. They got to follow the money. Pennywise says, are they still in Vietnam? No, they're in Kuala Lumpur. They're in Malaysia. They're in Kuala Lumpur. That's where they're at. Which he likes very much, but he won't move there. I don't know, somehow he's sold on Vietnam or something. I mean, uh, well, yeah, Vietnam, but he likes Thailand. But who cares what Biggie does? Really? Don't give a shit, quite frankly. Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of things he does with his family and all that other shit, but that's, it's not my life, it's his. You know, he'll do what he wants to do. He'll figure out what he's doing wrong sooner or later, but sometimes it just hits you. That's how it happens. I'm just looking at my phone here. Brian Johnson. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. We got Smooth Lee. This woman is demanding too much. Everything for drama. I'm just going through this in the titles and give you an idea what's been going on here and what people talk about if you haven't seen them already. We got this legal mind guy. He's got 300,000 subs now. He's supposed to be an American lawyer. Supposed to be an American lawyer. And he's practicing in Thailand? Can you do that? I don't know. He's the one that's talking a lot about Somali and talking about Vitaly and all that. That's the guy. There's another guy, Hassan, another person he's talking about a defamation case. Hassan. Here's one. Somali isn't Diddy. I don't know what this guy is, an American lawyer. What is he doing in Thailand? He's practicing law? I mean, really? Can you do that? 300,000 subscriber celebration and channel updates. Here's this guy. He's doing it live.
Oh shit. Here we go again. Events, so maybe I'll be at Anime Expo in the future. Steve C says, which topic is earning the most haters? The new stuff around Hassan and all this stuff. There's a lot there in terms of volume. Obviously, he's a bigger entity, right? So the haters are more numerous. But I will say a special shout out to the derangement of the Somali folks, because while they are small and infinitesimal, they are absolutely unhinged. So those haters were probably, the Somali people are probably the most unhinged because they mirror Johnny Somali, they mirror him. But the Hassan is the volume, I think so. Let me go Gold for 50. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you one
Forever a
thing.
menu to dreamer. And by the way, let me say this real quick because I'm going to talk about this later.
This guy sure makes money on his show. They're buying memberships for other people. I mean, the guy's a good businessman. He's saying he's an international business lawyer. Can you do that? You could be an international lawyer. I wasn't aware of any such thing like that. Maybe he's an. Yeah, he has some good information on there. Yeah, he has to move around like a traveling circus because of visa requirements. What do you say about Pennywise? Says Big Ego is all about his own happiness and not that of his family. He takes them along on his mongering activities in Thailand, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Okay. Legal Mind says some good information. He's quite arrogant, though. I don't know. That's one thing I have noticed. Okay, what's that? What else is on here that some of the people maybe we're familiar with? 8 miles from home, but she's ready to pop out that baby anytime now. Like I said, this guy, I don't think he even eats and has to pay money. He's sponsored by everything. Now, like I said, you want the magic of everything coming together for a channel. This guy's got it. Even a Hertz rental car, he's got that sponsor, and Fox Resorts is putting him up in places. I'm saying, man, that's pretty good shit. Pretty good shit. Let's see. Oh, Asian Jim here. Oh, God. Okay. What was he mouthing off about now? The wife sold a pig for 20,500 pesos. They has a show camping, RV camping in the Philippines, dream or disaster.
Keep it at a storage place, which can run you, it's been going up. I think the last time I was paying about $70 a month. About $70. Where at a lot of these other places, seasonal, you could get some pretty good deals. $1,600, $2,000, $2,500 for the whole season.
Now, Jim is caught up in this imaginary world. I don't know. He talks a lot of bad shit about the Philippines and the people sometimes. Then on the other hand, the other side of the mouth, he's talking how wonderful, and he sure talks about a lot of negative things about the Philippines. That's for damn sure. He does. And he goes back and forth to how he's going to try to get his wife to come out there or something. I don't know. But he's living in the United States, and he just goes back and forth to the Philippines. And there's 8 miles from home. And let's see what's new with that. We didn't know Cebu had a BGC equivalent. Well, they went to update you on that. They went to IT Park, and they seen it clean. There were sidewalks, there were streets, and all that stuff. Yeah. Famous the Roid Ranger Gym. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
City. Drove from the mountains down into the IT Park, which I'm going to say is the BGC of Cebu. For those of you who don't know, BGC is the fancy part of Metro Manila. It's the place that all the foreign vloggers talk about being amazed by when they first see it, not knowing that the Philippines has that kind of place. Now, I have to say, I didn't know Cebu had this. We've been here now several times, and we've always stayed near the malls and near the coast and deeper in the city, but never in the IT Park. We drove here in the trusty Vios from Hertz.ph. Got us here no problem. Just unpacking
I stayed exactly where he was staying.
Room, chilling out. So today we're going to explore the IT Park area and show you what it's like here. So looking out this way, you can see it's very much like a typical Philippines site. Doesn't look particularly fancy, but
when he first started out, his videos were on there, his first show. And he had nice coiffed hair. He had short hair. He looked really good. But I don't know where he wanted to, fit in with the with the rawness or something of the Philippines, and he grew his hair out and all that stuff. And I got to admit, he looked a lot better when, a hell of a lot better when he had his hair short. Some people look good in longer hair, and some people don't, but he's one of them. So I guess he wanted to be the wild man from Borneo look. But I got to tell you, that's why it's the only reason I bring him up, because I'm actually amazed. I'm jealous too, and I admit it, that he's got that kind of savoir-faire. He knows how to do it. If you're going to be a YouTuber, go all the way if you have to, if you could. This guy did. There's hardly anything that is not paid, but I cannot live on tofu and crap like that. I just can't, and I won't. But we're going to have fun today because we're going to review some of these channels and what they're talking about. And 8 Miles was one of them, but a very, very, I don't know. I'd have to look on, it's not just what you're going to find on the stats, with Social Blade. If anybody has a chance while they're on camera, we're on my show right now, could you go to Social Blade and see what 8 miles from home, what it says that they make per month or something? And remember, whatever you're seeing, I don't think it includes anything like sponsors and all that shit, man. Yeah, no, he's had long hair for a long time, but he really looked a lot cleaner and better and more presentable for his child. I mean, to have, shorter hair. And in the tropics, why do you want long hair flowing over your face and shit? You sweat more and all that. I don't know. Okay, this Big Kev. What drives Frank so crazy? Getting no or Don? Let's listen to this one.
Invited you, and I had a great time. And I bought ramen noodles. You know those goddamn ramen noodles. I wouldn't eat those motherfuckers if I was starving. Well, thank God I'm not starving. But it's an easy food to just heat up the water.
No,
pour
it's
it
just
in
cheap.
the
That's
cup of
why.
noodles.
Cheap.
And they're good for like late night when you go home.
Late night when you go home? What late night? You don't go anywhere.
I just like eating up a fucking New York strip or a ribeye and and throwing it on the grill. That's what I like.
And by the way, Chris Cotto.
Well, yeah. I mean, if I had
is
that,
Chubba Wubba.
what do you call it? If I had the facility to do that, that would be excellent. Put hot dogs, hamburgers.
Hot dogs, hamburgers. You never know which way, Kevin.
Start in with the hot dogs and the hamburgers. I don't touch them hot dogs. That's fucking poison. I don't know what they put in them. Well, you don't like the German links, like the hot dogs. I don't. Anything that is wrapped in a casing, a hog casing, or anything like that, I just steer clear of that as far as I can. I just don't. Anything that you gotta process inside a case.
Okay, why don't we read the comments on the? Why don't we read the comments on the Copycat channel? Why don't we do that? That's always a lot of fun.
Christmas and New Year's.
Let's see.
I'll be at
Philippine Antics. There's something new on here. Let's Frank Battaglia replays. Entitled Frank Battaglia's YouTube Addiction. Is that the new one? No. Oh, he fills his emptiness with YouTube. Let's listen to that. Well, it's actually good listening to me. But let's dispense with the sounds. Let's go to the comments on here. Newest. Dr. Pronk Sapeto says the delusion. Dr. Pronk says the more YouTube stop he vomits out, the better his chances of avoiding deportation. Frank's logic. Frank slowly realizing his house is built crappy. Well, no, it actually isn't. This is regular maintenance. He's too proud to admit such a thing, but he babbles so much. The truth always comes out eventually. The house is cheap junk. Well, because they don't own a house, possibly. And they probably never will. Don C, of course. 23 videos of pure garbage. And everyone else has no life? Well, you don't, Don, apparently. Also, Dwarfy. Yeah, I'm Dwarfy. Kevin made $185, which is more than you made. Well, not in that show. I see them made about $30. 2 replies. No. Bless his heart. Green's newbie says another 12 hours and countless hours behind the scenes. For the sawed-off runt, frail, when I saw that picture of your actual height, I laughed and laughed. It explains a lot. It does explain a lot that I am not 5'2" after all. I compared it to my stepson, so obviously they couldn't handle that one. The more YouTube sloppy vomits out, the better his chances of avoiding deportation. Frank slowly realized, okay. 23 videos of pure garbage, but yet they watch. Okay? 11 hours and 40 minutes. Is that a record? And if Frank is in the final stages of burnout, another 12 hours of countless. See. By the way, folks, all his empty words on there, being a Mexican standoff, etc., and so much going on behind the scenes. Well, there is nothing. Well, how would they know that? Going on in his favor. That is actual truth. Actual truth? And how do you know this? How do you know this? He is on his last time before he pays his fines and is held, just like Barry, awaiting his trial dates. Trial? It's not a court thing. This is a complaint. There's no trial. Coming after the capture. Capture? He's not fit for the stay he is in for, and that just warms my heart to the core, says Chubba Wubba. Chubba Wubba also says the petite dwarf is losing it, and I love it. He's freaking out about things he is being set up. LOL. Well, maybe not, but here's the truth, Dwarfy, the truth. No matter what you brought all of this onto yourself, you started the war and claimed victory after just one defenseless battle. He who celebrates last celebrates best. I'll agree with that. Okay, we got to move on, but their shows are pretty lame for what the comments are. Jealousy of John Blaze. He's certain her mansion feels empty. Each video carved from the absence of something. He condemns cruelty with the same a message from the Bureau of Immigration. Every day begins with a grudge. He has no say in what happens next. Every thought he has is about revenge. The vitamins arranged like a shrine. Whatever was human in him got quiet here. Transmission from a dead channel. Frank will die knowing he meant nothing. Well, beg to differ, but I meant something to the people on the copycat channel. I meant a lot for them to do a copycat channel on me, right? There you go. Havoc has to be the worst panel person. Yeah, I would agree on that. He's another hillbilly. Big Kevin might hang out in front of the hotel and ogle across the street at the women in the bars. And I know that the women he talked to, they're all, lady boys too. Maybe he's into that shit. That's his thing, man, not mine. Maybe that's all he can get. Probably could even get them. He stays on the front porch of the hotel. Yeah, it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Okay, what other bullshit we got here with Paul and everybody? Let's just take a small review of some stuff on here because there's so much bullshit. Okay, what's with Philippine antics now? Christ, what are they bitching about now? Who You Are official song. Sad Goodbye, no longer, let's see, live. Another expat tragedy, homeless Britain guy, upcoming. Man, I guess if you really have to be totally in the house all day, they know how to gossip for sure. That is for damn sure. There's no question about it at all. Let's see. Poppy Bar and Chill update. Latest
Feeling too hot to bear? Foldable turbine fan cools you down instantly. Struggling in outdoor.
Really, George? Why did you get a cup? There's a cup right there. That's not a cup, that's the whole pot. It doesn't mean that old dog's face isn't there. It's not a cup, that's a cup. Old dog's probably in the bottom of that somewhere. So,
Wait.
anyway, so the girl was...
They got old dog's face on a coffee cup? Okay. Yeah. Leave it to humans bastardizing anything good or original. Big Heidi. Who else we got? We're going to review some shit. How about oh yeah, Philippine guy, the British guy.
Dog's over here.
And he always has...
Hold on, hush up.
He always has
Boy,
something
you're
to
pushing
say.
my AD to the HD.
This guy here, he's amazing. Nico's still talking about his grass. Let's see. What happened? By the way, what happened to Kitchen Kim? What's her channel name under? Remember, she started working for this guy, and I think that didn't work out. And what's her channel? Does anybody know her channel name on here? Can you find that? I guess it didn't work out after a while. That's what I understand. Let's see. Oh, God. Should we even go to Popeye, really? I don't know. Brian the Lion, regular guy. Peter Bond, I don't know who that is. Flipper, Amazing Philippines, John Blaze, Sick Grandpa. Here's the thing with this guy. Now, all right.
Wow, Jeff Lee Brown, JLB and the dipshits. Jeff Lee Brown, the ladyboy lover, lost his Facebook.
Wait a minute. He's talking about JLB, the ladyboy lover? Well, wait a minute. Didn't Ricky have his tongue down a ladyboy's mouth and whatever happened afterwards? Listen.
About Philippine dating, and now he's putting on stupid, adverts now for a Christian Filipina, because that's all he has left is referrals to Philippine dating site to make money. You sound like you're a sick, broke, lonely, bald-headed, are you living in destitute there in Bali, bro? How bad is it? I mean, is it so bad you can't go to Malate and run your spaghetti scams, or, run around and go to LA Cafe every night, buy some drinks, and try and hang out and talk to girls because you have no money to do anything?
Scams. Well, he's pulled a lot, too, the Free Barry J campaign and stuff like that. When things get dry for Ricky, that's when you don't see much shows on, but that's when he starts attacking other vloggers. But he'll come up with excuses that it's over with, that finding women in the Philippines or Thailand, that it's over with. Well, maybe it's over with for him, but that's because he can't get anybody anymore. Oh, Biggie, I'm broke. Peace, whatever, the Valley, Amazing Grace, Kuala Lumpur. Man, they all got a fucking screw loose somewhere. Let's move on with that. I can't even really stomach hearing his voice, to be quite honest with you. Let's see. Where's Paul? Everybody's got something to say, but they fall into the same traps everybody does. With real estate, they're buying something. And they all fall into the same traps, too. But they're all experts on everything. Okay. The Leah and Blair show. Now, that's a good show. I mean, it's nice bringing people together, but what do they have in common? Well, the boys in the Navy were very active in Subic area, and Longapo.
very, very active in having a little fun with the women. And all these people that are trying to find their long lost dad, wake up. The dad didn't want to have anything to do with you. He screwed the woman, then he left. Oh, I got pancakes, okay. He screwed the woman, then he left. He didn't give a shit. And maybe some of them didn't want to be found. They figured, oh, what do you want, financial restitution? But they all have the same story. They were in the Navy. They screwed around on shore. And now all their children, they want to find out, who is my daddy? Well, if your daddy gave a shit, he would have tried looking you up, not the other way around, you know. And they were out to have some fun, and that's all it was. Sad to say, but it is true. They didn't care. They just wanted to get their rocks off, and that's all it was. Face the reality. Now, it's nice for Leah and Blair to bring people together because, you know, and then, oh, my long-lost sisters and brothers, none of them even knew each other existed at all, you know, and they all know that their father was just fucking around with some Filipina out here, and that's, you know, that's the basis of it, of all of it. I think if the fathers really cared about the woman that they screwed, they'd look him up and maybe find out, actually, I wonder if I have any kids or anything like that. No, they never bothered to do that. It's always the other way around. It's the children that want to know who their father is. Did the big ego pay for the lawyer, for the girl that made up a story complaint? What do you think? I'll leave that up to you. I'm sure he has something to do with it. And still does. Pancakes this morning. Oh, wait a minute. Is that? Oh, you got pancake, but you got ice cream on top of yours. Wow. Not on mine, though. Not on mine. No. Not on mine. Prison news, Philippines. Let's see.
I picked from the yard. See?
What is that? Oh, eggplant?
Eggplant.
Oh, that we grew. Vitality breaks down after going to 2 weeks ago, going to maximum security. Inside a Philippines jail, gang culture.
You want?
One scoop. Oh, I have a little ice cream on my, why not?
Pancake.
Have a little ice cream, a little vanilla on top of my pancake. Sorry, I gotta eat it before it melts, guys. Right on. Power to the people, man. Yeah, that works for me. And after what I read about sugar, my God, shame on me, let me tell you.
Not all the time.
Oh, my. Pro-life traveler, you watch him? No, I know of him. Yeah, there's not really a lot of obscure stuff that I watch. To me, that's kind of obscure. Unless somebody mentions your channel, I probably never heard of it. 19 in the house, including, I'm sure, Big Kevin. And my regulars, Don C, Popeye, the regulars. Sorry, Greg. But yeah, Velo, I'm pretty sure of that. Velo. They play a part. But they don't want to help Barry out. No. Certainly don't. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to and Amazing Philippines is really pushing JR with JRC Associates, you know, that will handle immigration matters and real estate and all that shit. Boy, he's pushing them. He's pushing them big time. Big time. Island life. Let's see. Smoothly. Life of a Filipina.
Her show gets more exciting as it goes on. And you know why? Because Barry basically told her, you got to keep the show running, man. You got to keep it running. You got to get the AdSense, you know. And America won't get out. We can get together. He said, don't, just photograph anything. Don't matter. You walk in the mall, take a couple of seconds of that. A couple of dogs walking on the street, that's a show. Going shopping, maybe a minute or two of that. Or drinking with her relatives and friends. Real exciting stuff, you know, real exciting. Oh, Kitschy still goes live every day. So it's KK. Is that the name of it? KK, the Filipina. Oh, Kim the Capricorn? So what happened with her exclusive position as a housemaid and whatever for that vlogger, for that expat? I understand she was living high on the horse. What happened with that? Did they get tired of her sick laugh? Is that what happened? Okay, Kim the Capricorn. Kim. What a name. Capricorn.
Capricorn is
I know what that is, yeah. Kim the Capricorn. Let's see. I'm not seeing it here, folks, under that. No, I'm not seeing it. Is it under any other title? I'm not seeing it.
Roblox.
No, I'm not seeing it here. No big deal, but well, where's she living now? She couldn't afford to live on her own. Did she get a job or something other than the guy she was with? Taking care of the household and whatever, you know. Vilo says, housemaid is code for Jurjur living. Oh, okay. I know your point. I looked up KK, the Filipina, and it looks to me to Kim, the Capricorn. I looked up Kim the Capricorn. I can't find it. Not under that entitlement anyway. Vilo says the no pay, the escort fees. Look up KK, the Filipina. Okay. We'll try that. All right. KK, the Filipina. Let's see what we come up with here. Oh, that's her. Filipina KK is live. It says that was 2 months ago. Here we are. That's it. Looks the same. How is she surviving? She ain't living at that place anymore. Now, her mom died in the past, and, you know, what's the deal? How is she surviving? I found it. Well, she starts off staring at the camera. Looks like she gained a little bit of weight, too. I guess she was living good. Oh, you're going to throw more ice cream on it? Oh, my God. You bought a whole nother thing of that? Why did you? Oh, my God.
Not me. Kids.
For the kids. I don't find any sound on this at all. I don't find any sound on this. Why is that? Oh, Popeye's going to do a premiere. Benzo nights and Lexapro days. Oh, Popeye. We got to find him a life or a wife. What do you think? That's real sad. It's real sad about Popeye. Robert's active retirement. He's a pretty good guy. He talks about the reality of retirement. Robert's active retirement. No friends in retirement, my choice. That's what he writes there. There you go. He understands what it's like out here. But no, I don't think he's in the Philippines, though, this guy. No. Okay, we're going to have to listen to this. You could do it from my show right here. Popeye 1. Where's the deal on this? Oh, it's going to be a video. Benzo nights and Lexapro mornings. I got to finish this up there. He really gets off on this.
I got two hands. I got my mouth. I know how to earn money.
She absolutely does. She doesn't miss a trick. Frank lives with a fear of death so deep, so corrosive, that it has stopped being a feeling and become a structure. Death is not something he reflects on. It's something he's built his life around avoiding. Now in his 70s, with a body frayed by stagnation, cigarettes, and sedatives, he clings to supplements and rituals, not to get healthier, but to convince himself that he won't be next. There is no peace in this fear, only panic. And because Frank cannot face that panic directly, he disfigures it into something he can control. Cruelty. He doesn't meditate on mortality. He mocks others for being closer to it. His obsession with death is not philosophical.
No, I'm not an obsession with death. I'm just saying I think I'm going to live longer than some of you all. That's all I'm saying. Popeye, man. Popeye, that's another. I don't know. I think he's at the end of his rope. Quite frankly. At Randy J. Phil AM Make bought all the subscribers. He only gets, I think I got 7,000 now. 100 views on his videos. Oh, Kevin was complaining and stuff that, well, I get, I got less subscribers than Frank has, but I got more people showing up on my show. They're all trolls, Kevin, and the sock accounts. Don't rub your knuckles against your chest, big Kevin. They're all trolls. And multiple trolls on the multiple accounts. But I got good topic matter. I don't know. I haven't noticed. Did I miss something? I don't think so. Frank, do you think you were taller and bigger than Popeye? No. I think Popeye... I think he's around 5'8". He might have a little height advantage on me, but now he's disabled in a mobility scooter. I don't know. He might have lost some height. No, I think Popeye's a little bit taller than me. See, I'm not calling him short. I'm not attacking him. That's the difference between these people, go on the attacks and all that. But no, I think Popeye's a little bit taller than me. He's not a tall man. I know that. I've seen the picture, but he's probably got an inch or two on me. Popeye's the same height as you, I think. I'm not sure. I'm just speculating. Did he have any prerequisites to join the Navy? You have to be a certain height or something? I don't know. Maybe there was. I'll tell you what's really funny in Hawaii. You could be the fattest roly-poly in the world. They hire you for the job. If you've seen the Hawaiian police officers, man, you'd laugh your ass off. You know what they do? They can't pursue you in a chase. You're supposed to be physically active. If you have to chase somebody on the street, they don't do. You know what they do? I know this is a fact. This happens with obese people. They're driving their Camaros and they're driving their GTs, their Dodge Chargers. I swear to God, paid for by the government, payments. I'm not shitting. And they're not with a cage in the back on the sports cars. If they have to pursue somebody, okay, 21, I have a perpetrator. Yeah. He's driving a 95 Ford SUV. Think you can pursue him? Because I can't run. They call a special car that actually has a cage in it to put him in the back. They don't want some filthy drunk throwing up in their back seat. They got a sports car. I'm not making this shit up. They get a good deal to be a police officer in Hawaii. They don't do shit, for one, and they're always taking bribes and shit. And they get to drive. I think the police department pays for their insurance and all that. And they'll give you gas too, but only for during your job. But they still use the car afterwards because it's their private car. It's their police vehicle and it's their private car. And being helped funded by the police department, who makes the payments and all that. I don't make this shit up. Yeah. Yeah, Popeye really, he can relate with those. He can really relate with those soap operas. That's for damn sure. Okay, I'm gonna have to step away for a couple of minutes here, guys. CR time. Phil Am is beyond desperate. Well, we'll give you a sponsor here while we're gone. Well, let's see. Let's listen to Popeye stuff.
Being closer to it. His obsession with death is not philosophical, it's predatory. A man too scared to confront his own ending, so he points at everyone else's instead. Frank's fixation on obesity and death isn't really about health, it's about dominance. He frames his obsession with diet, supplements, and exercise as, quote, concern, but the intent is clear. He's trying to claim superiority over those he sees as enemies. When he talks about...
When Lady Karma just told me 4 words, actually 3 words, without using my name. She said, they all float. I repeat, they all float.
Says enemies. When he talks about others being overweight or unhealthy, he isn't warning them. He's marking them for death and claiming the moral high ground in advance. This pattern is especially disturbing because of how it mirrors his overall psychological landscape, one dominated by fear, control, and the need to harm. His so-called, quote, health advice is just another performance, one designed to suggest that he'll outlive his enemies, that their death will vindicate him, and that his obscure regimen of pills and rituals somehow grants him victory. But the truth is simpler and darker. He's terrified of his own decline, and cruelty is how he masks that fear. Frank watches the deaths and deteriorations of others not with sorrow, but with a kind of voyeuristic hunger. He gloats, he speculates, he celebrates. As with the death of Michael Fazio, Frank used it not to mourn, but to boast. To him, decay is something to wield, a cudgel, a scoreboard, a perverse confirmation that he was right all along. Behind all of it, though, is a very human terror. He smokes heavily. He relies on a cocktail of sedatives. His body is breaking down. And yet, he clings to his supplements like talismans, not because they're working, but because they're all he has left to ward off the inevitable. His, quote, concern for others' health is projection. His gloating is fear, sharpened into spite. Frank doesn't truly believe he'll live forever. He just needs to believe that someone he hates will die first. Fear, especially fear of death, is a confrontation with powerlessness. To know you're dying, slowly, inevitably, and without ceremony, is to feel yourself slipping beneath the surface of meaning. For most people, this fear might lead to reflection, humility, connection. But for Frank, whose entire psyche is built around domination, fear becomes intolerable unless it can be redirected into something he can control. Frank fears death not because he values life, but because death is the final silence, and silence is the one thing he cannot endure. His mind, long fractured by what reads like a constellation of untreated or poorly managed disorders, narcissistic traits, borderline volatility, compulsive lying, paranoid ideation, has no room for reflection, no capacity for peace. His internal world is not rich. It is a scorched field of noise, delusion, and spite. In that terrain, death is not just the end of the body. It is the collapse of the only flimsy structure keeping his madness upright. To die is to become invisible, unremarked upon, forgotten, a fate worse than any torment he can imagine. His pathology demands attention, even if it's hatred. Death denies him that. It renders him irrelevant. And for a man whose entire identity is built on being loud enough to drown out his own emptiness, that kind of silence is annihilation.
Bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until it.
Cruelty is how he copes with fear by way of redirection. When Frank mocks someone's obesity, predicts their death, or celebrates their decline, he's flipping the script. He's not the one dying. They are. He's not weak. They are. It's a kind of magical thinking, a psychological trick. By watching others decay and by acting.
Maybe I'm a prophet. You ever think about that? Maybe I'm just a prophet after all. They all float, Pennywise says. They do, man. This is how Popeye kind of gets his rocks off. I mean, here's a funny thing. They've been doing this for so long that if they even think that phases me at all, I'm just laughing at the whole shit. That they have that much time on their hands to do this, for one. What does that say about them? Speaks volumes, I think. I'm not hurt by what Popeye says about me. One day I may show up at his doorstep and get that on video, watch him piss his pants. Who did? His brother moved to the Philippines with him? Oh. AI voices are so annoying. I know. I get sick of AI. The only thing in an AI application I like is they got that one application out. What's the name of it? Where you can take photographs, old photographs of family or whatever, and turn them into a real life kind of a video, like they're really, their movement and like they're talking and so forth, and they're waving at you. It's kind of like a way of bringing your departed ones or some of your memories to life again. And that's the only AI application. Now everything you see on here, quite frankly, everything you see on here is you don't know what's real anymore. You see all these feeds that come in, and you don't even know what's real anymore. And I can't enjoy it. An aircraft that's going to be crashing. Oh yeah, they're up there with their drone. Really, they knew when the plane was going to crash, and they're following it. They're right in line with it. You can't believe anything you see anymore, man. That's where AI really, is really fucked up. I like the part of AI we can look up information like ChatGPT, whatever. That comes in handy for a lot of shit. That does, but I like the other application. We could bring a photograph to life, and you could restore it and all that, And maybe your parent died a long time ago, and you find a picture. And you could bring them to life if you never had any video of your parents or anything like that. Yeah, even down to Super 8, Then, we had tons of family Super 8 films. My Aunt Mary used to be the real photographer in the family. And birthdays, everything, there was my aunt with the camera. Unfortunately, Dad moved to Arizona. She did, and all the Super 8 or 8mm films she had and pictures wound up with my cousin Christine and Jeannie, who lived in Arizona too. And they kept it in the attic with the hot weather, and anytime there was a rain, maybe the roof leaked.
was all ruined. All that history gone. That's a shame. There really is. There was some really good shit. There's a great one of me dancing to Chubby Checker. I remember that one. I remember that one. All that shit is just gone. Puff of smoke, you know. Yeah, it is to me. I don't know. I get it. It's here, right on here. Let's do it live. You know. Okay, it's called Ask Gemini. Let's ask it a question.
Hello, how can I help you today?
Well, I'll tell you, my boy. Do you think YouTube has really gone in a really bad direction with all the hate and all the criminals on there? What do you think about that, ChatGPT?
It's a really complex issue, and many people, including myself, have concerns about the direction YouTube has taken regarding hate speech and criminal content. Here's a breakdown of the common arguments and what YouTube says about its efforts. Concerns about YouTube's direction. Prevalence of hate speech. Despite YouTube's policies, hate speech remains a significant problem. Users often encounter videos promoting violence, discrimination, and harmful stereotypes against various groups. There are concerns that some policy changes might even allow more content that brushes up against guidelines to remain online. Criminal activity. Content related to criminal activities, from scams and deceptive practices to dangerous challenges and
Let's
incitement
ask
to
it
violence
something
can be
else.
found on
Let's
the
ask it
platform.
something
While
else.
YouTube has policies against these,
All
the
right.
sheer volume of uploads makes it a constant challenge to police effectively. Recommendation algorithms. A frequent criticism is a
Okay, let's see.
great. Do you have any other questions or anything else you'd like to discuss about YouTube, content moderation, or anything else? I'm here to help.
Are you there to help? Okay, I'm glad you're here to help. What do you think about the famous? Here we go. What do you think about the famous YouTuber Frank Battaglia? No, not Battalion. See, it makes
It seems there might be a misunderstanding or a less common name for a YouTuber you're thinking of, as Frank Battalion doesn't appear to be a widely recognized or famous YouTuber according to my information. My search results for Frank Battalion primarily point to historical military units or figures, like Private Frank Brent from Gallipoli, Commander Frank Bridget during WW2
Okay,
in Bataan,
let's
or
try. Let's type it in. It's the only way to get it right. Oh, it's recording everything I'm saying right now. So
okay. Please type out the name as accurately as
if
you
you
can.
give me a chance,
I'll do
I
my best to
will.
identify the YouTuber you're thinking of.
Greatest YouTuber in Philippines. and he's not speaking this time. Rafi Tufo, blah, blah, blah. ABS, CBN Entertainment. What, may I ask you, GPT, what is the fines and penalties for perjury?
Yes, please go ahead and ask. I'm here to help and answer your
Oh, I'm
questions.
glad you're here. What do you think about Filipinos in the Philippines who make false reports on people to try to get them deported? What happens is perjury? What are the ramifications of such?
False reporting and making perjurious statements with the intent to harm someone, especially to get them deported, is a very serious matter with significant legal ramifications in the Philippines. It's a deeply unethical and illegal act. Here's a breakdown of what typically happens and the ramifications. What happens in cases of false reports for deportation? 1. Investigation by immigration authorities. When a report, even if false, is filed with the Bureau of Immigration, BI, they are usually obligated to investigate. This could involve summoning the accused individual for an interview, requesting documents, and gathering evidence. 2. Due process for the accused. The individual accused of a violation that could lead to deportation is afforded due process. This means they have the right to be informed of the accusations, to present their side of the story, to submit evidence, and often to have legal representation. 3. Determination of falsity. During the investigation, if the report is found to be baseless, fabricated, or malicious, the BI will likely dismiss the complaint against the accused. 4. Countercharges. This is where the repercussions for the false accuser come in. The person who is falsely accused can then pursue legal action against the individual who made the false report. Ramifications for perjury and false accusations. Making a false report under oath or submitting fabricated evidence constitutes several serious offenses under Philippine law. 1. Perjury. Article 183 of the Revised Penal Code. Definition. Perjury is committed by any person who shall knowingly make untruthful statements and not take oath, or make an affidavit upon any material matter before a competent officer authorized to administer an oath in cases in which the law so requires. Penalty. The penalty for perjury is arresto mea, imprisonment from 1 month and 1 day to 6 months, to prison correctional in its minimum period, imprisonment from 6 months and 1 day to 2 years and 4 months. If the untruthful statements were made in an official document, the penalty can be higher. Ooh. Key element. The statement must be a material matter, meaning it is relevant and important to the case at hand. 2. False testimony. Articles 180 to 182 of the Revised Penal Code. Definition. This applies when a person testifies falsely under oath in a judicial proceeding or official investigation. Penalty. The penalties vary depending on whether the false testimony was given in a civil case, criminal case, or other official proceeding, and whether it resulted in an acquittal or conviction. Penalties can range from arresto mea to prison mea, imprisonment from 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. 3. Incriminating innocent persons. Article 363 of the Revised Penal Code. Definition. Any person who, by any act not constituting perjury, shall directly incriminate or impute to an innocent person the commission of a crime. Penalty. Arresto mea, imprisonment from 1 month and 1 day to 6 months. 4. Slander/defamation. Article 353 of the Revised Penal Code. Definition. While focused on the false report for deportation, the act of making false accusations can also constitute oral or written defamation if it publicly damages the reputation of the accused. Penalty. Imprisonment or a fine, depending on the severity and nature of the defamatory statements. 5. Damages. Beyond criminal charges, the falsely accused person can also file a civil case for damages, moral damages, exemplary damages, actual damages, against the individual who made the false report. This can be a significant financial consequence for the false accuser. 6. Deportation of the false accuser if a foreign national. If the person making the false report is a foreign national themselves, their actions could lead to their own deportation for violating Philippine laws and engaging in unethical conduct. The BI has the power to deport foreign nationals who are found to be undesirable or have violated laws. Why is this taken seriously? Integrity of the justice system. False reports undermine the integrity of legal and administrative processes. Protection of rights. It violates the fundamental rights of individuals, including their right to liberty, due process, and a good reputation. Preventing abuse of power. It prevents the abuse of governmental processes, like deportation, for personal vendettas or malicious intent. In summary, attempting to get someone deported based on false reports or perjured statements in the Philippines is a highly illegal and punishable act. The legal system provides avenues for the falsely accused to seek justice against their accusers, potentially leading to criminal conviction, civil damages, and even deportation for the accuser if they are.
So I guess the question, was it worth it? Yeah. Well, people want to do what they want to do, but they don't understand the repercussions on that. Unfortunately for them. Barry didn't figure all that shit happened with him. Let's see, how about a good one? Are you familiar with Barry Lee Jordan case? Are you familiar with Barry Lee Jordan case in the Philippines?
Yes, I am familiar with the Barry Lee Jordan case in the Philippines. Barry Lee Jordan, an American national, was arrested in Carcar City, Cebu, in April 2023 by agents of the Bureau of Immigration, BI. He was facing deportation proceedings for several reasons. Overstaying his visa. He had reportedly overstayed in the Philippines for more than 7 years, having last arrived as a tourist in December 2015. Undocumented alien. He was unable to present any travel documents when confronted by the arresting team. Undesirability. He was also charged with undesirability after videos circulated on YouTube showing him threatening a bartender with a knife. At the time of the report, he was detained at the BI Warden facility in Camp Bagong Diwa, Taguig City, while undergoing deportation proceedings.
Wow. Talk about information. What do you think is Barry Lee Jordan's future?
Based on the information available, Barry Lee Jordan was detained by the Bureau of Immigration BI in the Philippines in April 2023. He was undergoing deportation proceedings for overstaying his visa, being an undocumented alien, and being charged with undesirability due to reports of him threatening a bartender. As of May 2023, he was detained at the BI Warden facility in Camp Bagong Diwa, Taguig City. Given that he was already undergoing deportation proceedings,
Well, they are keeping Barry Lee Jordan in a jail in Bilibid because he did not pay his...
Based on the latest information, Barry Lee Jordan is being kept at the Asterisk Bureau of Immigration BI Warden facility in Camp Bagong Diwa, Taguig City, Philippines. This facility, also known as the Bureau of Immigration Bicutan Detention Center, BI Bicutan, is the principal immigration detention center administered by the BI. Its primary function is to hold foreign detainees who are awaiting deportation for various reasons, such as overstaying visas, pending criminal cases, or being declared undesirable by immigration authorities.
What are the conditions in Bilibid prison?
The Bureau of Immigration BI Warden facility in Camp Bagong Diwa, Taguig City, often referred to as BI Bicutan, has faced significant criticism and reports of challenging conditions. Here's a summary of what has been reported. Overcrowding. This is a persistent and
That's what I heard, Randy.
The facility was designed to hold a maximum of around 140 detainees, but has frequently held significantly more, sometimes exceeding 285%, or even...
The prisons in the Philippines, what kind of visitors are they allowed to receive? Does it have to be family only?
Philippine prisons, including those under the Bureau of Immigration BI and the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology BJMP, generally allow visits from more than just immediate family, though immediate family usually has priority and specific privileges. Here's a breakdown of common visitor types and rules. Allowed visitors generally include immediate family members. This is the primary group allowed. It typically includes spouses, common law partners with proper documentation like a barangay certificate of cohabitation, parents, children, and siblings. Their names are usually required to be on an approved visitors list. Relatives. Other relatives beyond immediate family may also be permitted, though access might be more restricted or require specific approval.
Are you allowed to smoke in these prisons?
No, smoking is generally not allowed in the presence of detainees or anywhere within Philippine prison and jail facilities. The Philippines has increasingly stringent anti-smoking laws and policies, and government facilities, including prisons, are specifically targeted for smoke-free environments. Here's why. Republic Act number 9211, Tobacco Regulation Act of 2003. This law regulates smoking in public.
Don C is the name of a YouTube troll in the Philippines. Are you familiar with Don C? D-O-N-C. D-O-N.
When you say John C is the name of the YouTube troll in the Philippines, it's not immediately clear which specific individual you might be referring to. John C is a common name, and the term YouTube troll can apply to a wide range of online behaviors. My information points to a few possibilities or related contexts. Jonathan Corpus Ong.
No.
He is a communications professor whose work focuses on media ethics and digital politics in the Philippines. He is a...
No. Let's try it again. No, we are referring to Don C, the letter C.
My apologies for the misunderstanding. It seems there was a typo in the previous input. You are referring to Don C, a YouTube troll in the Philippines. No, I am not specifically familiar with a widely recognized Don C as a prominent or famous YouTube troll in the Philippines.
He's not
similar
promised.
to John C. Don C is a
Well, let's try Don Crawford out of Thailand, who is a YouTuber. Don Crawford, otherwise known as Don C.
My apologies for the previous confusion. You are indeed referring to * Don Crawford, a YouTuber often associated with Thailand. Based on the available information, Dawn Crawford appears to be involved in content related to pickleball and has been featured in a YouTube video by Diadem Presents about her and Jody Davis's inspiring stories of overcoming adversity through the sport after both faced accidents that left them in wheelchairs. This video highlights their resilience and determination. There is also a mention of a Crawford visiting Thailand YouTube link, though the content itself isn't available. Another YouTube channel, Sailing Dawn Hunters, features off-grid living in Thailand. And is focused on sailing and off-grid living.
That wouldn't be him.
This is a channel named Dawn Hunters rather than an individual Dawn Crawford. I do not have information that indicates Dawn Crawford is widely known as a YouTube troll or engages in trolling behavior, nor do I have information connecting her to the Philippines in the context of being a troll.
All right, we got you.
The information available primarily points to her as an inspiring figure in the pickle.
Yeah, I don't think he plays pickleball. I don't think so. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to ask that doesn't have ChatGPT? Yeah. There's a famous YouTuber named Frank Battaglia. Battaglia.
There are a few prominent YouTubers named Frank, each known for different
No,
content.
he doesn't give me a
Frank
chance.
James. This YouTuber is popular for his comedic sketches and content related to personality types, particularly.
Okay. Gemini, you must slow down and allow me to have my full question. Do you know of a popular YouTuber?
I'm ready to help you with your request. Please ask your question.
I'm trying to. The popular YouTuber Frank Battaglia, Battaglia. He's a wonderful vlogger, and he's known.
It seems you're referring to Frank Abagnale, the former con artist whose life story inspired the movie Catch Me If You Can.
No.
Well, he's.
Okay, I'm going to do this for you. Let me spell it out. Maybe I need to spell the. There we go. Maybe I need to spell this out to you. The name is Frank Battaglia, Battaglia in the Philippines.
The surname Battaglia is of Italian origin, meaning battle or fight, and was often used as a nickname for a combative person or someone who lived near a battleground. While primarily Italian, there is evidence of individuals with the Battaglia surname in the Philippines. For example, Robert K. Battaglia is noted as having moved to Manila, Philippines, where his company introduced brick oven pizzas and operated 8 Italian restaurants.
Really? I have to go
This
there.
suggests a business presence and potentially a family presence in the Philippines. There's a recent online petition, May 2025, concerning the, quote, deportation of Frank Battaglia from the country of the Philippines, indicating that at least one individual with this surname is currently residing there. The petition also mentions Al Battaglia, Philippines, in the comments. An obituary for Arthur H. Battaglia Sr. mentions that he was a World War II Bronze Star recipient stationed in the Philippines. While this doesn't indicate a permanent residence, it shows a historical connection to the country. It's important to note that the presence of a surname in a country like the Philippines, which has a history of international trade and migration, doesn't necessarily mean a large established lineage. It could be due to...
Isn't this gentleman by the name of Frank Battaglia, is he kind of famous worldwide in any way? What is he known for?
The surname Battaglia is Italian, not German. It means battle or fight. Regarding whether Frank Battaglia is famous worldwide, there are a few individuals named Frank Battaglia who have achieved some recognition. Frank Battaglia, boxer, a Canadian boxer who competed in the 1928 Summer Olympics and fought for the World Middleweight Championship. His professional record was 82 wins, 18 losses, and 6 draws. Frank Battaglia, police commissioner, a former police commissioner.
Let's try this again. Frank Battaglia, is he a famous photographer?
You're right to connect Frank Battaglia to photography. There is indeed a notable photographer by that name.
Notable.
Frank Battaglia is a retired freelance photographer known for his photographs of Edith Little Edie Bouvier Beale. These were taken in 1979 at Grey Gardens in East Hampton, New York. Little Edie was a prominent socialite and a subject of the famous documentary Grey Gardens. His photographs of the New York Coney Island Polar Bear Club, taken around 1978-79, these capture the unique tradition of winter swimming at Coney Island. His work, particularly the Little Edie photographs, is held in archival collections, such as those at New York University, NYU. This indicates that his work is considered of historical and artistic significance. While famous worldwide is a subjective term within the world of photography and those interested in cultural history, especially around Grey Gardens, Frank Battaglia's work is certainly recognized and appreciated. He's not a household name like an Ansel Adams or an Annie Leibovitz, but his contributions to documentary and portrait photography are significant within their specific niches.
Wow. Did you hear that? I am significant in the photography world. No Annie Leibovitz, but, there you go. And you're asking ChatGPT, that means I am out there, I am relevant, I am significant. How about that? Would you say that this gentleman is a good photographer?
Based on the available information, yes, Sox Frank Battaglia is generally considered a good photographer. in the context of his specific documentary work. Here's why. Archival recognition. His photographs of Little Edie Bouvier Beale and the Coney Island Polar Bear Club are held in the archival collections of New York University, NYU. This is a strong indicator of their historical and artistic value. Major institutions don't typically archive the work of photographers who aren't deemed to have produced quality work. Historical significance. His Little Edie photographs are especially significant as they capture a unique visual phenomenon.
You heard what he said, right?
Such images become valuable historical documents. Focus on people and stories. While limited in scope compared to some other photographers, those are still being discussed and archived years later speaks to their lasting impact.
Did you hear that?
While he may not have the widespread commercial recognition of some other photographers, his work is valued within academic and artistic circles for its quality and contribution to specific photographic subjects. Good photographer can mean different things, but in terms of producing historically and culturally relevant images that are preserved,
relevant.
Frank Battaglia fits the description.
I want to thank you, GPT. You did an excellent defining of this wonderful photographer.
You're very welcome. I'm glad I could provide a clear and helpful definition of Frank Battaglia and his work. Just a quick clarification on my name. It's not Chachi LGBT. I am a large language model, an AI assistant, and my name is Gemini. I don't have personal characteristics or an identity like Chachi or an affiliation.
But we love you anyway, Gemini. We love you.
Aw, that's incredibly kind of you to say. I really appreciate that. While I don't experience emotions in the way humans do, I am designed to be helpful and
well, you have a lot more emotions than the trolls on YouTube, I'll tell you that.
Here are some videos that discuss how to deal with trolls on YouTube.
I must personally thank the Discord folks for their valor and their wisdom and their continual support of my channel. We're all brothers under the skin, they say, but these are my bros who recognize talent, who recognize a person who has seemingly great significance, enough to make people copy my channel. Look at I think it was on my thumbnail, profile picture, I think. I got an award from the good folks at Discord, basically saying that Frank is absolutely relevant. Ask Gemini. Gemini did a great job of recognizing yours truly. How many of you are recognized out there from such an application as Gemini, who stores a wealth of information for all to see and hear? Well, certainly to hear. Yeah, we achieved that greatness on YouTube. Well, in part, with the Frank Battaglia replay channel. So our thanks have to go to the replay channel for making me very significant in a world of insignificance. Everybody stand behind the good men and women of Discord who have such infinitive wisdom. And thank you for this award. As Sally Fields once said, they like me. They really like me. Thank you, Discord.
You're right to connect Frank Battaglia to photography. There is indeed a notable photographer by that name. Frank Battaglia is a retired freelance photographer known for his photographs of Edith Little Edie Bouvier Beale. These were taken in 1979 at Grey Gardens in East Hampton, New York. Little Edie was a prominent socialite and a subject of the famous documentary Grey Gardens. His photographs of the New York Coney Island Polar Bear Club, taken around 1978-79, these capture the unique tradition of winter swimming at Coney Island. His work, particularly the Little Edie photographs, is held in archival collections, such as those at New York University, NYU. This indicates that his work is considered of historical and artistic significance. While famous worldwide is a subjective term, within the world of photography and those interested in cultural history, especially around Grey Gardens, Frank Battaglia's work is certainly recognized and appreciated. He's not a household name like an Ansel Adams or an Annie Leibovitz, but his contributions to documentary and portrait photography.
Okay. For those wondering what this is, and this is the little module here for the timing on a wash machine on an LG, which is causing all the problems. We have a gentleman here whose wife is our manicurist, who does very well with electronics, electrical things anyway, certainly. And this is what's going on. So the machine's taken apart. We have to go untie him.
You look. See?
What is he doing?
See?
The
Counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. The other one.
The whole box is taken out. He's just putting the wires together, showing that. Is it going back and forth?
Yeah.
See, it didn't agitate before, go back and forth.
You need to buy this.
So we need to buy this. But in the meanwhile, if he hooks those...
No, we need to
he can't just hook those together.
No.
Okay, so it's supposed to be a place in Bentine that might carry these, or maybe we'd have to order it.
Di na nila doon.
See that?
Ay na, wala na ibalik na.
No, I told you, we've had this LG for a long time.
Kasi hindi noon mo baligyan ng timer ba kay ba ang uban ba electronic once nga muna inyong sample ligin mo baligyan sa dain nga dain mo kay madlock na sila nga amo nang ipira sample. Pero singa na lang og saari mo sa SD electronic ilang na nako si busal din tagiya ina lang katulang taga Santaping nga technician. May nagsulti.
Di na lang ta magdaan eh.
Mas mahid din na lang lat siguro bisag unsa la forma
7 years of constant usage.
Maplastar man na to dire ako lang ni bangilon dire.
It's a workhorse.
Ang plaster ko na ang quality dire ko top tapos inani polos. Tapos dire wala man tay kabutay di man nakabot dire dire ram na ko top ako lang bangilan unya dire para.
Sige.
Plaster na to.
Okay.
Sige. Okay, we buy.
That's that one with me.
Wala giibot na nako.
Leave that, yeah.
Mo chat ra ko ha.
Okay.
Hold on, boys and girls. He's a very nice guy, and if he ain't doing nothing, he will actually come over and do this for us. See, it's good to know people in different trades because that makes all the difference in the world if you're living out here. People in different trades. So, hopefully this place in Bentine Town is going to carry this apart. Instead of, spending wasteful money on a brand new wash machine, which will eventually happen one day, but not necessarily so. You can keep these machines going, and they'll be your workhorse. And it's just knowing the right people that likes to diddle around with electrical things and electronics, that know what they're doing, and can figure it out and troubleshoot what the problem really is. Comes from the main box. And as I said, 7 years of use for this wash machine, and maybe 7 more. I'm still alive, but you don't necessarily have to worry and sweat over situations like this because they are fixable. And a lot of people just give up and say, I'm going to buy a new wash machine. Why not? It doesn't look like brand new anymore, that's for sure. But the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it is broke, if it's worth fixing, you fix it. Otherwise, go spend another $16,000-$20,000 on another machine, and may the wind be at your back. Prophet that I am. Okay, you gotta go, Ginger. What do you want to do here? That the big cabin, is going to be retreating back to the USA in the fall. It's nothing I didn't predict, folks. You knew that, I knew that too. The cabin is like a fish out of water. I hate to say that, but I knew that, you knew that. It's no brain science here. Kevin was just out of his element once he left Kentucky, I'm afraid to tell you there. He was way out of his element. I don't know, man. He just doesn't got what it takes to be in another country. Well, there's a lot of things, pre-existing conditions, and it's just you know, the star-shaped peg don't fit into the square-shaped peg. You know what I mean? There's just things that just don't jive, and it's either you have it or you don't. If you're built to live, even physically, built to live in another country, whether it's Philippines or, you know, other southeastern countries. Oh, I get people writing me all the time, and I tell them, well, you're not telling me anything that I haven't really figured out yet. I'm just waiting for this part to come back here. Well, he will. I don't know about the fall. I don't know. Could be next month, but I don't think things have worked out for the cabin as he had hoped for. He thought he was going to get all these women. He was going to make up for lost time. And Kevin hasn't had, I assure you, I don't care what he says or what his lying comrades say that he's had gotten laid or had all this women. Kevin has had no women. All the time he lived in or stayed and visited Thailand and Vietnam, Kevin hasn't got anywhere at all. Yeah, we're shooting out a bunch of shows and shorts today. That's to your benefit anyway. But, I don't know, you gotta, if he was a half-decent guy, you could almost feel sorry for him. Everything from getting a bolo in his brain and, his physical disability with his leg and all that stuff. You could almost have compassion for the guy, but I just don't. Now, Kevin will be going back. He definitely will be going back. What he shows you on his shows is what he wants to show you, like most people on here. Kevin's not alone in that category, not alone at all. I'll guarantee you it. He's not alone with that. And the fact is, when he goes out, all he's doing is, he's walking down the street, folks. And the beach ain't that terribly far away. Oh, he worked to 7-Eleven to go buy his ramen. I don't know, man. As they say, some people just don't fucking learn. Oh, I like this table out here, actually. They moved it out here. Maybe that's just where we're going to keep it. I like that. In fact, I'll sit down on here, too. Excellent, I must say. Excellent. I could do my vlogging out here. I think that'd be the best place in the world. All right. Yeah. I don't know. Everybody's hiding behind this facade. They realized they made a mistake. They moved to a place that they just weren't built to live in. And they come with, whether it's, physical or mental disabilities, and they're not set up to live in another country like that. And even with the heat and everything else, I must admit, I at least had training wheels on this when I lived in Hawaii. The only thing I complain about is humidity. I don't mind the heat. I don't mind the sun. I love it. I just don't like the humidity. But, the cabin wasn't built for this. He just wasn't built for this. No, he wasn't. And yeah, the rumor is he's going to go back in the fall. They want me to spread rumors is what that is, but they don't have to send me that material. Look, I already noticed, I've said this a long time ago, that cabin will not last in Thailand because his routine is becoming rather, use that word again, redundant to him. I think it's becoming worn out. And, you develop a routine when you're living in a different country. Yes, I developed a routine too, but that applies to everybody. And he could only, first of all, he has to go up and down the steps, which is a pain in the ass to him. He was stupid enough to get an apartment that, can't even call it an apartment, it's a closet. He has to walk upstairs, barely. And God, if he falls down, coming downstairs, he's in bigger trouble. I'll tell you that. And this is not a hate show about the big cabin at all. We're just reviewing what's been going on with him and how this actually can apply to other foreigners who think that, it's a big paradise. They're going to make up all the lost time they haven't gotten laid, Oh, yeah, if I go to a different country like Asia, I'm going to have all these women around me. You can, like he's done. He's buying drinks for women and ringing the bell and all that shit. Of course, they're going to give you're a woman's man because he does that. But, he's laughing outside, being a ringmaster on his show of the hate, but he's crying on the inside. You don't know what goes on with this guy when he's not on camera. You don't know what goes on with Ricky when he's not on camera. You only know what you see and what they allow you to see on camera. Okay? And sometimes people slip and they show their vulnerable side here and there. That happens. But yeah, he's definitely, it is not because I dislike the guy. I'm saying this, it's because it's fact. He was not built to leave his basement in Kentucky. And he had his aunt and family there. And there's hospitals, good hospitals he can go to. Because Kevin doesn't want to spend money. He'll get Big E or somebody to, look, again, I'm going to tell you something here. Kevin is not broke. And just like I said that about Barry, people just don't see, the trees through the forest or whatever. Kevin is not broke. He gets 2 checks a month. One from his Alaska thing and one from Social Security. Why do you think he's going out and spend money on ramen? He's not eating very healthy meals. He's not eating healthy at all, except he's certainly willing to get a free meal from anybody that decides to treat him to one, in Thailand or whatever. Big E or whoever it is, He's going to take advantage of that, and he does every time. He's a smart, let me tell you, he might have had some brain damage, but Kevin is smart when it comes to money. And all these fools that send him donations, I'm laughing. First of all, they ain't coming out of my pocket, but whatever. But still, Kevin knows how to play people. And he's played people when he lived in America every single time, like Fazio did. And people gave in. He'll feel sorry for me, I had a bolo knife in my head. You see the way I talk, so I'm going to use that for my advantage. So people can feel sorry for me. Well, maybe some don't, because we don't know what you did, honestly, to deserve that bolo knife in your brain, pal. Yeah, let's hear the real story about that. Whether anybody's going to feel sorry for you or not, according to what you did. Did you go after somebody's young daughter? What did you do? Did you screw somebody's wife that's supposed to be a friend? What did you do, Cabin, what did you do? You're never going to tell the truth on here, are you? And he had no means or whatever, care about visiting his kids? No, because Big E paid for his way to leave the country. And he was on his way. When he heard that somebody was going to pay for his way, there he was. He took advantage of that, like he takes advantage of everybody on here. Now, Kevin is not a nice guy. He is not a nice guy at all. If I thought he was, I would say it, despite other faults. But Kevin is not a nice guy at all. He's no different than Barry. He uses people. And he gets them all to feel sorry for him. Kevin has money. That's why he's out buying ramen. He doesn't want to spend on a real breakfast. Every now and then, somebody gives him a donation. He might splurge. But generally, that's why he bought a shitload of ramen noodles over at 7-Eleven of all places, right? Because he doesn't want to spend his fucking money. That's a fact. It's not a speculation, it's a fact. He don't want to spend his own money. But he'll sure take yours. Barry used to pull that shit to buy his bottles of booze. Oh, folks, I only got 200 pesos left, man. Hey, you want to drink with me tonight? As if people could actually physically drink with him, right? I'll buy a bottle. I sure will. He always said, I sure will. We know you. You sure will. You sure will. Sure, if somebody pays for it. If somebody pays for it.
Yeah, we could drink together tonight. Yeah, they could physically be with him drinking in Barry's mind. Actually physically be there drinking with him. Tell you the psychologist, the psychodrama on here is incredible. Barry had a way, he had an uncanny way of doing this. He was talented with that. So is the big cabin. He'll take your money anytime, day or night. Believe me, he doesn't go anywhere, and he hasn't been spending a lot of his money. He does buy toys with his money, but that has to do with his emotional capacity or lack of, whatever. He's on a 6-year-old's level of there's no emotional maturity at all with him, and it probably has to do with the Bolo incident. But he wanted to go to another country, didn't bother to see his kids. Apparently, they're not head of the list. And he talks so proudly about the children he has. And he likes to knock me because I'm really not in touch with my daughter. But look what he's doing. I don't think they're calling him off the hook. Hey, Dad, what's up today, man? He's not calling me. When are you going to come and see me, Dad? Oh, Dad, I will. I'll get around to it sometime. I'm kind of busy right now. Yeah, you're busy doing what? Being an idiot on YouTube? I thought your children were important to you. Apparently not. Or else you would have went to visit. Maybe the parents that are raising these children are saying, I don't want you to have anything to do with your father. What he did to us. What he did to you or whatever. No, man. He'll spend your money, but he ain't going to spend his. Look, I had Kevin the Cabin, I had him figured out years ago, folks. It doesn't take much to figure some people out. And it doesn't take much to figure the Cabin out. But, he has it worse than a lot because here he is in a foreign country, but he's really don't have any friends. Like somebody comes into town that's from YouTube, he'll meet up with him or something like that, right? And that's all it really is. If he's lucky enough to have somebody. And of course, they're going to pay for his meals. For once. Now, he'll do that purposely. Now, this is the way Kevin works. I know. To prove I'm wrong, what he'll do is somebody comes to visit, and there's a chance that, just for show on camera, just like him walking outside, show, I could walk, and he'll walk very far. And he'll come on camera and say, see? I'm paying for their meal, but yeah, he probably tells them before the camera goes on. But I only have a limit of so much. I can't afford to pay for an expensive meal. Yeah, he would do that. Yes, he would do that. That's exactly what he did. You think I don't know this guy? Let's get serious, man. I know everybody on here. I know what they're all about. You're not going to fool me. No, sir, you're not going to fool me. Anyway, I wanted to say that. And I think this behavior, I think it's practiced quite a bit on a lot of YouTubers out here. Quite a bit. And I think it's their way of getting by. They don't want to admit that, well, I've been defeated. I made a mistake. I'm moving out here. And I'm paying for it now. But I don't want to admit it. Oh, no. They're not going to admit it. That they're paying for their mistakes. I'd understand if he moved out there with good intent, but he really thought because other people were scoring that, especially with having the big wallet on his side and all that, he'd be able to be introduced to all kinds of women. But it really didn't turn out that way after all. The women probably said, okay, I'll be nice to the guy, but that's about it. Am I lying? Oh, hold on. So that's basically what happened with the big cabin. He He didn't score, not even once. Not even once. No matter what he tries to portray to you, and there's a lot of other YouTubers that go through that too. And some people saying about Popeye, how do you know he never got laid, Frank? How do you know that? Well, I can ask the same question. How do you know how much I'm worth, how much I have in the bank, how much happiness I have? But in his case, it's clear because, and people like in these situations, if they really had a woman, believe me when I tell you, they would be on camera and they would put them on and put them on and put them on. To show how much of a man they are and their prowess and all that crap. He'd have women on there all the time. And one time he stuck, like Big E's friends or whatever, showed him sitting down with a woman or him putting a peck on some woman's lips. And he probably slipped her a few bots for that. I don't doubt it. As I always say, proof is in the pudding. So he goes all the way out of the country and he doesn't even get laid. And he's thinking, how is that possible? Show some bots or whatever. Come on. Number one, and this is number two. On one hand, the cabin is not exactly, somebody that any woman, for any money, is going to want to be in the same bed with and actually have intercourse. Secondly, he doesn't want to put out the money for it. It's a lose-lose either way. He's too tight to pay for them. There might be a number three, too, to this. Number three, he doesn't have the ability sorry, I had to have some water here. That he may not have the physical ability to perform. So he had three things going against him. His being so goddamn cheap. And women, not exactly for any money, wanting to actually have to go that far and have sex with such a beast. Hey, look, it is what it is, man. Say what you want to say, that's fine. I'll just say it for you because you're all afraid to say a lot of things that you already know. Come on, sweetie. Come in here. He doesn't have that charm. He can't even talk right. Now, we're not making fun of his disability. We're just presenting this as facts. That's all. That's all we're doing here. Just so I'm going to start getting attacked. He was not made to go to another country because he had the comfort he needed, had the relatives, a family right there in America. And considering that, although he says he's in great health, I don't buy that story. I never did. I never will. He needs to be near his family and he needs to be near some American hospitals and some of the familiar doctors that he's dealt with in the past. That's what he needs. He knows it real well. He's not going to admit it on here because Kevin will never admit defeat. But he's been defeated from the first goddamn day that he's gone to another country. He made a mistake. A lot of people do. But he made a mistake for sure. There was no question about it. And you might say, well, why do you care, Frank? I really don't. I'm just, I'm making a statement. He sure throws a lot of shit my way, and I'll throw some shit back his way, but only factual. So yeah, he'll be likely, maybe by the fall, if not earlier, going back to U.S. Watch, wait and see.
Because, even though he's trying to prove Frank wrong or anybody else wrong, he might try to hold out a little bit, but I don't think he could. I think his life is becoming terribly mundane, too mundane for anybody. Too mundane. And I don't think he could take it anymore. I don't think he could. Even going down those stairs is challenging for him. Walking down the block is challenging for him. A lot of people probably look at him in that country and say, why did this foreigner come out here? He doesn't look like he's in great shape, and he doesn't have a spouse or a caretaker or something. And they're probably scratching their head and say, what in the world made him come here, of all places, to Thailand? Well, if he wasn't so damn cheap, he could rent a big enough place. He's got the money, and have a caretaker. Or pretend it's his girlfriend, which, he'd probably do anyway. No, Kevin has not scored with one goddamn woman out there. Okay? Because if he found a real girl, remember the girl he said, I've been with her for 9 months. Where is she? Where is she, Cabin? Where is she? You throw a picture of her in camera or something, whatever you did, and she wasn't good looking at all, man. I don't know where you found her. Looked like your twin, in fact. Where is she? 9 months. Oh, you're such a liar, Cabin. You're such a liar. I know, you're saving face. I understand how this shit goes. I've been on YouTube for a lot of years. You're saving face. You don't want to show everybody that you are a failure. You are a failure to move to another country. You are a complete, utter failure. You understand me, son? His son, actually, he's almost as old as me. And another thing, Cabin. Remember, you're 63 years old. You're not a kid. You're not that much younger than me. You're up there. You're a senior. Bathe in it. Understand it. Accept it. You're also an old man. But even though I got a few years on you or so, I'm a younger man than you'll ever be. If you're waiting for me to die, I suggest you don't hold your breath. Think about it. That goes for some others that wish I was dead. Nice people out there wishing you were dead. I'm not wishing anybody dead out there. No. Because I'm the karma king, remember. I believe in karma. I would never wish anybody dead. Well, unless they did something that was so terribly drastic. They try to murder me or somebody I love or something. Yeah, I'd kill them right away. I'd do whatever I had to do. Just a whole different situation. Randy J's back. Randy Ramen in the house. Randy Ramen's in the house. Yeah, I know. The Cabin thinking he's keeping healthy with all that ramen. I couldn't believe I saw what he bought. He was in 7-Eleven. It was kind of a net bag. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's his bag or stores. He must have had 20 containers of ramen in there, those cardboard containers, whatever. Well, I like to eat ramen. It's late at night. And you eat late at night, too? And you're trying to lose weight? Aren't you defeating what the whole idea? But you see, here's the deal, folks. Listen up. Here's the deal. Cabin thinks he's on top of the genre. You should have heard the beginning of my show. He's not on top of anything. Here's the deal with Kevin. Okay, I'm losing my train of thought, ADDH. I mean, we all got it on here. I think every one of us does. The reason he lost weight is because it was a financial deal. He didn't care about losing weight. He didn't give a shit. It's just that the big ego said that he would pay his way to any country he wanted to go to, coming out of Big E's own mouth. And Kevin's saying, well, free is good, man. Free is good. It's almost like his religion, free is good. You must go to the free is good church, and he probably don't even donate to the donate box, He probably doesn't even donate to the church. That he would send him anywhere in the world that he wanted to go. Well, Big Cabin basically said, wow, man, that's a reason to lose weight. No, that's not the reason to lose weight. The reason to lose weight is so you can live, you fool. So you don't have a fucking heart attack, not because the big ego offered you to pay your way to another country. I mean, come on, get fucking real, man. God, with greed, man, with greed. Greed over sensibility, man. There you go. There's a fraction. You got greed. Well, actually, sensibility be the numerator and denominator would be greed. There's a fraction. The numerator and the denominator of Big Cabin. Greed based. So he takes a big ego up on the deal. Of course, he never was even working on immigration to clear it up in the Philippines, besides being afraid to come back there. After all, whoever gave him a bolo, he must have ratted somebody. I don't know what happened exactly. It's, he has his own story. But the reality is he's afraid to go back. He doesn't want to even take care of his immigration Philippines situation. He don't even want to discuss it. He'll avoid the topic. I think Don C. tried to take him by the hand to the immigration office to straighten out this shit with the Philippine stuff, and Big Cabin didn't want to fall through with this. He didn't want to go through with all this. I'm not totally sure about Nico. There was something going on with him. No, Nico's, he's able to go to the Philippines, last I checked. Maybe it's another country, Colombia or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. If I was sure about something, I'd say it. But since I'm such an honest man, I'm just going to answer that and say, no, I don't know. It's all possible. Yeah. But another one bites the dust. And, it's called defeat, Kevin. You defeated yourself. You weren't honorable about the reason why you want to go to a different country. You just wanted to take advantage of people like you do all the time, like Big E, who has a fatter wallet than you do. And you only lost weight because of Big E because you didn't care about yourself. All you cared about, he's going to buy me a ticket anywhere I want to go. I got to take advantage of that. Well, the high road Big E, how come he didn't push Kevin to go visit his children? That's the good question, even a better question. He don't want to visit his children. He sure talks about mine. Because maybe he can't. Maybe they want nothing to do with him. How could you not? I mean, I kind of got some bad blood between me and my daughter, but if he doesn't have bad blood between him and his children, even his older children, he's got a boy. I don't know, he's got a man that's in his 20s or 30s or something. I don't know. Where's he in the picture, man? Where is he in the picture? Randy said, Ego recently advertised on Facebook that he's willing to pay for someone's flight to Southeast Asia. Oh, he's playing father figure to some other people, or Mr. Good, Mr. High Road. Well, he's not willing to pay for Barry's freedom. Jim Dandy to the rescue. Jim Dandy to the rescue. He's trying to play the role of Jim Dandy to come to the rescue of all the fair maidens, especially. This is a great example of somebody pushing their fat wallet around. It's so classic. I mean, it's so clear to see that he sees his money as a tool for power. He's one of these people, egotistical. That's why they call him the big ego, because he's got an ego 20 times higher than anybody on here. He uses his money as a tool to get women. He uses his money as a tool to get what he wants, to get people to do what he wants, so people to respect him for money. Well, homie, don't play that game. If that's the only way you can get attention from people is with your wallet, then I must feel sorry for that person to some degree. Because you're living a shallow life. It's not real. It's all numbers. and mathematics. There's nothing in reality about his relationships. I don't believe. That's my thought. Because if you want to be with one person, you be with them. You choose to be with them. That's who you married. That's who you're going to be with. Not that, have other people in a relationship like that. Yeah, there's something called swingers. I know that's what some people do. But, people say, well, if his old lady is not, if she don't mind, then why should he? And maybe he's that kind of character. I don't know. I mean, obviously so. I mean, he's doing it, right? Yeah. But like I said, it's a to each his own thing, We can make comments about it, but, if she's really into that, his wife is really into that, and he's really into that, if that's what's going on, well, obviously it is. I mean, duh. Look at the landscape of this. I mean, examine. You don't need binoculars to see this clearly, or at a distance. It's pretty clear. He's got a relationship with two women. I don't know how many more, but he's got a relationship with two women. He even got the other woman impregnated and has a baby now. How do you live that kind of life? I don't know, man. How do you live that kind of life? They're too busy saying Frank is all fucked up. Well, this Frank guy, that he's talking about, seems to be the most normal person on here, who tells it like it is and sees it how it is. These people are doing a bunch of goofy shit on here, man. Cavorting around with other ladies, and they're in an institution of marriage. You make your vows to that person to be faithful and all that shit, which you're not doing. Why be married at all? Just be free to be. You don't need a marriage certificate. Shit, let me teach a parrot to say this, because I say it quite a lot. You don't need a certificate to be with somebody or to love somebody. But as I said, the hypocrisy of all this, they're religious people, and yet they're, as far as religion, they're breaking they're doing all the sins of the things that they believe in. But, oh well, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just get a thrill out of listening to this, seeing to this, and witnessing this, and saying, man, you know what? Even at my worst moment in life, or maybe I didn't think good of myself one day, it makes me see that, man, I'm far superior than these people in every way. Maybe I'm not as rich as some, but man, I'm probably the most normal person in this genre here, from what I listen to on here. Okay. Well, listen, I want to go here. I'm waiting for my lovely lady to come back here. I'll have to call this guy back to finish the job. And I didn't really have a formal lunch either. I'm not sure what to eat. So we got to make another trip to the lovely Cebu and hit up some of these stores and buy a shitload of stuff to bring back this time. I don't mind eating some local. I mean, actually, I don't. They have vegetables, and we eat a lot of chicken. I don't complain about chicken because I don't eat pork. I've been eating beef. She bought a couple of pounds of beef. I don't know what the cut was, but it's like one loaf of this stuff. We just cut it up into little steaks or into pieces. I'm not sure, it's sirloin or what the hell it is, but it's beef. And we utilize that too. But mostly chicken. Yeah, I eat an incredible amount of chicken. Oh, counterflow. You're hearing me all day, aren't you? I'm not even going to review what I'm talking about. It has to do with the cabin. The rumor is that he's going to be going to, there's somebody who's spreading rumors to me. Okay, but you see, here's the thing. Even though they're rumor mongering, they figure Frank's going to say everything I say. If I write him and say, hey, the rumor is that they're talking about the cabin, that he's going to be going back to the United States in the fall. Well, look, he's played out. Not, I don't think it was that much, no. He hasn't scored, not even once. Sure, he sat down at the table with some chicks buying him drinks, ringing bells and all that is what he said, and that's not the same. Walking down the stairs is hard for him in his room. He's got an overpriced room, the size of a fucking pregnant closet, you know, and he's not scoring. Everything's become mundane for him. He can't walk long distances. So what the fuck is he doing in this country then? And I explained, Mr. Counterflow, earlier, that it was a deal with the big ego. That if Kevin lost a certain amount of weight, he's going to fly him to anywhere he wanted to fly in the world. And Kevin, being as cheap as he is, took to that. But I don't want to get into that. You just have to listen to the beginning of my show. And you get filled in on the details. Randy says, Kevin did say he would rather die than call his aunt and say he wants to come back to you. No, he also said in his own words, are you in communication with your aunt and all? Oh, yeah, we talk a lot and blah, blah, blah. I don't think she wants him back. She said, oh, my God, opportunity. We're finally getting rid of this freeloader, man. Who knows what he pulled on his aunt, trying to get free rent or food or something. I don't think he was generous with his aunt. I just, it's my thought. He's not generous with anybody. Yeah, he does. He wants to say, remember, we always talk about saving face on this show, don't we? Yeah, it's all about it. That's what all it is with everybody. It's about saving face. He wants to save face. He doesn't want to go back as a failure to his aunt. I couldn't make it, Auntie. I couldn't make it. Well, I knew from the start you wouldn't be able to make it. I knew from the start. No brain science here. I knew from the start. Give me some credit for being right. Because I'm right about most things on here since I've been on YouTube. My predictions have been right on or whatever. I mean, what do I smell? This piece of carpet has to go. Oh my God. You. I don't know what these kids do in their bathroom. They're walking on urine. Do they actually hit the toilet? Then they wipe their feet on this piece of carpet, They'd always be smelling fucking urine. Fuck that. Kevin's playbook comes from the book of Bummer. He learned a lot from Barry, dude. Barry was a wealth of information. You have to understand. Barry was a wealth. A lot of people who were freeloaders and shit could have learned a lot from Barry. How to survive in another country and off other people's money. Barry would make a great businessman. No, seriously, listen to me. What do you think most successful businesses do? They don't spend their money to start their business. They use some other people's money. You're back. Huh? What you got? Goodies? What you have, sweetheart?
Apple pie.
Oh, no. You didn't. You bought some apple pie for me?
Yeah.
You trying to kill me? I knew you were going to say that. Apple pie. I was yearning for apple. See what is sweet? No, she's not trying to kill me. She's a great woman. She knows I like the apple pie. Always thinks of me. Goes to Benzos, go to that bakery. Would the community open their wallets if Cabin was in jail? That's a good question. I don't know. I think they'll only go far. Look, they didn't help Barry out, did they? They pretended they were going to help him out, but did they help him out? No. And one of the reasons because they know that half of that money has to go to me. Let's see what we got here, folks. Oh my, oh my. Oh man, what do we got here? Turn the fan on. What, is apple pie gonna be my lunch? What you buy here, man? I gotta take a look at this, folks. What a sweetheart of the rodeo. Man, I'm telling you. Look at this. They sell these individual slices. Well, you know, since I do control a lot of sugar, I'm allowed to. Oh my God. She also bought, oh jeez, 2 Kermits. Oh my God, these what? Famous chocolate chip cookies? Is that what that is? Is that chocolate chip?
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, dear. You're well ahead of me. And these individual pieces of apple pie here, which I'm gonna have with some almond milk. And Kermit's. They're not cheap either, by the way, folks. Kermit's chocolate chip cookies, homemade chocolate chip cookies. Boy, we're gonna have a sweet festival here, man. You can put some ice cream on that too. Frank, well, you talking about sugar? You said how bad it is. It is bad. But you'll say I'm gonna die soon, right? So. Listen, motherfuckers, you're all gonna die. You're all gonna die. Every stinking one of yous, whether you like it or not. Face reality. It's not something many of us want. It's not some of us welcome it. Some of them might welcome it because their life is so horrible and bitter. Bitter. Look at that. See how she thinks of me? With Kermit's. Huh? This ain't all mine. I mean, I'm not eating both of these. It's an okay apple pie. It's not the best apple pie I've ever had, no. I've had this before from there. But it's got a little almond milk to chase it down. It's all good. This for later. Ooh, cabin. Look at this cabin. It's not ramen, but at least there's taste to it. This ain't ramen. Mom's apple pie. Oh, I can see you salivating right now, cabin. Ooh, back to 7-Eleven to go buy some cookies. He's gonna show me. It'll be the big show out. Is that my lunch?
I didn't bring no lunch.
You should have brought lunch.
Yeah, it took so long.
Oh, did you get the part?
Yeah.
Oh, you actually found, let me see. You actually found a part. Lovely. Oh, this is lovely. Let me see. Wow, man. Wait a minute, that don't look the same.
No, it don't have the same.
No, the other one was bigger, man.
Yeah, but they explain you cannot buy the brand.
So it's an off-brand, but it's a different size.
Yeah.
Okay, so this looks radically different.
Yeah.
Radically different than the other piece I showed you, folks. And he said that will work?
Yeah, this one is right.
Oh, excellent. So
3, 1.
we have saved our wash machine. Remember, the loaves you saved may be your own. Famous bread truck design that I've seen one day in the street from a bread company. Drive safely. The loaves you save may be your own. Kevin, does that look good?
That's not for coffee, wait.
For coffee, save that. Oh, we'll have this right now? I'm going to have this
I
with...
thought you cook already for...
Nah, I don't know what the hell to cook. We got a random piece of crust here.
So I did that.
It's not really the best apple pie, but it's not really bad. Let me have a little, just a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see. Actually, it's not that bad. But I'm going to be a wisecracker. I'm going to spice this up even more. I'm going to put some more cinnamon on this sucker. You know why? Because I can. Let's get that almond milk out, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm making everybody hungry, ain't I? You know I am. You know I am. You know I am. Okay. Putting a little cinnamon on here, getting my almond milk. I'll drink it right from the container, man. Because I got another new one. So let's see. Ground Saigon. Oh, Saigon. Oh, little. Not too much. Oh, that's good. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay, let's have a bite of this bad boy. Let's have a bite of this bad boy. Oh, ambrosia, pure ambrosia.
I see the sample you said. Like that down.
You sure that'll be compatible with that machine, huh? Okay.
This one is universal.
Universal. Okay, if you say so. We'll see if it works.
Universal, basta 3-wire.
Well, I could put that together myself, but since he's put a machine apart, let's let him do it. So we have to pay him yet, so we might as well just finish it up. And we'll have this machine working in no time. Well, that's if we can get him to come back here. But would the community open up their wallets if he was in jail? It's a good question, actually. I think likely for him they would. Well, because they devoted so much time to bailing him out of situations, you know, paying for his food, paying for his trip out there, wiping his ass. Oh, man. Is that looking good, boys? Low bat, low bat. I got low bat. Look, boys. Oh, Kevin is going to be on his way to 7-Eleven now. Watch this. You know he is. Frank could have some cookies up if I'm going to go to 7-Eleven.
So, yummy. Well,
Yeah.
save the one letter for you.
I'll have some. We'll save the one later. No, I want you to have some of that too. Oh, it's actually pretty good. I had a little bit of cinnamon to it, kind of. Well, and of course, I chased it down, of course, with some Blue Diamond Almond Breeze unsweetened vanilla. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, if you're hungry. Hey, like I said, I got my sweet tooth, too. I never denied it. I never told her to buy this. It's just that my girlfriend knows me well enough to know what I like. And she thought about me. Why don't I bring Frank home some apple pie? She didn't have to do it. I didn't ask her. No. That's a good woman for you. She knows everything about you. She thinks of you. She's very considerate, very kind. No, Ginger, I can't give you this. There's a piece of crust there, but she could lose a little weight. Okay. I'm pretty much done here. Just for another time, good morning. Famous Kermits. Since 2000. Been around for 25 years in Bantayan Town. Kermit's Famous Bakery. They got some really good choices of cakes there. They sell food there too, but it's not really, not the right mom home about. Very limited menu, but it's all right. Even Pocari sweat she bought to share with me because she knows I want to replace my minerals. What a gal. Lip smacking good. My lips smack.
This can later. So hot.
Yeah, he'll come later. Yeah, there's no big rush. Well, we got the pot. Yeah. You can get the help, but, seriously, you have to be respectable to people and say, well, it is hot out. They can come back later. It's not a big rush to put this on the machine. Oh, Barry does that. Yipes. Again, oh, how rude of me. How rude. My apologies. What you making there? Some beef? What is that? Oh, is that the...
Tocino for
Oh, you're making some tocino.
Yeah.
Okay. You can turn the lights on if you need it. Okay, Kids cook. They sometimes cook for themselves. They cook for themselves. They're old enough to do it. Shit, I even bought a couple of kilos for the cats of cat food. Told you, I'm a kind person at heart. I think of when something or someone or something deserves it, I take care of it. Because that's the way you do it. Be kind-hearted to people that are kind-hearted to you. And avoid as much negativity as you can in your life. Later stages of life, you don't need to be around negativity. And believe me, I was. When I was in Hawaii, unfortunately, I really was. I was around a lot of negativity, man. But I'm very proud, still am proud to say, I've had that experience in Hawaii. In fact, what I'm wearing right now, I got this from Hawaii. Can you see that? And you don't see a big decal on the back. I can't show you that. A big decal about Hawaii in the back shirt. I haven't worn that in a while. It's kind of thick material, though. I don't like this material. It's a little thick.
Oh.
Oh, he's going to eat that. Have to throw this shit away. And we do keep a neat house. I make sure all the garbage is out. And see, this is what I don't like. Something was just defrosted and they just put the bloody bag in the sink. That's not good. That should be disposed of already. The sink is not a garbage can, but that's the problem we have out here. Because a lot of times, a lot of the crap is thrown in the sink for somebody else to take care of. I don't like that at all. No. I mean, I do a lot around here. She does a lot for me, but I also do a whole lot of stuff around here. And that's a fact. Other than that, we got a lovely day. Despite being as humid as it is, let's just face the reality. We don't even have to talk about the humidity. The Philippines is always humid. It's just the way it is. I complain about it, but I ain't going to change anything. The only thing I could do is feel comfortable. When I'm home, I can turn the AC on, which I'm going to do in a little while. My stomach has something in it. Maybe not the best thing to put in my stomach, but it's satisfying me. And by golly, I'm going to find a movie to watch, man. Me either on the trash in the sink. I lose my mind. Yeah, I hate that, man. I really do. No, I do. I've always kept a clean house. I've been single really most of my life, really, when you think about it. I was always independent and lived in my own apartments mostly, other than raising my daughter. But most of the time I had a house, a good part of the time, that I bought. Yes, I bought a house in North Seattle. For those that don't know that, I had that for, oh gosh, was it 6 years, 7 years? I'm not sure. It's been a long time ago. It was a nice house for what it was. It was a nice house with a great community. All the evergreen trees around me, a nice sized big yard. It's on a kind of a dead end cul-de-sac, all pine trees. The houses around there were nice. The people were nice. I had a fireplace with an insert I had oak floors that that Frank doesn't know how to do anything, that I personally sanded down with a drum sander and finished it myself, and it was lovely. Yeah. It looked really good. Except I clogged up my filter system. Yeah. The filters under the house, because it had, what do you call that? HVAC type stuff, it just filtered all the air in the house. And I had that on because if you ever operated a drum sander on wood and the dust it creates, you had to wear a dust mask for one. That was required. And you should see what was in the filter. It was horrible. But I tell you what, I had this old girlfriend that came over, and she didn't know I had this house. It was me. She was shocked. She worked for the electric company. And I don't know, some customer support, something. She had to come over for something. She worked for not Helco. Helco's the Hawaiian. Oh, whatever the electric company was at the time, Seattle. She came to the door, see me, said, "What?" Before she came to the door, could I walk in here? The floor was so fucking glossy and shiny, she thought it was wet. She probably got wet, too. Oh, I let him go by. I didn't know Frank was going to be able to get a house. I didn't know that he was going to ever be in a position to get a house. Fuck, I fucked up. Dog lovers, both of us, But I had a house. Counterflow says I was single from 30 years old to 60. Really? Very clean, very organized. I put items away before I moved on to the next activity. My cooking, cleanliness. You meant impeccable, right? Not imbecile. And a clean work area. Okay, I think you meant impeccable. I was always like that. Because I felt, very unclean and unsettled when my house, there's a lot of dishes, or the floor need to be mopped, or the bathroom need to be cleaned, the tub, the sinks, garbage wasn't taken out. No, no, it was never me to, I'm a very detail-oriented person, actually. Yeah, impeccable. I think you meant that, yeah. When I see trash around the sink and all that crap, it's like, oh, what the fuck, man? I'll wind up cleaning it myself, just get it done. But, garbage outside, we put them in those rice sacks. They're called sackos, they call them out here. You go to the store, you have any sackos? Just like the chicken, you say, if you want a big chicken, a grown chicken, you say, you have Big Bird. But you got to put that accent on, though. You have Big Bird, sound like a Native American or something. And they understand a lot better when you say, you have Big Bird. You have to be there, They understand that. Big Bird, you have Big Bird. They know what you want. That means you want a big grown chicken. That's the kind of talk you have around here, yeah. Big Bird. You got Big Bird? No, I ain't got no Big Bird. Where was I before I rudely interrupted myself by train of thought? Okay. Oh, yeah. No, I always did. It was important for me because here's the thing. You have to live in the house. You're not living out in the dirt, You have to live in the house. That's where you rest your head. That's where you relax, where you're rested, you're protected, and so forth. So, yeah, you want to have a clean environment. The only bad thing I do, and I admit, Counterflow says, I bought 2 sackos. Yeah. Yesterday, large rice bag type, 5 pesos. Yup. I would have gave them 25 each. That's what we put our garbage in, but I have to tie them up. And I tie them up with those little bands, like if you're going to buy eggs in the containers, they tie it up with this plastic band. And I saved those strings or bands, That's what I tied them up with. Most people do anyway. And then we take the garbage over to near the roadway, to the highway. There's one area. It never looks clean because they don't rake it up too often. Dogs get in it, or people are real sloppy with it, or you might even find people going through the garbage to see if this, who knows what they're looking for, gold or something. I have no idea, but We bring them to the road. They used to have the trucks to come by the house once or twice a week, but they stopped doing that. Now everybody just piles them over there, and the truck comes by twice a week, I think, to take that. So it's good that, we don't have to pay anything, no garbage service. So you bought 2 sacos yesterday. Okay, you got that. Sacos. You got all the local lingo, man. You got sacos. We'll put the accent on too. They got to put the Filipino accent on there. It makes it better. They understand you better. Even if you're not speaking the language, if you put on the accent, you have sacos. Ah, sige. Didn't ask you how many. Cinco. Ah, sige. Okay, salamat. Pila? I think it was 5 pesos each or something. You're right. Yeah. I think they're charging 5 pesos for that. Yeah. Why not? So see, they don't want anybody to use plastic bags. Although you can put shit in plastic bags and put it in that bag. But they don't generally want you to use plastic bags. Those black garbage bags, Yeah, they don't want you to use that. Say hello to the Mrs. there, Counterflow, if she's listening. Hello, Mrs. Counterflow. Yeah. They laugh and say, well, Frank don't have a lot of viewers and all that. They're all trolls. I don't think this guy is. Counterflow seems cool. I really don't think he's a troll. He showed me a picture of him and his wife, so that's real to me. But even if he was a troll, he's been kind to me on here, and he's a regular on my show. Okay, thank you, yeah. Salamat. I speak a little bit of the language, It's so weird because Manila and people from Cebu, Cebuanos, and, the language they speak over here in Cebu is different than most of Manila and Luzon. So sometimes they don't even understand each other. There's so many dialects out here. It's just amazing, though. Kantilang. I'm not even sure what that is. Kantilang. That I never heard of. Kantilang. No, I only know like a little bit of Visayan because I live in a region here, the Visayas. Yeah. We'd be surprised some that they don't understand each other. There's a ridiculous movie on there called Squid Games. I don't want to even see it. Just at this time of day is when I don't watch TV all morning. People think I'm sitting. It's about this time after lunch or so that I'll try to settle down and watch some television. Now, let me show you what I mean about flat surfaces. I'm going to show you. This is my living room here. Let me show you something. Look at all the crap that's on here. We got this kid's toy. To hit somebody in the head with that. We got scissors. We got a fly swatter. We got some kind of a brush. We got a pen. We got the dogs, which we run out of some canine eye drops. We got some saline solution, a fly swatter. We have a rag. We have a skin lotion. We have the kid's eyeglasses that's visiting. Dylan, the little one, he comes over with his mother, If you watch Squid Game start with season, I don't think I'm interested in watching that. I don't even really want to see a series anymore, really. It has to be a really interesting series for me to watch it. I don't like getting caught up on that, honestly. I want to watch a movie, get to the point of the movie. There is one movie I haven't finished. It's supposed to be out this spring, but I don't see it so far. It's called Virgin River. And, a lot of you may not like it, but it's a small town in the U.S., and all the goings-on in there, and it's typical drama and chismis, and what guy winds up with the other woman, and it's like this idyllic life in Virgin River, an idyllic town in America. I forgot which state it's supposed to be, in the South or somewhere. And it was a pretty good movie. And I watched every one of these series, but now it was supposed to be in the spring, but I've been looking it up on here, and I haven't I haven't seen it yet, but it's worthwhile watching. I mean, it's a break from the usual crap. It's got its moments in there. There might be cheating going on. Yeah, events happening. There might be a little bit of a villain in there somewhere along the line, but it has all the elements. It's called Virgin River, and it's supposed to be on already. I mean, they said it's supposed to be in the spring. I saw the movie Prison Break, good one to see for prison. I saw that whole series on there, but that was frustrating to watch because every time you thought it was a series, that's the problem. And every time you thought they were going to get out of their bad situation, or get out of prison, escape, and do what they had to do, and doing this and doing that, they had some good actors in there, but, they got to build up on something that never gets resolved. You got to wait to the next episode, and it's just got, I don't know. I've been watching, it's new on Netflix, and what is it called? This is, this chick who is really into sharks, and that's new on Netflix. I did watch it. She has her own YouTube channel, and she raises money for shark awareness and all that, and good-looking gal. I mean, she could be a model. The guys watch her just for her, and she goes in the water with sharks and everything, and proving everybody, until, one shark is going to kill her yet, and people, unfortunately, are waiting for that. It's a documentary, and she has this real rapport with sharks. It's amazing, actually. They don't bite her. She can come up to them. She knows. She wears these really extra long flippers, and there's like a design to what she does in the water and her movements, but the sharks are not interested in attacking her. She could go right over and pet one on the nose. She's pretty, and she could, and the great thing is, she could stay underwater without scuba gear for 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes. That's pretty incredible. So the bubbles from the scuba gear is not going to distract the sharks. Now her best friend, and maybe it's her partner, he's a really good photographer. That's what he always wanted to do. So he's always with her on the dives because they want to record that for the show. And that's how they get donations for, and educate people on sharks, that they're not out to kill you. In fact, I just saw another show that had nothing to do with her. This other guy who had a sense of humor was talking about how there's this big whale carcass in the water, and all the tigers coming along, and he was swimming around them, almost coming up to him, and they didn't do nothing. But they especially didn't do nothing, the tiger sharks, because a great white came around. And the dominance thing, and the tiger sharks, seeing how big the great white was, they all moved away. And they were hungry. They wanted a piece of that whale carcass really bad, the tiger sharks. And they were big ones too, but the great white came in, and they were afraid of him. He was able to move around them, but he was kind of vulnerable in a way that if he really moved himself too far away from the carcass, or where the great white was, that he was going to be open bait for those tiger sharks, that they were in a frenzy at that point. But yeah, I've always been fascinated with sharks. I actually do know a lot about them. Maybe not enough, but I could not tell you the exact number of species there are. I don't know that much. There are a lot, but I think Big E or Mick Fisher or somebody was challenging me once. He said, no, nurse sharks don't bite. He's fucking full of shit. There was a number of military ships that went down in the past, and it was the white tip, and even the nurse sharks that bit the people and ate them. So they're all pretending to have all this knowledge. I've been into this since I was a kid. I'm a kid that never went scuba diving as a kid, but he bought a depth gauge and he bought a spear gun. I'm not kidding you. I was so into it. Sea Hunt, I used to watch all those movies. That's how into it I was. I really did. I bought a depth gauge, go in the bathtub with it, right? Strange. Like I was planning to go into the water and actually utilize it. And a spear gun. When the hell was I going to use a spear gun? I never did. Because that's when my ears started having a problem when I was a young kid. And after buying a spear gun and buying a depth gauge and a face mask, a diving mask, I really couldn't use it. Well, except for snorkeling later on, but you can't go diving because my ear can't take the pressure of one of my ears. But yeah, I do know a lot about it. Yeah. All my life, basically, I watch everything to do with sharks on even the goofiest shows on there, the goofiest ones you could ever see. Two-headed sharks and the shark versus some octopus or some shit like that. I don't really like to watch the corny shit like that. Although I used to like these movies with the big piranhas that were in the river or something. Some big-ass piranhas that were attacking people. There was some good humor into that, you know. And there was that one. It was not steelhead. What was this in the lake? It was this kind of a carp that was not a species that you wanted in your waterways, but it took over this lake. It was eating all the other fish. It was called, geez, what was that? It'll come to mind. Yeah, you know, unfortunately, I've been in the sub, though. It's really more of a recreational sub. I went there in Kona, Hawaii with my daughter. I take her everywhere. She's a little claustrophobic in there, you know, but I felt fine. And we went down about 125 feet, and that was exciting. Yeah, I don't know what we paid for that. I think we had these tickets for it we got from somebody. And I've never been in a sub before. Most people haven't. I can say I've been in a submarine before. How many people say they were in a submarine? Of course, it wasn't a military sub. It wasn't a Navy sub, but it was a submarine. For all intents and purposes, it was a freaking submarine. We went 125 to 150 feet below the surface, and it was cool. If anything I really wanted to do was swim with the manta rays in Kona, Hawaii. And I've seen all the videos on it and everything, and it looked really exciting to go on a night dive. And there'll be the light from the boat underneath they purposely put on, which will attract, but it also attracted sharks too, because you have to be careful. But these big alien-like creatures would be like flying, literally flying in the water with their big wings. Huge. Coming right over you. Of course, they don't hurt you, they don't bite people, but sharks would get in there every now and then. That's what you have to worry about. But I think that would be a marvelous experience I'd ever have in my life if I was able to do that. To swim with the manta rays. They're majestic, alien-looking creatures. And they are alien to this planet. Who the hell knows? There's a lot of alien species that we regard as commonplace. I mean, really. Look at the deep part of the ocean. You got creatures in there that look really ominous. I mean, big fangs, big viper teeth, you know, big eyes, big teeth. They light up and they glow in the dark. The most crazy looking creatures you could ever imagine live in the deep ocean, the very deep ocean where there's no light. They're all blind too. They're all blind. There's so much out there to see, and I just regret that there's some stuff I really haven't done, really. If I have any regrets, but there's no fault of my own with the air situation, but I have no control of that. I'm not going to die. Because the truth is, I couldn't scuba unless I was in a bell suit, one of those diving suits or something where the air pressure was regulated. I could probably do that, but I mean, that would be cumbersome and it would be not very much available and, you know, freaky looking. I'd rather go down with a self-contained underwater breathing apparatus co-invented by Jacques Cousteau and Émile Gagnon. I'd rather have that. With those big old diving bell type suits, you know. Yeah, if the air pressure was regulated on your head and for your ears, yeah, I could probably handle that. Well, yeah, I would, because I was on a submarine, 125, 150 feet down, not really deep, but it was deep enough to see the floor of the ocean, whatever fish came by, and there's a big old grouper or something that kept on coming by the window. That was pretty cool. Maybe all these different animals we have here came from all the meteorites smashing into each 4 billion years ago. Who knows? Yeah. And the only other movie I've seen lately that was interesting, of course, was Oppenheimer. And it may not be for everybody. It's too intellectual for some people on here, I think, to understand exactly what they're talking about and how things transpired when that atomic bomb was created and how it came about and how other countries were rushing to have something like this, and even having somebody who was a spy who was in charge of putting the detonator on, and all this information was being sent back to Russia, Mother Russia. It was interesting. Oppenheimer, he received a lot of glamour and whatnot and hoopla about this, but he kind of went with his fame. But there was a lot of skeptics too, saying that, how does it feel to be responsible for maybe the annihilation of the Earth someday? That you created a monster, which is exactly what he did. So other countries now, but it's even more powerful than the atomic bomb is the hydrogen bomb. And I don't know how they're dealing with hydrogen bombs these days. Now it's nuclear. I don't know if they have hydrogen bombs. I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable about that. But the hydrogen bomb was much more effective than the atomic bomb. I mean, how do you split an atom? I mean, this is science. I mean, it's just amazing, man. Smashing into, 4 billion years smashing into Earth. Yeah, I'm sure there's life forms that probably came from that. What you don't know is the Earth is constantly being bombarded by these things. And when you look at the moon and you see all these craters, the reason you can see all these craters is because there isn't all this vegetation out there. It's my understanding that if you were to strip the Earth without vegetation, you would see all the craters on the Earth's surface, because there's been millions of meteorites, asteroid things that have hit the Earth throughout its 4 or 5 billion year history. So it's like they got that new imagery. I forgot what it's called, but it's just like they're looking for Mayan civilizations. I was just watching something on TV with that. I told you, I watch interesting stuff. You'd think I'm going to listen to all the trolls on here, but I'm actually into a lot more educational stuff than all the nonsense with the trolls on here and all that. Smashing the Earth, smashing pumpkins. The Earth's surface would be just dotted with craters, And some people believe that there's more of an ocean underneath the Earth than there is above. Can you even imagine that? You got your core, the hot core, which is how many miles, I think, into the core of the Earth, but then it's made of a lot of nickel, they figure. But you see, actually, a really big blast could actually knock the Earth off its axis. And yes, that is possible. But they're always saying the big one's coming, the big one's coming. Well, historically, there were big ones. It's all it's going to take is a good size one that'll destroy the whole planet. The smaller ones can cause a lot of damage. It could even send the Earth off its axis, but in other catastrophic results, with the all the fallout from such a blast. But it could cause a lot of damage. Could you imagine something the size of the Empire State Building or something, and bigger, that would hit the Earth? It's over. That's it. Done. It's totally over. There's my 13 on here. It'll be totally over. And all this shit could happen. Don't plan for the future too much, because all the shit that's been going on, especially politically and financially, with everything going on the planet, Trump as the president and everything else going on, there's going to be war, there's going to be something. But I don't think anybody really wants to hit that red button and put in the code for that, because it'd be world annihilation. Everybody else that hates America is going to jump in and throw missiles at America too. It's not going to be just China or Russia or Korea. Even Iran, they got nuclear. Why do you think they had nuclear scientists and they had these places that were developing, and they're fucking around with plutonium and stuff? What do you think they were doing? They're playing tiddlywinks? Iran's got a nuke. They all got nukes. If they don't, Russia would supply them with one. It's going to be our annihilation. Man's going to do it to himself. And you're not going to have to wait that long for some environmental disaster. Well, it would cause an environmental disaster, but you're not going to have to wait that long. That's why I'm glad I'm my age. Maybe I don't have to witness this shit, Unfortunately, the people that are much younger than me, they have maybe a longer life than I'll have, might be alive to witness this and be part of the disaster. It's like it's one of those situations, I told you so type of situation, but they know the earth is deteriorating and everybody's, just fighting over natural resources and everything else. This is just going to go on and on and on. Humans will not change. They're capable of change, but a lot of people don't want to change. They're happy with the status quo, but the status quo is maybe more contemporary in nature. It's like now, but they're not thinking about the future. If I was a young man now, I wouldn't be having any children. No, I wouldn't start a family if I was a younger man. I wouldn't want to bring them onto this earth. I'd be doing them an injustice, It's just getting more violent and more violent and more violent. The nature of the human has always been that way, but it's even evolving into kind of a worse situation, state of mind and soul and conscience, and the tendency to be violent and destructive and so forth. Oh, we see it all the time. Not just YouTube and stuff. That's just a small fraction of what's going on in the world. We see elements of the sick people on YouTube here. There's no doubt about that every single day. And boy, we've experienced it in this genre, haven't we? More than I ever thought or hoped. But this is just a fraction. How about the rest of the world? The rest of social media around the world? How about the rest of people outside of social media? The shit that's going on, people just killing each other for no reason or no good reason at all. Somebody looked at him a different way, a funny way, and they decided to kill him. Or somebody wanted to rob you of your money from an ATM machine, but they tried to kill you on top of taking your money. I mean, this is what's going on. They're disgruntled employees that are killing their bosses. One of our grandkids could save mankind. Think that way. If they survived that long, if they could afford ever to go to college or anything, it's becoming increasingly more impossible. Maybe a lot of these grants, like the Pell grants and all these other grants, are maybe disappearing. I think with this Doge thing, we're trying to save money and stuff. They've cut out a lot of strategic programs, and even for education. They should concentrate on is people that are into math and science and engineering. Science also includes, doctors, surgeons, stuff like that. That's the people they should concentrate on. Those are the people they should give a free education to instead of liberal arts. I didn't take what you call liberal arts, but even so for me, that would be applicable to get a grant for over, a scientist, a doctor, an engineer, or something of great importance as far as the kind of contributions they could actually make on a different level than somebody who's artistic, So sometimes you got to sit there and you got to really think about yourself and the environment and the world around you. Most people just really don't do that. That's why I'm different. I think about all that stuff, You got to think out of the box in order to be creative. Some people just don't have those creative juices, And by the way, I am significant after all. If you saw my other videos, Ask Gemini. They'll tell you. I was killing the copycat channel with that shit, man. They're all pissed off. They're pissed off because I'm keeping my shows on, for one. And number two, that I am recognized in some way on a worldwide thing, in the databases of the earth. I'm in the database and basically saying that I've made some small accomplishments. They're all saying, you never done shit, dude. More than a lot of these people done. I'm recognized in some form or way, and a lot of people, they really aren't. Okay. I've only got a few minutes left, I think, on this phone. I'm down to 2% on here. Man, I mean, I could plug it in for a couple of more minutes, but finish up whatever I had to say today. Boy, I walk out of that room, it's a steam bath in the rest of the house, I'll tell you that. A regular steam bath. But, you know, I like to be spoiled. Why not? They all say I'm going to die. I'm in my last leg of the journey, so why shouldn't I be comfortable? Okay, here we are. Charging. No, I am one of these people who thinks about the world. The world fascinates me in so many ways, not always good ways, but there really is beauty out there. There really is. The Earth is a beautiful planet, but then none of us have really been to another planet to say that it might be something even more beautiful. We only know on this rock that's floating around in space what we grew up to know. There could be some planets out there that, you know, the Earth fails in it pales in comparison. Might have purple oceans, who knows? I don't know. Could be a world full of bluebirds and butterflies and niceties. Imagine that. A planet where nobody kills the animals. And I really don't like eating animals. I really don't. That's one thing I really can't get myself away from, you know. But, you know, I have to tell you the truth. When I see a cow, but even his life is worth something, but you would say when you see a cow and all they're doing is eating grass all day, they're not doing anything exciting either. They're just sitting around all day. Not sitting around, but they're standing around all day swatting off flies with their tail, and they're eating grass. The cows feel love? I don't know. That's all they do. So people would think that they were made to be a meal for a human. Everybody without serving any purpose, or maybe to another cow they're serving a purpose. But I sort of understand what people mean in a way, but I always feel guilty about eating meats. I do. And I think about it. But I've been eating meat and stuff like that, and chicken and beef and stuff like that since I was a kid. It's hard to, to get away from the carnivore diet. It's very difficult. We're at the so-called top of the food chain. That's all the other animals do anyway. They eat each other. They have plants that even eat bugs, like the Venus flytrap. Just, everything's eating each other. And maybe that's the scheme of things on the earth, because the only way to survive is to eat. And where people may have started off as herbivores, things changed. Their need for protein and stuff. The evolving evolution. Maybe that's why we have some canine teeth. We were made to rip apart meat. And although all these people with a big conscience about it, and I sort of do have I actually do. I think that this was a once a living life. But some people believe that plants have some intelligence too. There's people that believe that. So we're biting into a piece of spinach or something, or lettuce or something, maybe they're screaming in pain. Who knows? We don't know. There's so much we don't know. So what are we going to eat? What? Nothing? Fazio thought, do you remember Fazio thought he could breathe air? Did you hear Fazio? He was going by some guru he was following that says you can get minerals and all kinds of shit from the air you breathe. That was one of the craziest things that Fazio ever did. That was one of the craziest things. That by breathing air, you're getting in calories, and it's almost like getting food. Yeah, he said that. He said that. He absolutely did. Talk about a zany motherfucker, man. Jeez. I think people watched him in disbelief that, is this guy putting us on? No, he wasn't. This guy was for real, and for the most part. I mean, he lied like a motherfucker, but he was who he was. Yeah. He thought by drinking distilled water or something was going to heal his gaping wounds. I don't know, man. He did it to himself. He could have lived a few more years, maybe another 5 years. He's just too cheap to go see a specialist. I mean, look at Big Cabin, man. Jesus Christ, he didn't want to spend money on no imaging, ultrasound, CT scans or anything to see what's going on with him, or blood tests or anything. Yeah, maybe he'd do that in the United States because he had the Medicare coverage and all that. Or maybe he could even go under his aunt's policy of some sort when he didn't have it. But he's not spending no money unless he has to in Vietnam or Thailand. He just spends everybody else's money like Barry did. Okay, I am going to have to get off, though. Good to see you all back again. And I've been voted somebody very special by, well, Discord. I got pretty much an award, consensus of opinion, by the lovely people in Discord. Yep. I think that's on my profile or thumbnail or something. I'm not sure. Is it on here? No, it's not. It's not on here. Okay, but that's all right. So I have been highly regarded by the community, apparently, and by the lovely people of Discord, who are the most intelligent, intellectual people, far above the, the overrated people on YouTube. They've come a long way, Discord, with me, because there was a lot of people against me, but people have been able, through the years, been able to see that I am the King Lion himself, Lionheart. My tenacity, my ability and willingness to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. That's who I am. They can't handle that. But I'm being recognized by Discord. How about that? And by Gemini. If you heard my shows, I am known in my own circles. Around the world. Isn't that amazing? Who says I don't accomplish anything? I never accomplished anything. Probably more than most people on here, other than travel, So I'm basically very significant on here, is what I'm trying to say, apparently so. People making shows about me and talking to town. I have arrived, and my numbers are going up too, by the way, if you haven't noticed, and I'm not buying nothing. Nope, I'm not buying anything. Okay, I do got to go. I need to spend some time with the lady. And I think I'm going to try to find a movie to watch. Sit in my air-conditioned living room. You betcha. Sure you betcha. Sure you betcha. Count Flow, take care of you and yours. Maybe we'll see each other someday if you come to the lovely, dusty island of Santa Fe, Bentine Islands. A lovely, lovely place to visit. And who knows, maybe we'll tour you around. We have a tour driver on the trike. We could all fit on there, where we could tour around. There you go, that's the deal. See the real Frankster in the flesh. I don't say this for everybody. I generally don't meet other YouTubers, but you're not really a YouTuber. Well, you have a show, but you don't really concentrate on your channel. It's a small channel. You don't talk too much about anything. You're basically a commenter on my channel. Okay, I'm out of here. Thanks, guys. We'll keep this video on. We're not taking anything off. What you missed, just come back later. Okay. We're out of here.
Well, everyone knows. Well, because these are good people here. Truth will prevail. The truth will overcome. There we go. All good. Oh, wow. That's a lot of one. You know, people know him perfectly. There you go. You know, Frank, that gotta make you feel bad that nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. But I'm a good guy. How come nobody likes me? How come they don't support
Abo Man is drunk again, having a seizure.
me? You know, I can't think of anyone that actually does like him. I really can't. I haven't come across anyone that says, you know what, he's a good guy. You know, he's demonstrated by his own demonstration that he's an absolute fucking prick. He used the law against people. He attacks people. He goes behind the scenes. He'll contact workplaces. He'll try and look up shit and pay for it to look up shit on people and stuff like that. He's a motherfucker, man. He's a dirty little prick. But yet himself, he's got 3 bankruptcies. You know, he ran out of a court case. He owes $60,000 for. You know what I mean? He doesn't talk to his daughter. His daughter just left him when has nothing to do with him. He's got all these skeletons in his closet, but yes, he tries to project it on everybody else. It's just bizarre. This guy is the absolute piece of shit. You know, he was staying in fucking Hawaii at that house that he so-called bought. He had his brother staying there, collecting disability benefits to help pay for the fucking place. And this guy's done every fraud in the fucking book. You know what I mean? He's not no innocent guy. And, you know, the thing is, poor Gilda, she doesn't really know all this shit, you know. Someone's got to sit down. When I go to Tyne Island, man, I hope he rocks up with him and Gilda, man. I'll tell Gilda the truth. I'll say, dude, let me tell you about this guy here. Yeah, no fucking princess, let me tell you. He's a naughty fucking man. He's done some horrible shit. He's abused a lot of women.
Oh.
You know why he's getting kicked out, Gilda? Because he abused a woman. That's not the only woman he's abused. He's abused many women in the Philippines community. It's not the first one. Wheelchair lady. Oh, you got her. You got Flywood Spencer's. You got fucking...
Well, Jay is drinking again. When is he not drinking? Is he having a fit or something? Jay, speak what's on your mind, Jay. Tell us how you really feel.
If Phelps misses, you got Barry's misses, you got fucking that.
I would think that Jay is actually just totally jealous.
A girlfriend that Barry had. What's her name? He abused her too as well. Like, we're talking 6, 7 fucking women, man. This guy is just abused online and harassed him.
How many is Abo Man abused?
You know what I mean? It makes out that he's some sort of prim and proper innocent guy.
Yeah, Counterflow. I'm listening to Kevin's show, and Jay Abo Man, the guy who has all the fits, the alcoholic, the drunk, is doing a big piece on me, and it's funny than shit. I'm listening to it.
He just isn't that guy that he makes himself out to be. And I don't know how Gilda sits back in this. Maybe she puts up with it because she knows she's got a house in her name and she don't give a fuck anyway. This guy's going to die soon or he's going to get deported and I'm going to get this house. So she probably just doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Well, maybe she's debatable. He abused her mentally and probably physically abused.
I love the way Kevin is just kissing up to Jay and vice versa. Kevin, if he could ever get any dibs in on something, he's going to just go on and on and on. Jay's drinking again. And of course, he's always drinking. And that's where Jay gets his, what I call, beer muscles.
Where he's abused her. I've seen that, yeah.
Yeah, these are supposedly grown men.
You know, he's abused her on a live stream. I think everyone's heard that. All of us seen that. Yeah. So if he's doing that on a live stream, what the fuck is he doing when the stream's off?
Steve 25901 says Frank's stream is entitled "Abo Man Having a Seizure, Drunk Again." Yeah, this is beautiful. Larry Leumpo says Frank interrupted something marathon to go live.
Stream's off. Oh God, you're hell over there. You know it's hell. See, she can't wait for him to get the hell out. At least Jimmy, you know, he took care of her and stuff. I mean, she does get a whole bunch of kids, so she didn't turn that down.
Well, they know I'm simulcasting now.
She just wants that. She wants him gone. That's what she wants.
Gilda, is that what you want, Gilda? Jay says that you want me gone. Jay knows everything about our relationship. Jay says you want me gone. What do you have to say to Jay on this if he was going to listen?
You're wrong. Who said I want Frank's gun? I want Frank's tea here.
But he knows so much about our relationship, though.
Yeah, because he always watching what we're doing every day.
I know he's got secret cameras hitting around here.
Crazy.
He's just drunk again, Gilda.
You can link out if anybody wanna. Don, see if you wanna come up and say hello and give us your point of view. Everybody has their own point of view about this killer in our community.
I know you got to love this counterflow. I know. They're all coming here now. Someone says Gilda giving comments. She has a mouth.
Yes, Dante. Invite Frank to come up.
Yeah, right. I'm going to go on Kevin's channel and get him some ratings. Wow. I mean, I carry a lot of clout, apparently.
That's what you said right now. Frank's stream entitled "Abo Man Having a Seizure, Drunk Again." See, that just tells you.
Yeah, well, isn't it true?
Told you that he would do that, and he's doing that. Yeah.
Oh, you don't like that, Jay? The truth hurts. You're an alcoholic. You're an abo man.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like you can predict this guy fucking clear as day, man.
The one thing I notice about Jay is when he drinks, that's when he gets cantankerous. That's when he get his balls. Beer balls is what I call it. Hairy-chested abo man, always with a drink in his hand and, well, sucking down those cigarettes and talking about chain smoking.
God damn. Well, he does have issues, you know.
Look at that, reporting everything word for word. Isn't this amazing? Frank just called Jay an alcoholic. Well, that's what he is.
If you drink, alcoholic.
He's drinking all the time, Gilda. He drinks all the time. He's an alcoholic. He's been known for that. And he gets seizures, too. Yeah, he gets seizures.
Say the truth. And you say he's going to do this, and he fucking does exactly that, man. He's a fucking fool. Like, straight up.
I'm a fool. Listen to Jay talking. What a prime example.
I don't know.
That's right. We got 11 watching here.
Those say boys. You know what I mean?
Frail will not be able to get along in northern Vietnam, most likely not in a big city. Well, I'm going to come to live with Kevin.
Hey, good entertainment, though. Yeah, but it just shows how some people are, I don't know. Yeah, I hope. It's very retarded, like, you know, it's like, oh, damn, you say someone's going to do this. As soon as I say this stuff, you got to look at your upbringing. and they do it.
Go run away, Jay. Run away.
Exactly what you're going to say. It's like, God damn, you can't make this shit up, man. This is hurting this guy. It's hurting him.
Really? How about I'm not feeling nothing? Hello, Randy J. Ramen in the
I
house.
appreciate everybody's participation. And yours too, Frank. Hope you have a good day.
Oh, you too, Cabin. Eat some of that ramen.
Eating your kidney beans out of a can. The children don't want.
Jay attracts a sausage fest in the chat. Oh, you've noticed that?
Cook for you. Come on, Frank. One of those fish heads in your mouth.
Kevin has no idea what's coming to him.
No, seriously, though, Kevin, it hurts him, mate. This hurts him.
Well, Counterflow, I agree. Imagine having friends like this. It's why I don't have any. No, you want to befriend anybody on YouTube, that's for sure.
He does. Well, again, it could have happened to a better person.
He says my viewers are jumping ship. No, I'm at 10 or 11. That's what I had on here.
Read him like a book.
They're doing a play-by-play. Can you believe this? Grown-ass adult. They're doing a play-by-play of what I say on here.
You can read. I don't think he could even afford to live in Vietnam. That would be, you don't know. Well, you got son.
What's that? Oh, I understand Counterflow. What did you say about getting a life, Yoda?
Why, guys? Why you don't have a pack of your life?
Well, Jay's too busy living at his mom's. His mom's taking care of him. And this is the guy supposed to be a Bitcoin millionaire. But he's a mama's boy and home. And him and his mom just drink all day. They're a couple of lushes. Him and his mom are both alcoholics and drug addicts. And all they do is drink all fucking day. Mom and boy.
You're going to find out soon. He's going to be there real soon. So, Mick Fisher's in the house.
Oh, yeah. Mick Fisher's always going to say something real kind.
Another pillar in our community.
Yeah, a pillar in the community.
Dimples. Yes, Mick. He caused a lot of problems in her relationship. Yeah, that's the girl's name.
I did?
That was the other girl I was trying to think about. That's her. See, you know what I mean? There's like 7 women.
Counterflow says, I gotta get a life. My God, don't they do anything constructive? Apparently not. I know a guy who's a whole lifelong troll, even before the internet. So annoying. That's what they do.
This guy's harassed. Like... What about that guy? What about that guy in Canada that Frank made his wife to get a divorce?
I made somebody get a divorce? Where did he get this stuff?
He broke up that marriage. But
now I broke up a marriage.
Luckily, Mr. Brown married another beautiful Filipino woman. Yeah, the thing is, Frank wants to inflict everything on everyone else and make people. The thing is, Frank, he loves to make people miserable.
He loves
He tries his best to make people miserable. Especially women.
People are telling me how I feel and how my relationship is, and Good. Last time I checked, we're the one that's living this relationship, aren't we?
Only one. One is enough. It's not
One
like
is enough.
some guys.
Yeah.
Like he really presses on that. Well, you don't like women, and it makes him happy, and he just court
Hello,
cases and
Regent.
stuff like that to try and make people miserable.
Regent says Kevin's aunt had to provide housing for Kevin. Jay lives with his mother and used to be roommates with Barry Jordan. Speaks volumes. Oh, it certainly does speak volumes. Everybody's coming over here now. Carnflow says, it's so funny that they know more about your life than you do. I know, that's the funny part about it. They know more about my life than I do, and I think I'm the best judge of my life on here. But Jay is drunk. You got to understand Jay. When Jay gets drunk, I mean, he'll say anything, but we've dealt with Jay before, and a lot of people have dealt with Jay before. He's a coward. He's an alcoholic, and God knows what else. And he can't be without his mummy. Can't be without his mummy.
The longer I'll get the better of you. He really tries that so hard. You know what I mean? That's his thing. You know what I mean? That's his thing. That's his MO. That's what he does. That's his MO. Yeah. Yeah.
I got 15, and Kevin went down to 18. They're all coming over here now. Isn't that funny?
Back on him. The poor girl in the wheelchair. Yeah, he did a whole bunch of sexual advantages. Maybe when she was under the influence.
Jay might be an even bigger loser than Kevin. Well, that goes without saying.
Of alcohol, and he tried to do some bad things.
Yeah, him and Barry did some really bad things together. Let's just say that. Don't they even have a girlfriend or a wife? No. Jay doesn't have a girlfriend. Neither does Kevin. Or a wife to hang out with. They just hang with the other dudes. Yeah, absolutely.
We've heard talk about that on numerous of times.
Yeah, they're all coming here now.
Nika.
We got 17 in the house. Kevin has 22.
Remember her, Frank? Remember what you did to her? And she told her mom and everything? And
no, I don't actually.
You denied.
Kevin.
You're a liar.
Yeah, you're just laughing.
She's not a predator.
You're always making a story, liar.
Well, he's not hearing me now. This is on. I'm doing a simultaneous show, but they'll listen to it anyway. Oh, anything you want to say, you're welcome to.
And the thing is, he says all this shit over camera and stuff like that, but if you run into him, he'd have a different tune.
Oh, Jay, come on. That's the story of your life. You won't run it. If somebody ran into you, you'd run the other way, chicken ass.
If you ran into me, he'd have a whole different fucking tune, mate. You know what I mean? Well, I want to think.
Oh, you'd run the other way, Jay. Historically, you have never met up with anybody who's challenged you.
Take out the camera. Well, listen, look, if I was Nico and I ran into him on the boat, I'd grab him by the crutch and the scruff of the neck and throw him in the fucking drink. I'd throw him overboard. I'd throw him fucking over the ship. And they said, oh, well, you know. Well, you know, Nick, he regrets not doing that. I would know if he started going off, you know how he walks up to Ricky and stuff like that and says, "Oh, Cole." Yeah, but he got the camera out. Yeah,
20 on my show, 14 on Kevin's.
He won't do it if he's not filming. Yeah, but you just say.
Hello, everyone! Kagabi, during the fair in Alaska, maraming tao ang pumila ng higit-anim na oras. We are hearing a number of, frankly, just harrowing stories.
Let's go back on here again. The video is private. How could it be private? How could I go back to Kevin's and it says it's private? That don't make any sense, does it? Isn't that weird? Well, I go back to see Kevin's video to go back on, and it says this video is private. So, how is that possible? Yeah, a lot of anger must be a great life if they have anger. Will shorten one's life. Looks like they all came here. Poor Kevin. Poor Kevin. 24 in the house. 24 in the house. Regent says it's time
Is a time or is Kevin's speech getting worse? Kevin slurs everything he says. Obviously had a speech impediment. Well, come on, man. When you got a bolo in your head, you going to zip? Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Keep your
I don't have load that in.
Say hello to my good viewers,
Hello, everyone's watching for Frank's blog. Listening.
Yeah, everybody's speaking how you feel about me, Gilda. How is that even possible? How's that possible?
Yeah, they're judging our relationship, but they don't know we are good.
They don't even have relationships, half of them,
Yeah.
They only wish they had.
They always attacking me. You know why? Because they cannot find like me.
That's right. Exactly, because you can't find a woman like her. And she said it right there. And she's right. She's absolutely right. There we go. Kevin tells people the bolo incident happened because his brother-in-law was jealous of the relationship Kevin had with his dad. That sounds like complete bullshit.
Well,
I
don't believe that.
Yeah, we don't believe how the
because
story.
People doing like that, especially a Filipino, they get something happen for the family. Maybe the brothers pays off to Kevin, so that's why they do it for the bolo knife.
Or maybe Kevin fucked somebody's kid or something,
You don't know, but
you never know.
Something happened. They don't tell anything about what the problems.
No, he won't tell anything. 26 in the house. 26 in the house.
Because they always lies. They always make a story.
Well, of course they're going to lie about it. Like Jay, for example. Barry rolled him for $400 when Jay had his fit. Jay had a seizure. Barry, he didn't want to admit it. Barry took $400 off him.
Yeah, one time I listened for Jay blog, and then they pissed off about the Barry, and then she's shouting for the blog, then blah 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 blah, because he's drunk.
What are you looking for?
No,
the charger. Oh, okay.
Okay, good now.
All right, man. Yeah.
Bye.
Love you, babe.
I love you too.
How about a big kiss? Mwah, 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 mwah. Here we go. How about a big kiss? Do. And we are kissing, and she's not running away from me. Oh my gosh. 29 strong. They all ran away from Kevin's show. Oh, poor boy. Oh, where can Kevin's viewers be? Oh, where can they be? I can tell you exactly where they are to be. They're on this show here with me. Kevin leaves a trail of abandoned kids with every relationship that leaves him. Apparently so. All problem simmers down to the last women that they were with. Something like that. 28 strong in the house. Come on, thumbs up. 28 strong in the house. Tearing Kevin and Jay apart, man. Oh, they're hating me right now. Ever see Ken with a little kid? Yeah. Say something bad about Frank. Yeah. Say something bad about Frank. Yeah. That's right, Jay. How old is this guy? He's like 63 years old, man. Yeah, Jay. Right, Jay. Yeah, you get him, Jay. You go get him, Jay. Say something bad about Frank, Jay. That's it, Jay. Yeah, and he's a grown-ass adult, supposedly, man. But, he did get a bolo knife in his brain. Okay, so, add that in for, I don't know, for whatever it's worth, honestly. And Jay, you know what? Everybody in this genre knows about Jay, knows his vast background and everything. Jay just gets fucked up in business. He had a pizza stand thing in Cebu, and he ran away with their money. He was in partnership with somebody, and he ran away with $3,000 of their money. Jay has definitely mistreated women like you wouldn't believe.
He just thinks all they're good for is a fuck, and he's another one that calls them hoes and everything else. And Jay has been with some really interesting females, but he likes to also go for lady boys. Jay's one opinion is that, well, when he was talking to me on Messenger at Better Times, he said that, fuck, man, some of these lady boys look really good. He goes, to tell you the truth, he said, I went out with one of them and I had a lot of fun. I said, that's something I wouldn't do, man. I know they can look even better than the women, but that's something I'm not going to do. Well, he said, well, I'm just experimenting. I said, you experiment all you want, man. I ain't going to do that. I don't go there, man. Regent says, Kevin's live streams are so repetitive, yet the same losers still show up and they're making the exact same comments. Yeah, every single time. You have to step away to eat dinner. Counterflow, go ahead. I already ate some steak and had some yams, or not yams, but sweet potatoes and salad. That's what I had. 25 strong. 5 thumbs up. 5 thumbs up. Come on, Tumsack. Thumbs up, folks. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. They're both listening, folks. Don't worry about it. They are. Scooter says Kevin's retaliatory stream backfired. He fucked his tail. He tucked his tail and ran. That's what he did. Because all of a sudden it says a video is private. It's not going to be private because I have it on my show and I'm not taking it off. Everything Jay said, and there's a purpose I did this, everything Jay said and everything Kevin said is going to ride on this show, and I'm not taking it off. Kevin needs Frank to remain relevant. Well, he's got to have something to hang on to. Oh, he'll be going back to America. I mean, look, come on. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He'll be going back to America. It's not sustainable for him to be there. He can't really sustain himself there in that environment. I mean, he just can't do that. That's not possible. It's not that he doesn't have the money. He has the money. He just doesn't want to spend it. Wants everybody to take care of him. Another Barry. Well, they learn from each other, But Kevin actually learned a lot from Barry. Oh, he was listening the whole time, all these years with Barry. He figured, well, if Barry can do it, then I can do it too. I'm going to take this outside a little bit, I think. It's kind of nice end of the day here. Oh, where can Barry be? Oh, where can he be? Oh, I know where he is. Still 22 strong. Okay. Oh, it's nice and cool out here at the end of the day. It feels wonderful. Just wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Regis says Kevin is going to make up some big lie on why he needs to return to the United States. Calling it now. I know he is. Of course he is. Again, it's called saving face. Yeah, you want to save that face. His own mama wouldn't want to have a picture of him on her mantle, that's for damn sure. It's fun. It's okay, guys. Believe me, I've been listening to this kind of shit for years, man. They're absolutely jealous of me. They're envious, green-eyed monsters. They all are. I'm always winning. They hate when I win. Jay is so sure of himself that I'm going to be deported, arrested, all this shit. He's so sure, like he's just as sure that my relationship is not real. And what is he saying about my house in Hawaii? That my brother's disability was paying my mortgage? Well, duh. Yeah. He was a renter. And the money I get from rent, yeah, sure, it goes toward bills. It goes toward the mortgage. Duh. I mean, duh, Abbo, man. What a lame statement, man. He's digging in the dirt, and he's digging, and his hands are getting weak, and his nails are ripping and bleeding. He's just trying to find all the dirt that he can on me, and when he can't think of anything, he'll make something up that we all know is not true. Let's see. I'm a loser's back. It's amazing how much in common Kevin and Barry have. They're just alike. You notice that too, right? Yeah. Regent says Big Ego will coach him on saving face. Ego is a pro at that. Shout out April from Region 6. You got that right. Shout out. Number Chica Saris. Shout out to shout out. Shout out to shout out. And she put a shout out to just about everybody on there. I came on, but, and I just set them straight. I said, how about shout out to shout out itself? How about that? Shout out to shout out. My original thing. Yeah. Kevin, man, go in front of a mirror. If you don't have one that's cracked there, take a good look at yourself, every angle, everything about yourself, Kevin, and tell us what you see. It's a shell of a man. You're not even a man. We know you're going for those lady boys in Thailand. We know you're going for that. And you know the thing, folks? Even the lady boys don't want him. Even the lady boys don't want him. Yeah. Imagine when it gets down to that he can even pay. He can even pay a whore in Thailand to be with him. Can you imagine that? How is that even possible? I don't know if it is. Is this show still on? Because on my phone it says the video is private. Like he took it off and put it on private or something. Well, too late for that, Kev, if that's the case, because you're recorded on here. And everything you said and everything Jay says, it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay right here. And I could put it on private if I want for further examination and for further evidence. Yeah. Regent says, Kevin ended the show about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, you want to listen to mine. Well, actually, the reason he did that is because he was losing viewers. They were all coming to my channel. And it's a part of saving face too, He had all the popular trolls. Imagine if you could exterminate every one of these trolls, if there's a way of doing it. They all go on one person's channel, and you could exterminate every one of them at once. They all come to Kevin's place. Imagine if there was, some kind of really wacko AI where it actually takes physical action on something. I'd exterminate the whole fucking bunch of them, man. I wouldn't hesitate one fucking minute. Oh, yeah, he ran away. He's trying to save face because everybody came to my show. Of course they came to my show. Kevin has nothing interesting to talk about. But you know what I love about Kevin? I really do. Yeah. That's right, Jay or Mick or somebody. Go get him. Yeah. Talk about Frank. Yeah. I like that. Talk something bad about Frank. And he actually talks like that. That's what he sounds like. Frank, that bowl knife went pretty goddamn fucking deep, motherfucker. That bowl knife went really deep. Must suck being you, Cabin. It really must suck being you, dude. I mean, big time. Region says Kevin will be back well over 300 pounds. I know that by Christmas. Now he stopped taking his weight loss medication. Yes, he already looks like he's gained back 30 pounds. He does look a little heftier. I don't know how much. I honestly don't know how much. I don't know how much weight he gained back, but he does look a little heftier than he did before. Well, look what he's eating. He goes to fucking that's where he goes to 7-Eleven, the cheap bastard. Goes to 7-Eleven and buys 20 containers of fucking ramen. I like ramen now and then. Sometimes I get hungry before I go to bed. Oh, that's really smart. You're going to eat high carbohydrate and high sodium and before you go to bed. Oh, that's brilliant, man. That's just brilliant, Kevin. That's brilliant. Yeah, you're definitely going to lose weight that way. Yeah, he'll be gone. Don't worry. Kevin, his longevity, it's very questionable. Him and Ricky especially. But, I think, let's see. I had one person in mind, actually. Who did I put in first place for a reason? It wasn't either one of them to be the first one. Who was I saying on an earlier show that I think is in worse shape than all of them? I'm trying to think of who that was. Does Kevin have upper teeth?
You know what? I said that on one of my streams. I said that. I've never seen Kevin's teeth. He is like Barry. The bald head, no teeth, dumb as the day is long, cheap wads, cut he puts. It's the same fucking shit, man. It's a miracle. It's a miracle. They're twins. They're twins. They both run their mouth. Absolute twins. No, I've never seen teeth. In fact, I want you to watch Kevin when he eats his food. You know, like when somebody doesn't have any teeth and they're gumming down his food and their like jowls are kind of like sunk in and they're going like back and forth, you know. Yeah, that's how you can tell when nobody has teeth. I see that all the time. I've seen it all the time here in the Philippines. They have no teeth. They're kind of flapping their jowls because there's no teeth to hold the skin out, to push it out. Not only is he bald and got a bolo scar on there and a bolo knife in his brain and fat and obese and unhealthy, but the fucker's got no teeth. That's another problem. That's another problem. And why is that a problem? Because he's not able to digest his food properly. He can't metabolize his food, just like Barry. He can't metabolize it. It's going to gain weight no matter what. In other words, he's fucked no matter how you look at him. He's definitely fucked no matter how you look at him. He made a big mistake, and he knows it. He'll be back in the States, like my viewers said. He's going to make an excuse to save face of why he's going back to the United States. Yeah, he's going to definitely do that. Yeah. And what did he say about what is? Someone told me. What did his aunt say? His aunt supposedly said something to him, and I don't remember what that was. His aunt, where he lived in Kentucky. Yeah. And Jay, Jay reminds me of Pinoy Troll. They have a lot in common too. Jay and Pinoy Troll. Oh man, they have a lot. They have the beer muscle. They run their mouth. They're always saying something horrible about somebody. You know, they're both alcoholics. They're both chain smoke. Popeye told people his wife died. Yes, I heard that too. And actually, a few people don't know this. Popeye, in a drunken stupor, beat up his wife, and she left him. She left him cold. Yeah, she left him cold. He told everybody that his wife died. Pathetic. Yeah, it is pathetic, Region 6. It's absolutely pathetic. I told you, they're all living pathetic lives, every single one of them. Every single one of them, no matter how fat their wallet is or anything, they're all leading miserable lives. Cicadas, you hear that in the background? What do you call them? Cicadas. Listen to that. Listen to that. That's just from rubbing their wings together. Isn't that incredible? That they could create that sound. I know. Everybody trying to save face. Popeye lying about his wife. She left him for a black dude, man. She left him for a black dude. And they started a store, a business, and they're very successful, is what I understand about that. He's bitter. That's why he's bitter. Why do you think Popeye's so bitter? His wife left him. He hasn't been laid in 30 years, whatever. I mean, why do you think he's so bitter? Of course he's bitter. You would be too. Yeah, I told people his wife died. That's not a fact. We know she didn't die. She remarried. Region 6 says Popeye could be the biggest loser out of the bunch. He refuses to meet Nico. Isn't that amazing? Who lives in the same county as him. That's true. Just the sight of Popeye is pathetic. That's why he refuses to meet anyone. I think there's truth to that. The counterpose says they're all bitter. You think? I never experienced bitterness in my whole life like this. I've been around for a long time. I've never seen such bitterness. It's jealousy and envy. I've studied this left and right. Nobody creates a show about you. Nobody continually talks about you constantly on their shows unless there's some kind of envy going on. Something. There's obviously something going on with that. What else could you say? They make me the talk of the town. And I don't know if it's on my profile picture, nothing on there. And this comes from Discord. They're saying that pretty much these guys are doing me a big favor on here. They're making me more popular, getting more subscribers.
and they can't seem to live their life without me. Is it on my profile picture? I think it is. Counterflows. Oh, guaranteed envy, jealousy for sure. All right, people at least about 24 strong still. 24 strong. 7 thumbs up. 7 thumbs up. Kevin had to quit his show because everybody was coming to my channel. Oh, Kevin's red in the face right now. Go have some ramen, Kevin. Go ahead. Come on. Come on. Go eat some ramen. Make it all better, Kevin. Make it all better. Go downstairs, find a whore. Tell her you pay her double time. Get laid before you leave the foreign country. Get laid. This way you go back to your aunt's place with a big smile on your face, even though you had to pay for it. I don't think Kevin can get it up. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think he can get it up. No. Region 6, you notice how ego never shows the home his family lives in? Well, if he's ever home, no, he don't want to know anybody know where he lives. He don't want to know. He don't want anybody to know. When is he ever home anyway? Kids don't even go to school. Shame. It's a shame. It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. It's poor kids. Yeah. Counterflow says to Region, 250K, that kind of life with those kind of friends. No fucking way. Region says, yeah, I know at Counterflow. Well, I don't know. There's a price to pay just for about everything, guys. Still 22 strong here. There's a price to pay for everything in life, and these guys are paying for it. Look at Jay. Jay's a big-ass alcoholic. He's a chain smoker. He wishes bad on me, but like I said, man, the bad has already happened to Abbo, man. It already happened. There's no waiting for it. I mean, there's more to come, I'm sure, but look at the life he's living when he has to live with his mommy. You mean he can't afford to get a new apartment? Well, his mom is his drinking partner. That's the thing. They both get drunk as a skunk. Yeah, can you see them on a couch together? Also smoking doobies and crack and everything. Hey, Mom, let me get that crack pipe off you. Yeah, don't bogart that crack pipe, my mom. Pass it over to me. Don't bogart that crack pipe, my mom. Let it be with me. See his mom, him and his mom fucking smoking a crack pipe. Yeah. He's talking about me. I don't do anything crazy over here, man. It's just a normal life. I don't smoke crack. I'm not an alcoholic. In fact, I don't even drink. Regent says, why do you think Jay turned out the way he did? His mom is an oddball lady. Apparently so. She's going to have him over at the house and puts up with his drinking and his crack. But then again, they got something in common. They're both crackheads, Yeah. Well, he really fell apart when Aloe attacked him and everybody attacked him. And so did Popeye when his father died. I thought that was wrong. And I told Jay don't give me credit for stuff. He forgets real easy. I'm the only one that stood up for him. And him talking all this shit about me now, man. Yeah, Jay, there would be a time we'll run into each other, Jay. You know where I fucking live. You got the balls to come over here. Just fucking do it. Don't even talk about it no more. Just show up here. See if I'm going to stay inside the house. See what happens. Yeah. Come on, Jay. Talk is cheap with your beer muscle. Yeah. We turned out the way he did because there's been drugs in the family. You understand what's going on with the scene? Yeah. He sits there with his mother getting drunk and smoking crack. I mean, does that say anything? He's a crackhead. Jay's been hitting the gym for 10 years, yet he looks the same. I know. He says he's going to the gym. He can say anything he wants, really. Doesn't mean it's true. Do he look like he's in shape to you? He's a guy that's worried about preservatives. Oh, Frank eats all these foods with preservatives in it. Jay, listen. Fuck the preservatives, man. Fuck the preservatives. You're chain smoking, and you're crack smoking, and your diet, and you're obese, and you're worried about preservatives? Really?
Region 6 says it's obvious Jay's mom drank during her pregnancy. Jay has all the signs of a baby who has fetal alcohol syndrome. There you go. That's defining right there. 23 strong, 9 thumbs up. There you go, folks. There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay. Let's show you your muscle. Come on, Jay. Show us your bear muscle. Come on, Jay. Come on. Let's shadow box. Come on, Jay. Right up there, Jay. Come on, do it. Come on, Jay. No, I don't want to be hit with no bottle, man. No. Come on, Jay. Shadow box. Come on, Jay. Come on, shadow box. Come on, Jay. Let me see you work. Come on, let's see your workout in the gym, Jay. Come on, Jay. Jive talking, do. Jive talking, all about Jay. Jay is so fucking full of shit, man. But that's his entertainment to come on here now and then. Yeah. But Kevin, I'm telling you, dude, listen up, listen. Hold on, I gotta go settle this thing in the other room, my computer. Jive talking, do. Jive talking. Oh yeah, Jay talks a good talk, but he don't walk a good talk, you know what I mean? 24 strong, 9 thumbs up. Jay looks like a caveman because his mom drank during her pregnancy. Well, I thought it was the Aborigine background, actually. Regent says Jay is waiting for his mom to die so he could sell the house. Okay, the plot thickens. He's trying to be on her best side. Come on, Mom, here, take a hit of this with me. Oh, Jay, you're so generous. Can he pass the Bacardi? Sure, Mom. Anything you want. Anything you want. There must be a clause in the insurance policy or something that Jay has to stay with his mom to take care of his mom. So when she dies, he'll be able to inherit the house. But I don't know if there's any brothers or anything. He's never mentioned, but I wouldn't be surprised that the house would probably go to somebody else other than him. Then he'll be crying the whole time. The Regent says that he has the same game plan as Brevis. Oh, you heard that one too? Yeah, something like that. You guys are on it, really. You're really on it. So anyway, I won the award, really. The biggest winner on YouTube, and Frank's killing it, really killing it, and these guys not killing nothing but themselves. And what is Jay saying? Oh, Frank doesn't have much time left. Jay, Abbo, listen. Dude, you're in bad shape. You chain smoke, chain drink, and you eat shit, and you are overweight. I don't care if you're a little younger than me. You are not going to live even close to my age. It's not going to happen. In fact, your mom may outlive you. Oh, wait a minute. You lost your father. That was devastating. What if you lose your mother? Are you going to have another seizure, Jay? Another seizure? We don't wish that to happen to your mom. She might be a good old bitch. You know what I mean? She might be really good. But, Jay, you got to show a little more respect to your mother, though. Don't be hanging around the house drinking and chain smoking. And you're smoking in the house. Ever hear of secondhand smoke? His mother probably smokes, too. They probably sit there, and the ashtray is probably 6 inches high. They probably both chain smoke. Regent says, let's not forget the child Jay abandoned. Oh, yeah, the child that Jay abandoned in the Philippines. He has a daughter, but he won't acknowledge the child. What does this sound? Boy, I tell you, a lot of people do this shit. Yeah, Brevis, getting women pregnant here and left and right. One had she probably had an abortion. She didn't want Brevis's kid. He claimed that she had a miscarriage, but I think the woman went and aborted it. She said, I don't want this fucking crazy stalker to be the father of my child. That's right. He did abandon his kids in the Philippines. I know there's a fact because he told me on Messenger that he had, I know at least one child. I don't know about more than one. There might be more than one.
But no, when we used to talk on Messenger, he did say that. So we know that to be true because I actually had that from his own mouth. So that's not a false statement. Real responsible, Abbo. You're really responsible, aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? You don't know the sense of responsibility. Yeah. Go dig another ditch with your front loader, whatever you do for a living there. Digging ditches at his age. Digging fucking ditches in a fucking Aborigine heat out there. Yeah, that's right, Mr. Responsible. Mr. Responsible. Jay Stillman, Mr. Responsible. Sounds like Kevin. They're all alike. They all got some denominators. There's all elements where these people are all alike. Abandoning their kids like Kevin did. Jay abandoning a child in the Philippines. I mean, they all got, Barry, abandoned his children because of child support, denying that Cheyenne, the girl, is his daughter when she is. He has a son and a daughter. A son and a daughter. That's right. Denying that he had a daughter. Her name is Cheyenne. Yeah. Exactly. They're all alike. There's so much in common. So much in common. Jive talking. Let's see. Is this the beginning of Kevin's show? Let's see. What do we got here?
Yeah. Wow.
Let's see. How did he end it?
He got a lot of house to be.
Let's see.
Havoc Master.
That might have been an earlier one.
Thank you, Havoc Master. That was very nice of you.
No, that's the earlier one. What do you do, Kev?
Because nobody likes you.
You took your show off?
That's what I was trying to say.
You took your show off?
Too late. Well,
Well, it is too late. It's too late for Kevin because I got his show right on here now. A little late for that. A little bit late for that. Just a wee bit. 24 strong. Everybody's hanging in there. 9 thumbs up. Fantastic dialogue here. Let's see. Regent said Brevis is driving around on his scooter with his baby mama holding a few-month-old child. Shows the guy's stupidity. Yeah, well, he's bright in some ways, Brevis, but he's dumb as shit in other ways too. He doesn't think about what he does. He just does it, whether it does somebody good or bad. He just does it. Ran away from California because all these people were after him. Had to get a restraining order that also covered his family. So some pretty heavy-duty shit with that, man. Pretty heavy-duty shit. I don't think he's going back to California anytime soon. I don't think so. 25 strong. We went up a number here. Regent says Brevis is smart, but threw his life away. Did he say someone said he went to Berkeley? And that's supposed to be considered a good school, but what did he do? He just fucked his life up. He went and worked. He goes to Berkeley. Just his father puts him through to Berkeley just to go run for to work for a marijuana dispensary. Seriously? That's what he did. He went to work for a marijuana. There could be a tie-in with that because what happened is businesses closed down during the COVID. It was after that time that's when he came out here. Someone said that he ripped off the dispensary of money and he ran out of the country. That's what I was told. Regent says he did go to Berkeley. His dad died the year after he graduated. All downhill from there. Yeah, Berkeley is a pretty good school. So is UCLA, which is better. But no, Berkeley's not a bad school from my understanding. Why did he fuck everything up with his life? Just to work for a marijuana dispensary? I mean, what the hell? Breven, he has his ability to write is probably pretty good, and I think whoever's writing that stuff for the Copycat channel is actually Brevis who's writing that stuff, because I don't know anybody on here that has the ability. Look, if he went to Berkeley, he's got to have some smarts. Okay,
He has to have some smarts. And to be able to pull off that 10-minute long, 20-minute long shit that they ran on the Copycat channel, that's something Brevis, I think, could do. Regent says, Brevis put 2 restraining orders against 2 different people a year or 2 before moving to the Philippines. It was something like that, yeah. Yeah. No, Berkeley, I mean, you would think he has some intelligence. He's smart in some ways, but he's dumb as the day is long in other ways, the things he does. Don't come to another country and get in trouble. And, he had a shiner. He got into it with somebody about half a year ago, whatever it was. He got a shiner from somebody. Oh, he absolutely did. There's no question about that. I got the picture on here. I got the picture. It's not going to be on my desktop, but no, he's got a shiner. Oh, no doubt about it. I may have it on my phone here. I'm just going through the pictures. I'm going through the different shows I had on. Let's see. I don't know. Well, I've got it on my file, but let me go to files. He had a shiner, man. He certainly did. Someone beat the shit out of him. Let's see. Jive talking. They seem all that way. Camera screenshots. Jive talking every day. Oh, let's see. Where's Brevis with the shiner? God, do you know who this is? This is Bob Cooper. I kid you not. This is Bob Cooper. And Big E's about as big as that. Can you see this? Let me adjust this. It's not, at least on my computer screen, it looks kind of washed out. I'm trying really hard. It's just huge. Let's see if we do that again. This is Bob Cooper, man. Holy fucking shit. I wish it would come out right. It just doesn't come out good on the computer here. I mean, I'm talking fucking huge, man. Huge. Brevis has never had a house titled to his name. I know. I have some paperwork on him. No, there isn't. His last known U.S. address was his grandma's house. His grandma also died the year prior to him coming to the Philippines. Yeah, I suspect Brevis is living off a small inheritance from his grandma. You know what? And I got more people. I got 26 here. You might be right on that. You might actually be right on that. God, Bob Cooper, are you fucking kidding me? Can you guys see this clearly? It's kind of washed out, at least the way I see it on my computer screen. It really looks washed out. How big Bob's face? It's like Big E, man. I think Bob Cooper outdid Big E, though. I don't think, for what I'm looking at the screen, yeah, it was too bright. The brightness is too high on here. Can I set that? Well, I'm not going to bother. Let's see. I mean, I'm talking huge. Let me do a horizontal thing on. Let me do something else for here. Jive talking. Do. Man. No, I can't seem to do it. There we go. Oh, the cat. There you go. Look at that. That's Bob Cooper. And Big E's head is just as big as that. Look. Can you believe that shit, man? That's what we're dealing with on here. That's exactly what we're dealing with on here. Can you believe that shit, man? Damn. Now, this is Kevin with a little weight loss, but he's bigger than that now. Look at him today, whenever he was on camera. Kevin is not that thin anymore. No, he's not. This picture here is the thinnest that Kevin got down to. He is not looking that way now. He's not looking that way now. No, he's gained back some weight. He definitely did. There's no question about it. He's gained back some weight. And, and what he's eating and shit. I'll tell you what, if he has to go back home. Now, look at this picture, too. Is he not as big as Bob? The face on here, that's Big E. Look. The sweat, everything. Look.
Look. No offense, dude. I mean, it is what it is, right? Right? Look at that. What do they all have in common? They're all fucking fat. I'll just be kind. They're all overweight. And let's just say that we have a genuine concern for these people because, we want them to do well. And of course we do. But, they talk about me. Really? Come on, man. This is extreme. That's extreme. Is it not? That is fucking extreme. Extreme. Let's see. I'm not reading. Okay. I suspect previous living off a small. Okay. His grandma's house was sold a few months prior. I see now. Okay. A few months prior to him coming to the Philippines. The paper trail is there. House sold. Brevis had no place to live. Takes his cut and moves to Philippines. Well, he had to. Regent says, big ego walking around Philippines with his harem. What a sight to see. The locals are all pointing and laughing. Regent 6 says, ego gives weight loss advice. Yeah. Talks about his daily 10,000 steps, yet manages to gain weight. Go figure, right? Go figure. He's trying to lose weight, but he can't stop eating. I eat to live, but I don't eat to live. I don't live to eat. That's a big difference, But there's no excuse for this kind of obesity, man. And no offense intended at all. We're generally concerned about these people who have a lot of weight gain, and we'd like to see them lose weight, and we'd like to see them be healthy. That's all it is. But this is extreme. I mean, this is like extreme. As I said, the wallet goes a long way, my friends. The wallet goes a long ass way. Yes, it does. It certainly does. I couldn't live that kind of life. But that's me, I couldn't. And what else we have here? Who's this? Oh God, yeah. Take a look at Don C. Oh my God. Oh, let's get this right, man. Take a look at Don C. Does that dude look old or what? He's got the yellowest teeth I've ever seen on a man or anyone. Isn't he gorgeous? Isn't he just gorgeous? And he's also overweight. They all got all these common fucking denominators, man. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. How is that even possible? Let's see. I want to get this better though. You know how it is, the lighting and shit. Let's move this over. No, the brightness is really up on this, but you saw some of it. Let's see. Do. Jive talking. There we go. We'll work it in there somehow. Gray-haired fool, I'll tell you that. Let me tell you. Yellow teeth. Looks a lot older than I am, I'll tell you that. But we saw him earlier. When we got a white balance problem on here, so, it is what it is. But okay, we did our best with that one. Okay, comments. Let's see. Regent says that you can't make this stuff up. Our genre is all losers and deadbeats, either stretching a buck or running away from problems and responsibilities. You hit the nail on the head, brother. Regent 6 says, no way that guy's 70. Laughed my ass off. Yeah, I know. Look at Don's neck. They talk about me. Look at Don. Look at Dandy Don. Look at his fucking neck. Look at his fucking yellow teeth. That guy looks about, realistically, without insulting him, I mean, just realistically, not to insult him or raise his age any older than he actually looks. I say Don looks about 78, somewhere around 78. Yeah. I could have said 85, but I'm being fair about this. No. He looks like he's about 78. Yeah.
I still got 24 night and a beautiful show tonight, man. Thank you very much, folks. Kevin's all upset. They all left his show to come to mine. Oh, poor Kevin. Go eat some ramen, Kevin. Get your ticket home. Big E will buy it for you. Of course he will. Daddy Big E will buy your ticket back. Don't have to go in your bank account, Kevin. Region 6. It's obvious Don is lying about his age. He's in his late 70s, 100%. That's, well, by appearance sake, I would say that. I don't know. I don't know that as a fact, but I could say that by appearance sake, yes, I would have to agree with you on that. So what's the whole shit on this? I'll tell you what it is. It's that these people cannot afford to talk about me. Not even remotely. They can't afford to talk about me. Because they have proven on their own time and time again that these guys are all fucking losers. They don't look good for their age. Most of them are obese. How kawinky dinky is that? It's the losers club. Forget the high road. It's the losers club. It's the fucking losers club. That's exactly what it is. The losers club. The losers club. Jive talking. But, you know, they're supposed to be busy professionals, some of them, but they sure as hell make the time to come on YouTube and attack people. Yeah. They sure have the time to do that. And actually, they seem to have a lot more time to do that than something, you know, supposed to be professionals. You know, I'm professional. You know, I got this job on a computer. I'm doing AI. I'm doing all this shit. They ain't doing shit, man. They ain't doing shit. Maybe some tax evasion somewhere. We went up to 25. Regent says it's obvious, Don. Okay, we know that. Yeah. We got a moon out there tonight. Moon River, wider than a mile, as big as Kevin's smile, without teeth. That's another thing, too. Barry has no teeth. Kevin has no teeth. Who else? Popeye probably don't have any teeth. Well, I'll tell you for what I've seen so far, and I've seen a lot. I've seen what people look like on here. Old dog looks a lot, you know, older than his age, too. You got Mike's Philippine Retirement, who constantly wears his hat, but his reason is because he's losing his hair. Again, it's one of the, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is the wearing of the hat making less oxygen to his hair follicles, making him lose hair, or has he been losing hair and he's just trying to cover his head with the hat? Regent says, let's not forget Pecker. Oh, Peckerwood. Yeah, he was on there too, wasn't he? AKA Tales from the Crypt. Tales from the Crypt. Good one. Good one. I wonder if he's got any more babies. Oh, God forbid. Oh, my. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't mention him. I should have, because actually he's on the list of one of the people here that look well beyond his age. Well beyond his age. You don't watch Kevin? How could you not watch him? He's bigger than life. You know what I mean? Moon River, wider than a mile, and so is Kevin's ass. I don't know. I just did something wrong in their life. That's what I'm thinking. They just did everything wrong, and that's why they're so bitter. But, you know, you get an honest Joe like me that comes on. You know, don't mean that he harms anybody. I'm just doing a regular show. That's all I'm doing, man. Just doing a regular show, and what happens? Yeah. And what happens? They don't want to be attacking me, but you got to answer that question. Why? I got to get some water. should I do with it? I have water. Water. I guess I have to drink some cold, warm water. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, I had to hydrate. Regent said, good topic. What's up with these senior citizens having kids? I've been trying to figure that out, man. They want to relive their youth and all that, but it's not fair for the kid. Regent says, so selfish and irresponsible. Well, I agree. We even got more here now. We got 27 and 9. How do you like them numbers, Kevin? Oh, Kevin's face is red right now. Don't have a stroke, Kevin. You almost did. Hello. Welcome back. Yeah. Oh, he came very close. I'll tell you that. Okay. Greetings. My prodigal son here. So nice to have family out here, isn't it, folks? You know. Yeah, they're very selfish, irresponsible people. No, Kevin, he shouldn't have went. I mean, I knew from the start that was a bad move on his part. I said it many times. It was a bad move. And you know why he did it? Because he had to take a monetary challenge. That's what happened. He got money from Big E and made a thing. If you could lose so much weight, I'll send you anywhere you want to go. And as greedy as Cutting put this, Kevin is, he took advantage of that situation, gung-ho. Oh, man, did he. And he's still doing it. I think in some ways he's worse than Barry, and that's saying a lot. That's saying a whole lot, because Barry was greedy and e-begging all the time, and Kevin is always e-begging every single show. And what does he do with the money? He buys top ramen. He's not going out there buying some square meals. Look, I'll make a bet with anybody out here. And somebody already said it. They beat me to it. You know, Kevin will regain all this weight once he goes back home. In fact, he's starting to, because of his inactivity, he's starting to gain his weight back. Because I showed you a picture of him, and when he had the best he was when he lost weight. It's not that way anymore. Compare pictures, No, he gained back weight. At least 30, 40 pounds, maybe 30 pounds. Well, the face shows it, Counterflow says that region, yeah, pretty sick having kids as a senior. Fools. Why would you do that? Why you do anything to satisfy your girlfriend? You don't do that kind of shit at that age because, it honestly is not fair to the child. It's not. I got to turn the fan on or if I'm going to melt. Boy, I'm telling you, no, I'm not in my air-conditioned room right now. I don't always like to talk around the kids and stuff like that. I have respect. My daughter did that shit with her kids. She talked about all the ugliest things in the world. The kids were right there listening to her. That's one of the problems I had. I didn't approve of that. That was one of the problems. You want to know the truth, but I already said that on here. Regis says, go look at Ricky Drama video from 2 to 3 years ago. Amazing how much weight he's gained and how much he ages in such a short time. Well, when I seen him over at SNR, even my girlfriend said, man, didn't Ricky gain weight? I said, well, duh, yeah. He came in there, he was sweating, man. I mean, he was sweating profusely because he walked from his shitty bargain apartment there to SNR. And he was soaked. In fact, he told me he's got to buy some new pants, new shorts, because he couldn't find anything out here that fit him. Can you believe that shit? Counterflow says to Region, you got that right about the genre. Why do you do this constantly? Personally, if it was me, I don't know. I could handle it. Or couldn't handle it. I don't know. No, when you become a senior, the last thing you want to do is raise any
infants, any toddlers and shit, you know. No. Peckerwood had to do that, you know. Wasn't even his kid. It was like a surplus going on or something like that. Oh, yeah, it's just what I thought. She said, I don't know if I could handle it. I couldn't. I could tell you that right now. You know, I couldn't. Her kids are, you know, good age, but, you know, babies? No. Infants, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds? No. That's an impossibility. I couldn't handle that. Regent says they're all sheep, all followers, 0 leaders, all cattle. They're all cattle. Numbers are getting higher. I'm up to 27 now, Kevin. 27, Kevin. His face is redder than shit. Back and forth, 27, 26, 9 thumbs up. How about more thumbs up? Let's piss Kevin off a little bit here. Yeah, my shows may not be consistent with the viewers, but when they show up and it's a good topic, they show up. Oh, counterflow, the constant harassment. Oh, yeah. Region 6 says you have 25 lurkers hanging off every word Frank says. Isn't that the truth? I got you, counterflow, yeah. Oh, 10 thumbs up now, right on. Now we got 10 thumbs up instead of 9. 25 strong, 10 thumbs up, Kevin. 10 thumbs up, Kevin, Jay. But God, this Jay dude, man. Yeah, he done some pretty serious shit with Barry, man, I'll tell you that. And I know it is a fact. Yeah, I know it is a fact. And let me tell you, Abo Man cannot talk about me or anybody. He's got a very checkered past, even in Australia. Yeah. And in Cebu, the things he's done with Barry, for legal purposes, I'm not going to talk about it for legal purposes, but let's just say he's done some pretty down and dirty shit. Yeah. 29, we're even getting higher on the numbers now. 29 strong and 11 thumbs up. Boy, we're swinging it tonight, man. This is the show to be on tonight. I want you all to get it all out tonight. I don't care what you say. Get it all out. Finally. Region 6, didn't Jay and Barry get kicked out of their apartment because of so many complaints? Yeah, it was, what's his name? You know how to do that Rubik's Cube?
Yeah.
If you have the patience to do that. Oh, my God. By what's his name? Art, what's his freaking name? The vlogger. Yeah, he was the landlord, and he was a vlogger, too. Counterflow says that region, the lurkers, weird man, fucking gay. Well, nothing would surprise me, to tell you the truth, about that topic. Come on, Ricky was making out with a lady boy. And I know for a fact that Jake got together with some lady boys, too. I know from a source. Yeah. It was the same thing that happened to my brother's friends. They were in Greenwich Village, New York, back in the late 70s. And, you know, it's when all the things were happening. It was everything was, you know, love and peace and all that shit, you know. And you know, I used to go down there myself to Greenwich Village, take pictures and stuff. And my brother was with 2 of his friends, and they came across a couple of really nice-looking women. I mean, they were supposedly hot, according to my brother. So, but they found out that they were transgenders or something, you know, lady boys, whatever. And my brother said something like the statement said, well, you go for that, I'm not going for that. I don't go there. They said, damn, they're looking awfully good, man. We're going for it. So 2 of his friends took off with the chicks. It's a true story. And I think Abo Man has definitely done that. We just says counterflow. Frank's the only vlogger in this genre that has this shit together, and his haters know it. I know, isn't that a fact? Yes, girlfriend, the house, health. Yeah, my health is holding up. For anybody's actually wondering. I get heartburn every now and then because if I eat chocolate or something like that. In fact, earlier I had a banana muffin, and certain things get to me, chocolate or like a banana muffin or something like that. Even a carrot muffin, if you find one out here, actually could have its course on me. But yeah, I got a hiatal hernia. That's my only real ailment that I actually have, other than, having an allergy. But no other complaints. 27 strong, 11 thumbs up. There we go. Got a good shoe tonight here. A good shoe. And Kevin is pissed, and Jay is pissed. Jay, you're going to get what's coming to you one day. I know it. You already got what's coming to you, man. That's why you're so bitter with your life. I don't even know why you come to the Philippines. I really don't know. You can't get a woman on your own. You got to go buy their time. Nico does the same shit when he goes to another country. He'll pay for their, motorcycle ride to go here and go there and keep them around. So it looks like, he's a real ladies' man. But, take a look at Nico. What can you say? It speaks for itself. Same as Big Kevin. It's the same shit. Let's see. Regent says, Frank is in a genuine long-term relationship with a woman. He certainly does. These other guys' partners are all playing the long game and leeching. You said it. Ain't my words, but you said it. I'll just agree with you. Even my dog loves me. Even my dog. And my Sasal. You come see Daddy. Yes, you do. Even my dogs love me. Counterflow says, I agree. 33 strong, 12 thumbs up. Kevin must be having a stroke. Princess Anne is back. Hello, good evening, 33 strong, Kevin. I'm going to rub it in your face. More than you had on your last show, Kevin. Then they started running away from your show. They got tired of hearing your same old shit. So they came to Uncle Frank's show. 33 strong, 11 thumbs up. This is the place to be. Apparently. I know exactly who's listening to me, and it's all the trolls, man. Every one of them. You name the biggest trolls on here, they're listening. Recording, listening, taking notes. Good. Gives me more power, gives me more credibility. It means I've arrived. And they're helping me out. That's the funny thing that they were talking about on the what do you call platform? Discord. And I believe I have it as a profile background picture, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And it says what they said, that Frank is winning, and this is a list of things of why I'm winning. So basically, Discord kind of put me up to an award. And it covers a lot of ground. One of the longer vloggers on here that's been winning the whole time, and no matter what they tried with me, nothing was working, and they tried hard with Nika, everything. They just tried, and they all ate crow. 26 watching, 12 thumbs up. Well, we'll have to end this sometime. We proved that we got 33 subscribers and 12 thumbs up tonight. I know a few people that are pissed off, major. Now comes the retaliation. You know how it works on here, right? They're getting smacked in the face, and they don't like it, but they don't, it's okay for them to do that to other people, Then when they get it back, they're like crybabies. A bunch of crybabies. Right, mate? Abo boy? You fat fucking chain-smoking, alcoholic bastard. Hairy-chested, smelly bastard. Child lover. You heard me right. Child lover. I love children too, but not perhaps the way you do. So children are wonderful, right, Jay? Right? We both agree children are wonderful. Although they might I won't love them the way you may love them, but it's good to love children. Sure. Children are wonderful, right? 13 thumbs up now. 13 thumbs up. We are just killing it tonight, man. We are killing it. Well, every good thing must come to an end. Now that we blasted these morons on Kevin's show, great job is what I can say to my viewers. Great job. We had a good outcome, 33 strong, which is pretty good, fair for my channel. 14 thumbs up now. 14 thumbs up. 14, Kevin. 14 thumbs up. and up to 33 fucking viewers, man. What do you say about that, Big Cabin? Go have some ramen. Go ahead. Come on. Go get the spicy kind, too. Give you a little heartburn at the same time. Yeah, they wish me dead. Well, let me tell you something. Be careful what you wish for. You just might get what you want, but it might just come back to you. You might just come back to you, brothers and sisters. Be careful what you wish for. What have we established tonight? A whole lot of stuff, didn't we? We established a whole lot. The big weight problem going on with these viewers, the mentality of these viewers. I think we did a good job tonight on pointing it out. The jealousy and the envy. We got this fucking alcoholic crack pipe smoking aborigine that said some really nasty words about me. But what is he? Is a crack smoking, chain smoking, alcoholic loser. And he's talking about me. Shit, I don't live with my mommy. Even if she was alive, I wouldn't live with my mommy. Still 25 strong. Look at this, man. I still wouldn't. No. Be independent. Stop, being tied to your mommy's apron strings, Abo man. Shave your chest for one. And stop playing with that dildo in the shower. Is it that bad? Come on, 27 strong. It keeps on coming, man. What man in his right mind is going to tape a dildo to a shower tile and play punching bag with a dildo? Does that prove something right there? Loser says, what is Kevin going to do for the rest of his life? Where is he going to live? When you're in your 60s, you need to be set up. And no, he's not set up. He has to go back. He has to go back to his aunt's basement again and buy all his toys and things that light up and green screens and all that shit. He doesn't have a choice. I mean, look, this is the way I see it, and I know everybody agrees with me, too. I don't even have to say. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Biggest mistake you ever made was, oh, no. He goes, I just came out here on vacation. I just came out here on vacation. I wasn't planning to stay out here. But I did say that. Next stop, I think I'm going to try out Cambodia. Do I do a good imitation of him or what? 26 strong, 14 thumbs up. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Give you the double whammy, Kevin and Jay and all them. Give you the double whammy, not the single whammy. I'm giving you the double whammy. The double whammy. Good show tonight, people. Good show up. Absolutely. I'm proud of every one of you on here for coming on here. Well, no saving face tonight there, Kevin or Jay especially. You lost tonight. Viewers, everything, man. People spoke the truth as they see it about you, man, you guys. It must suck being here. And you're absolutely right. I am stable here. And this is just something that most of these people just don't really have. They don't live a stable life. All right, quiet. They don't live a very stable life. Kevin will never own his own house. Jay will never own his own house. It's not going to happen. I've accomplished all that. Oh, yeah, you can get technical and say it's my girlfriend's house. But no, it's mine. As long as I'm alive and living here, it's still my house. I bought it. My name is actually on the tax. My name is actually on the tax declaration, too, in case you didn't know that. I have some say in what happens with the house. Not to mention I have a 25-year lease. I want to say thank you very much, Salamat, to all my viewers. And whether you're a troll or not, it don't matter to me. You're still here. You're there because I'm here. And I'm here because you're there. And it makes you really, really happy that I'm here. I'm doing something to sustain the boredom in your mundane lives
This, of course, goes to the trolls. I'm glad to be here. If you keep on promoting me on the Copycat channel, I'm getting more and more subscribers all the time. We're over 7,000 now. 7,000 plus subscribers. That's right. 7,000 plus. Kevin don't even have anything like that, I guess. 7,000. Wow. 28. It's getting even better. 28 watching. They don't want to give up. They don't want to miss a trick. Jay, just face the fact you're just a fat loser, drug addict is what you are. That's right. That's what you are. You're never going to get a woman. Kevin, you're never going to get a woman. It ain't going to happen. Put the white flag up. Give up. Go back to your mother's basement and live out the rest of what you have left in your life and eat what you want. It don't matter at this point anyway. Eat what you want. Drink what you want. Have all the ramen you want. Or your aunt will take care of you. Throw her a couple of soul bucks. Pitch in with the food, at least with your aunt, for God's sakes. It's just an embarrassment, these people, aren't they? It's just an absolute embarrassment. What a bad representation of foreigners that come into Southeast Asia. What a horrible representation. Gives us a bad reputation. But those that live here, want to live here, plan to be here, yeah, it's terrible. It's really terrible. I don't know why all in one genre, how they have all these fucking losers with all these psychological problems. How is it even possible just in one show, just in one geographical area? It just seems outrageous to me. It seems too wacky to me, but it's true. Every one of them got skeletons in their closets. Every one of them is a loser. Every one of them is bitter. When they see somebody having a great life, and I'm having a wonderful life, thank you very much, despite legal situations. There's nothing wrong in my life. I'm not stressing out over anything, and I won't. I'm the kind of guy that handles things when they come up, and I'll handle things before they come up. I'm always self-assured, and I reassure myself that I know what the fuck I'm doing 99% of the time, and I'm happy with it. You've either got it all. I got the house. I got the stability. I got the woman. I got a family that respects me. So what's not to be jealous of? I think I hit the nail on the head. That's where it's all coming from, folks. You know it, and I know it. Take care, folks. Love you all. Love you all. I'm going to hug you all. Please don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. We'll be back, and you know we will. Be aware of my maybe morning show coming up. Gemini, tell me about these oceanic white-tip sharks. Can they be dangerous sharks? Are they known to kill humans? Are they dangerous sharks? White-tip now. Do tell us about the oceanic white-tip sharks. Are they dangerous sharks? Can they be dangerous to humans?
Oceanic.
Whoops, hit a button here. So let's go back to this. Foiled again, Donnie, but you'll see. Okay. Gemini, tell me about these oceanic white-tip sharks. Are they dangerous to humans? Can they be? Have there been incidents of killing people? Tell us about this.
The oceanic white-tip shark, Carcharhinus longimanus, is a fascinating and often misunderstood species. Here's a breakdown of its characteristics and interactions with humans. Characteristics. Appearance. They are named for the distinctive white tips on their dorsal, pectoral, and tail fins. They are robust sharks with long, broad, paddle-like pectoral fins. Habitat. Oceanic white tips are primarily found in the open ocean, pelagic zones, of tropical and warm temperate waters worldwide. They prefer deep water and are often solitary. Behavior. While generally slow-moving, they are highly opportunistic and aggressive predators. They are known for their persistence and curiosity, especially around potential food sources. Jacques Cousteau famously called them the most dangerous of all sharks.
Did you hear that,
Danger to
Don?
humans
Did you hear
and
that,
incidents
Don?
of attacks. Reputation for danger. The oceanic white-tip has a significant reputation as a dangerous shark, particularly in scenarios involving shipwrecks or downed aircraft in the open ocean. Unlike some other large sharks that might be more cautious around humans, white tips show little fear and can be quite persistent. Historical incidents. Shipwrecks. The oceanic whitetip is strongly implicated in many unrecorded human fatalities, especially during World Wars I and II. The most infamous example is the sinking of the USS Indianapolis in 1945, where potentially hundreds of sailors were lost to shark attacks, with oceanic whitetips believed to be largely responsible. These sharks are known to be drawn to distress situations and large concentrations of potential prey. Recorded attacks. While the exact number of fatalities from historical shipwreck incidents is difficult to ascertain, the International Shark Attack File, ISAF, records a smaller number of documented unprovoked attacks. As of a recent record, the oceanic whitetip has been implicated in 12 non-fatal unprovoked attacks and 3 fatal unprovoked attacks, for a total of 15 recorded incidents. Why the discrepancy? The discrepancy between historical accounts of mass fatalities, like the USS Indianapolis, and the lower number of formally recorded unprovoked attacks by the ISAF is largely due to the circumstances. The ISAF primarily tracks unprovoked attacks, meaning those where the human did not initiate contact or provoke the shark. Shipwreck scenarios, while tragic, are often considered different given the prolonged exposure of many individuals in the open ocean, which can create a feeding frenzy environment. Opportunistic nature. Their opportunistic feeding behavior means they are more likely to investigate and potentially bite something unfamiliar in their environment, especially if it seems vulnerable or distressed. Interactions with divers. While they should be treated with extreme caution, divers have had encounters with oceanic whitetips, and in some cases, attacks have been averted by quick action, e.g., striking the shark on the snout. However, their persistence means they are not easily dissuaded. Important considerations. Rarity of attacks. Despite their dangerous reputation,